Yep. All right, so here's how it's gonna work. I don't know how this is gonna work. Because here's the thing. Destiny is a game that has just come out. No, 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 no. Don't do that. No, no, no. Don't do that. Alright, here's the thing. What do I do? Because I'm gonna be streaming. I'm gonna be streaming DNS. And the idea is that I'm gonna play Destiny on the side. I'm gonna watch DNS, have a great time, watch Destiny on the side, and I need to have the stream like pull up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to do it like differently the way I've done it before. Also, Ido will not be walking in and watching it with us, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Ido. Thank you for walking in and watching it with us. I wonder if I do like this. This is my other monitor. Wait, but then where's my face? Oh, my face goes. Oh, no, I think. And the idea is that if I do like this, then I can put DNS on the side because my main monitor is where I'm going to be playing Destiny. DNS on the side because my main is where I'm going to be playing Destiny. Is my mic glitching? Is my mic glitching? Is my mic glitching? Is my mic glitching? I know it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good.
Quite a while in different iterations, and actually, yeah.
And we have a full tourney today.
A serious run for their money. Overclock might be a new sort of top 2 level team coming into this, especially with some of the changes, because maybe it's going to take FPS some time to get on there.
On my main monitor, bro, watch this. On my main monitor, I'm playing Destiny.
Look,
I want to play Destiny today.
Get some big tournaments, you get some roster mania, but
play some Destiny today.
Go any deeper into the broadcast.
Well, the audio's not going to be on here, so it will just be coming through here on DNS.
As it is, the board members, executives, managers.
Let me move it actually to the screen, just because while I do this today.
These are people that, you know, without this, the show simply could not happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see all of the continued support here. Deadlock's still very, very early stages. It's pre-esport, kind of. We've created an esports ecosystem, but only because we've had the help of all of you. So massive appreciation every show. I feel like we usually pull a name right. Jake, what are some names that stand out to you? Let's pull.
We have a bit to go. We have a bit to go before that. So I'm gonna pull up Destiny while it. I was just doing activities, bro. Dude, this update has been amazing. Like, just great. And there's so much to do, and I don't want to like rush and do anything that I don't have to do, right? So I'm just gonna be taking my time doing that, and so while I'm taking my time doing that, I'm just gonna play it in the background while we watch this tournament. That's it.
That last week, and it's available. I don't know if we're showing a video again here today, but really cool looking skin that you know, so far people have enjoyed.
Where's the coach
watching? But I think it's at over like 4,000 downloads. So
I quit the job, bro.
Yeah, so we hit the.
It sounds like it.
To everybody, thank you for your support, and you know the mod is now available for everybody to download. So go check it out. You can play with this in your own games.
Silver skin
put together at the highest quality. By our modding and art team. So
I don't know. This skin looks great. Don't get me wrong, but I don't see it.
Up, you know, from her.
Never mind. I was gonna say something. I'm not gonna say it anymore though.
True. Yeah. Off to the job interview. Yeah.
No, you know, it's a skin. It's a skin. It's just a skin that was like custom made. Pretty professionally done though. They did a really good job.
A vest for your North American ears, but yeah.
No.
I can't wait to see.
It's just like you do it to the mod manager, but it's like a custom skin that they did for the official night shift deadlock skin.
You know, honestly, I don't think we're beating the rate of newly released heroes at our rate of releasing skins, so I feel like the answer to that is no, but we can hit the most popular ones, and that is what's important. What's also important are the rosters to talk about here today, and I'm going to defy the run of show here and get directly...
Okay, Leviathan, I'm putting my points on Leviathan because they have won the tournament for me multiple times over before.
Sorts of changes coming on in. You have
Mokro,
Izumi and Sai out, Dmov, Hapex, and Warcom in. And Hapex,
Mokro.
player, Jake, if you think back to recent tournaments, subbed in for Low-Key W and was the Rem of Death over the course of that tournament. But now Hapex back to being a player, was in the coaching role
That's
for a while.
3 people.
And if anyone know about
Dmov.
back to player,
I know Dmov.
you know, you have a little bit of experience in that regard.
All I'm saying is we got to rework the hero portraits. The 5 Mo's on a holiday had way more aura than this. But we'll get it fixed. We'll get it resolved. But yeah, I mean, great to see players like Dmov coming back into this squad.
Dude, Moko's great, bro.
You know, why not? Why not? Another Mo and Krill. I mean, that actually, it does improve things. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely tough to see some of these players like Rayek, Irizumi, and Sai out. I'm excited to see them reform other teams in the competition because they've all been strong players. But I think it is kind of clear Leviathan did need some kind of a shakeup. They did need some changes. And
dude, Leviathan gave me 50,000 channel points. I need them to keep giving me 50,000 channel points. I want to have 1,000,000 channel points. I want to amass 1,000,000 channel points. I want all the channel points, bro.
NA and EU team at one point, subbed in for Melee Creeps last week, was winning with Floormen. Also,
I want all the channel points,
which is mostly Low-Key W nowadays. Had a tour of duty on Abrahams. Now we got Dmov on Leviathan. He's just basically every team at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely doing the rounds. I think it was actually so cool to see him in North America. That was a. I mean, I can't.
I need to shave as well. My beard has gotten too bad.
But yeah, Dmov
making me itch now.
He's just capturing all the experience. He's making all the connections. So he's going to be in a prime position. When this game really does explode, to have the ability to know that he can play with anyone, anywhere, any time zone. I'm a fan.
Bars, oh my gosh.
Moving right along to Abrahams. Of course, Abrahams has been looking really good recently, a runner-up in the Night Shift Open, and while they've been falling short to Low-Key W, very much the #2 team in EU by recent performance. And taking
there's a
the
Lash
roster here, a little bit more stability, Jake.
Yes, on the Paradox is pretty good.
The roster change they had was bring on Empty Dreams over Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams, such a experienced, capable player. I mean, this is going to be really a standard bearer.
Empty Dreams, what like an Aura username, by the way.
W are the top squad. I mean, to take this team as a first-round draw for a new
When I
roster.
was first watching, I don't think Arzo was on the team. I don't know who was there instead of Arzo.
To have, this is the matchup you have to expect, right? You're going up against Abrahams, but this is not an easy one for your first major outing as a team. They're really going to have to, work hard on this one because I really like what we've seen out of players like Arzo and Empty Dreams, Sonya showing the flexibility, and then you have incredibly reliable stalwarts like Saint, Taz, and Together that are just almost always going to deliver a solid performance, a solid game. So Abrahams feels like this team is never out of it until it is completely over. Always excited to see what kind of a show they can put on in the night shift.
So make sure my game's not lagging or anything, or the stream's not lagging, which might happen for me playing Destiny.
Yeah.
Destiny's not a crazy intensive game, but it can be.
I think it's the versatility that we're seeing. We're seeing that part of the evolution of him as a player, which I think it just speaks to the greater point that we're at in Deadlock with all these roster changes. A lot of these situations can happen because teams eventually get limited by hero pool, versatility of players, and so if you really want to stay on the top, you got to prove it that you can be flexible. And Sonya Sniper, forever the M1 character that we kind of, I guess, associated with that role at the top level in Europe, is now showing that he can do something completely different, which unlocks a lot for his team. And I mean, just think about some of the crazy drafts that are going to be possible in the future. I mean, that's what we should expect with players becoming flexible like this. And I think Saint is another good example of that. Typically the support can flex onto a lot of different stuff. Overkim, another great example of that. So it's another reason why I think EU is a little bit ahead of NA.
Well, the draft is a great point to bring up because to decide who's going to get first pick or second pick in our draft here, we got to do our Mo and Krill 1v1. The winner
Mo go 1v1
of either, and a best of one that does carry a bit of weight, Jake.
Yeah, it's hard to say when these changes come though, like which side is even better. Like it's more of, I think, about teams' preference, whether they want to be first overall or getting those next two to maybe pick up.
Mokro.
I'm really just curious overall.
Listen,
what the meta looks
Jake,
like, because I think
I love you, man. I just want to see Mokro.
It does kind of have huge implications for the wider game because, like the tools you need to contest a new objective are a little bit different. The ways you're going to build your heroes, the strategy you're going to go for. So always curious to see how the pick order comes out. And obviously the Mo 1v1 is where it all begins. Parry, but only a slight melee off of that. So it's still incredibly even despite the early parry.
All right, we got Dmov in. Dmov versus the reigning champion of Satan, who did end up with a little bit of a loss last week, so a little bit.
Oh, almost.
Broken, and
Oh,
oh! Better fight so far. It's neck and neck.
No, Dmov, no, Dmov, you got
Maybe
this.
some opportunities for a big heavy hit here. Saints working in the lights, but one is down to the wire. It's actually one of the closer ones we've seen.
Dmov, you got this.
On another level here.
Next hit wins, I think, right? Next hit wins. Oh, Dmov!
Yeah! Oh!
The goats. I mean,
Let's go, Dmov.
I mean, he's good at everything. What a guy, what a man.
The melee minigame, I feel like it was a little overemphasized on the old urn of like everybody heavy meleeing the urn over and over again. I'm kind of glad we got off of that patch, but it is great to see. I mean, there's just like this one tiny little slice of Deadlock has so much depth to it, even before you consider the wider game. So that will be draft advantage won by Dmov. See where they go with it.
Also, the players are taking a little bit of extra time in the draft, so we got a little bit of time to delve into the history, notably the head-to-head history between Abrahams and Leviathan, where, yeah, Leviathan have had some roster changes, but as a team that's been
Head-to-head across all Dead on Nation matches.
Stranger is going up against Abrahams. You take a look at the shift history here, it goes way, way back, Dan.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is a long history. I mean, this is getting close to a minor patch from Yoshi, but in terms of our tournament history here, Leviathan and Abraham's been going at it for a long time. But it's gonna be interesting, you know, as you were talking about, we've got this dynamic now where we kind of reset this a little bit in our minds because of the new look Leviathan. And when we check out the overall winners here, after the back and forth where Abraham's, Loki W, Leviathan all copping wins week to week, finally it kind of feels like Loki W have asserted themselves. Obviously between last week's win and the previous loss that Loki W had was the Night Shift Open, where they really truly looked very, very dominant, and it kind of feels like where Loki W are right now, that they're going to continue to have a streak for the first time in the EU for a while.
Okay, have to see if they can hold it this week, I would say, because historically, Loki W has not had many runs on top, right? It's been a long, long time since Buff and Joyers were running the table.
Dude, Abrams was on such a win streak, which is crazy.
I mean, in the past, it was Abrahams to take that spot from them. Maybe the revamped Leviathan roster can put up a challenge today.
Also, I have to call out our chat for just being the most degenerate channel point users of all time, where we're just hearing the calls for people. It's like, let us throw down channel points on the Mo 1v1. Just add another hit. The hit before the actual draft is like, you know, just let me say Saints gonna win. Where, by the way, a lot of people would have lost the house on channel points, but
we should though. Why not? Why not?
True.
Let the people have what they want, even if it's degeneracy. You know what? I'm not
we should do the pitch to DraftKings and just only do it for the Mo 1v1s.
Yeah, not for the real game.
Also, I am not allowed to participate in those because I usually see the result before it goes on broadcast, and that would actually be insider trading.
It's
at
crazy,
that point.
CP. How'd you get 1 billion channel points?
I don't know. It just showed up in my camera.
It's a really smart bettor.
Notice how you said usually and not doesn't. Kind of suspicious. TP.
You know, just how it is. But you know, to take the light of guilt away from me here, we're gonna go into the draft, which is hopefully ready. Otherwise, it's gonna get real awkward. Production, save us. Or save me. There we go. The draft is coming up, and there's gonna be changes.
Wait, they have like little like
here,
stars. What do those mean?
Taking a look at scrims over EU, there's different priorities coming about. Since
it shows you the people on the team. That's cool.
It may not be permabanned today.
Keep the syndicates in your guns.
Yeah, always interesting to see things shift over, and you know, I think there's going to be a real priority on heroes that can both stay in the earn zone, and DP getting absolutely baited. Love it, classic combo.
Well, like,
still not making it through.
He got through most of the scrims in EU yesterday, and Leviathan is like, well, no, it's the best of one. We're just gonna let this go through. The interesting thing, though, Dan, in terms of heroes, is that, you know, we saw rumblings of, you know, maybe Calico getting played. We saw rumblings of Mirage coming back in actually for one game. We saw Mirage Calico actually win one of these scrims. So, you know, things have been changing a little bit.
Yeah, and look at first ban GT, I don't think we've seen a GT banned at this stage. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we've seen him getting picked very
Silver
priority of the picks, but a ban first round, I don't know about that, but that's really cool to see.
Ban over Silver, right? Like the Silver, I think would have been the more common. We see Silver first pick almost constantly, right, in that competitive play.
Yeah.
And to ban GT over it is quite a statement.
Yeah. And the other hero that was actually catching a lot of bans, Dan, was Abrams, where people have realized, wait, this hero is actually good again. Abrams is, to me, perpetually stuck in the Shiv cycle of the hero will get nerfed, people will be like, I don't know anymore, and then you give it a few weeks, and you're like, wait, no, he's still amazing, still one of the best heroes in the game, but in this case, gonna be
Doorman, Doorman.
Really nice combo.
Yeah,
I better see some kidnapping.
It made a lot of sense just because obviously in these team
Kidnapping is awesome.
these, like, you know, the circle meta, as it were. Obviously, Abrams was rising in popularity at the same time that was happening, and of course that makes him just even better. With the new Urn fight too, the King of the Hill, obviously Abrams' performance was still really well in that. So it's no surprise. The Doorman also is interesting because Doorman's still really sick with the bell builds, very annoying, and the utility, especially for those Urn fights, still very effective. So. A pretty obnoxious opener for Abraham's, or rather for Leviathan's perspective.
Now, Jake, the other hero that's been coming back into play, which probably delights you a little bit, given your hero pool, is Viscous has been a higher priority than you, both for picking and banning, and oftentimes doesn't get through mid-stage bans nowadays.
They're emphasizing Victor.
You can see why. I mean, I think with stuff like GT out of the pool, maybe it'll be
Win rate negative
-50%.
50%.
Goes here early enough, and I do like the character right now. I mean, I had a crazy game the other day where I built not anything, only purple items, and it actually brought me back to the old days of Viscous, just nuking people from across the map. And I think what makes this character feel good right now is that, you know, you can save people inside of that King of the Hill with the cube, keep them contesting, you can roll and stay alive. Like, you're actually pretty powerful at challenging enemies who are confined to a small radius. So I think the Urn change has been great for Viscous. And you know, frankly, suits him well. I'm interested to see how Victor plays out this game for Leviathan. I think there's good responses from Abrahams, whether you're putting him in the Baroness Hotel or you know, just disrupting him, pulling him from range with Viscous. I like the draft so far from Abrahams.
So Dan, there's probably some people at home wondering why in the world would Shiv get banned here, you know, for Leviathan? Doesn't Freemock play Shiv? And, you know, the reality is that even if you have a really good hero or player on a hero, you know, there's only so many people that can play the certain heroes. And for Leviathan, you know, Freemock, he has other priorities on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, Freemock can
That's true, but I will say you have D-Mob on your team, right?
True.
So I feel like you're not hurting for Shiv players on Leviathan. They go McGinnis, who got nerfed pretty heavy, right, in that recent change, and people, I think, really shied away from her. So for Leviathan to go back and at 4th pick is pretty impressive here for McGinnis.
So I'll say there, yeah, I was more alluding to the fact that normally it's Freemock on Shiv and Silver, but for Paradox, that's been D-Mob's thing recently, where D-Mob is like he's turned into the Paradox player in recent tournaments, where he's like, yep, I'm just gonna be playing Paradox nonstop. I mean, who can blame him? He was doing well in Paradox on ping and now gets to come back to EU and play without the ping. But, you know, take a look at the Abraham's end of things here, Dan. Mirage is back in play, and we saw this in scrims yesterday.
Mirage, I wonder if Mirage is actually going to be good, because every time they pick Mirage, it's kind of been a throw pick.
With Sanya on the Calico, rather.
Yep, GG, not Mirage. No, why did I vote Abrams?
You know, this could be one of those things where it's just taking people a while to figure it out, you know, like how to convert it in the way that it's supposed to. So I'm gonna you know, reserve some faith in Abrahams here, that they know what they're doing with this pick, especially because it's best of one. You know, you don't want to be messing around too much with this draft. This does look kind of interesting. And speaking of interesting, we're getting to see Seven, who is someone that we've seen more of, someone we've been talking more about. You know, off camera we were talking about the reappearance of Seven. So great to see it here in the opening matchup too.
I will say, if you think about the game right now as like the circle meta, you know, this has to be not a free win for Leviathan, but they look drastically stronger to me when it comes to brawling on those urn contests. Whether it's like, I mean, basically every single character.
My channel points are going on Leviathan.
Best at it, but everyone has like something pretty powerful.
10,000
on those urn fights, and even the silver.
10,000 channel points.
Really wants to run
and if I lose all my channel points, GG's, whatever.
Isn't such a good option for you when you're trying to defend the urn. So Abraham's, they're going to have to find a lot of kills, a lot of value on the side lanes from the Venator Mirage, I think, to justify this. I'm also very curious to see how the 7 plays out for Leviathan.
You know what? What are we doing right now? I'm feeling good on point Destiny. 20,000 channel points.
Is it going to be Victor Mina on this?
20,000 channel points.
Are we going to get to see the true hyper carry 7 come out in this match?
If Leviathan got me to 50,000, they deserve it.
I've looked at it in the drafts and how people were playing it. Like, no one was playing Poverty 7. For the most part, like 7 wants to actually get farmed, even though I think realistically a more support build 7 could be more effective than expected. It's just not something teams have been going for. They've usually been putting, you know, your position 1 players on it more often than not. But, you know, Dan, as I look at the draft here, what are your takes on which team has the advantage, you know, early in the mid game? Because I think there's multiple ways it could play out, and also like different ways that Abrahams wants to fight this relative to Leviathan.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Abrahams have a lot of really awesome ways to pick. Obviously, Calico is still amazing at being an assassin. And Mirage has a lot of mobility as well for either these ganks or the split pushes. And with the current urn, I think one of the things that has changed about it and why we needed to not have it like all the objectives stacked in mid is that there is a value exchange that you can take where you can say, well, we're going to split push the map. You know, you can have that urn dominance. We don't have to play that game. So Abrahams definitely have good tools for that. Doorman also has a lot of ability to play around both objectives, but also ganks and just be really strong utility. And they got good save. And so I do think that the stylistic differences in these compositions means that we do have to see completely different win conditions. And I mean, Abrahams, maybe they try to avoid what is strong for Leviathan, but then that puts it on Leviathan. How do they avoid, you know, stepping into the disadvantaged situations?
It has to be Leviathan, bro. It has to be Leviathan. If Leviathan doesn't win,
Abraham. So I like how we have that dynamic kind of presenting itself here.
from a very
Jake, I gotta
stank
ask,
face.
As far as roster changes go, let's go away from the draft here and go to the more meta elements of this game. Is that Leviathan just made an enormous roster change. When you change out 3 of your players, in many ways you could almost argue it's practically a brand new team. You know, are we actually going to see a full-strength Leviathan here today when clearly they've only been screwing with this roster for a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, it's like sometimes it can be a disadvantage, right, to be that new team and to be coming together and, you know, maybe, you know, things aren't as coordinated. Maybe there's some friction about how your communication works. But also I think there can be sometimes that honeymoon phase where, you know, everyone's excited about the new team together. Everyone, you know, puts their best foot forward early on in the history of new team. And, you know, magic can happen in that kind of a scenario. So I definitely won't count Leviathan out, on top of the fact that these are all, at this point, like veteran players who have shown like really impressive results historically. That being said, Abrahams, they're tried and true, right? I think like Saints Abrams has always been fantastic from my perspective. Although in this game, you know, maybe he'll be on the Viscus or something else of that nature. But I really like the way Abrahams has played. I think they've, you know, getting the Doorman here has looks scary. I'm really curious to see how the Vendetta Mirage plays out. Like, I haven't seen the double carry setup in quite some time, especially in this meta around the urn. Like, they need to have like a really strong macro game. So I think for both teams, you know, those key objective fights on top of the early laning phase for somebody like Seven looks super important. Like getting into that jungle, being pretty farmed, being pretty itemized to clear things quickly. I'm a Seven enjoyer myself, so I'm actually really curious to see how this character has like an insane win rate. We'll talk about this a lot. Really insane win rate, even at the highest ranks. But he just doesn't get touched in pro play. So Leviathan, gonna give him a shot. I'm really excited to see if that one actually plays out.
Dan, we are desperately trying to fill time for the players as we're waiting for them to get in the lobby. EU normally doesn't do this to us. It's more of an NA specialty.
Yep.
But free space for you. What are you thinking right now on this draft?
Yeah, no, one thing I was thinking about was, I think it's actually really interesting how Abrahams, they do have some interesting tools to deal with some of the scarier teamfight stuff with Leviathan, you know, and a lot of it I think comes back to the utility that Doorman provides with his ultimate, either being able to interrupt a 7 mid-ult, interrupt McGinnis mid-ult, interrupt Silver mid-ult, like throw them all into the Baroness. Also Victor, you know, they're taking out some of these particular heroes in the fight. I think most notably Silver when she goes into like Incurse. I think that's like very impactful, and there's a lot of variance, right, based on who is the Doorman going to be able to ult? Is the ult going to be up? And you know, that can swing, I think, some of these fights pretty drastically. So I do think that Abrahams do have options when they are pushed into this place where they have the team fight. But it is clear that they do need to approach the team fights a bit more specifically. And I think the job of Calico to drive the back line is gonna be really, really key. Because otherwise, I think that the team fights situation will be pretty heavily favored by Leviathan.
So while we're waiting, by the way, just to show how much has changed in even 1 week of the draft, we never did show the Shift 41 hero priority either here or on social media. Truthfully, I probably should have gotten a post up on that, or we should put on broadcast, but we have a perfect opportunity to reflect on what we saw last week and how it's already different from today. if production happens to have that handy. I just have a lot of faith that we have it, and yeah, there we go. So already you see, relative to last week,
Yeah, I completed a heroic public event on Destiny. Well, I'm waiting for his match to start. I went for Leviathan to wipe the floor with Abrams. It's gonna happen. I don't care. It's gonna
Interesting
happen.
that Billy went completely uncontested in this draft, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Lash, right? Needed those heroes, got contested at all, and these have both been very top tier picks for a long time, right? Like teams just say, hey, we want to win these team fights, really valuing it. I wonder if part of that equation actually isn't the change of the urn itself. I think like the fact that you can play you know, in all these different sort of corners while the urn dunk is going on, you can kind of like play that AoE and play under some structure, doesn't make Lash feel a little bit weaker if people are basically just going to hide from his ultimate and maybe mitigate some of the value. And same for Billy. It's like you go for this one big all-in play on Billy, but if people could just, you know, play the zone and kind of like time you out, maybe that's not paying off as well. I mean, just a little bit of theory crafting, but it is interesting to see such a huge shift for heroes that were not really changed. Major League Billy was buffed recently. Lash has been strong for a very long time, and for neither of them to get touched, I'm curious if NA has the same take or if we won't see those heroes making a return.
Yeah. One thing I'll add here as well, ZP, is that I think we can also see the impact of Loki W on this as well, because Loki W actually
Loki W
in quite a few ways. You had Warden, who I think until Loki W and Zergy playing him and Night Shift Open wasn't really someone like people were going to for that M1 role, but Zergy showed that it was really impactful and continued to show dominance on it. And then Rem, I think, is another one. Like it seems, yeah, where they were playing Rem, but no one was playing Rem nearly as well as Loki W. And so I think that kind of showed the potential there of how you can play Rem at the top level and make it work. And Viscous, I think, is another one. Viscous is another one that Loki W picks time and time again, was a core part of their drafts. And I think that's, I think that some of these, the ones I mentioned, I think it's all Loki W picks that we're seeing here in terms of priority.
You know, the heroes that you may see today that just based again off of some of the scrims we're done EU and NA is that Yamato was getting experimented with more a little bit, and so is Graves. So I don't know if either of those two heroes will stay at 0 over the course of the day. Also, I just kind of think that as far as Abrams go, Abrams is probably going to be in every single game today, whether it be pick or ban. And I think often in the first pick, first ban range from what we saw. Like Abrams has actually been on the rise, and if you were to go week or week, be like, okay, Abrams a little bit more, and suddenly, yep, Abrams is back on top. And, you know, the one change is that while it didn't come out here, and, you know, comedically, Pocket was the very first hero banned, teams are still a little bit more willing to let Pocket through than they were a week or two ago, where he was just perma first banned, no matter what.
I actually think Abrams, you know, maybe the forced movement of an Abrams charge has just gone up drastically in value, because if you're in a scenario where there's one enemy player, like their tankiest guy is just like holding it down inside of the urn zone, and you know, fighting is just like basically preventing you from
I do the public events
in Destiny. Like, put down damage. Now you really need to have more than one person in the urn zone, or Abrams can just like pin you out and the dunk is just going to go through, right? So even if you know, maybe can't deal with the tank in terms of actually finishing them off, dealing the damage, you know, being able to control people's movement and maybe punishing them for stacking up, I feel like Abrams just fights incredibly well in those little areas on the side lanes right around the bridge, right? Just a lot of, you know, tight corners where he can kind of jump out and catch you by surprise. On top of the tankiness, let him be one of those key frontliners holding the line. But that's enough yapping from us, man. We got some games to play.
Yep, the yapping is finally over. The loads as Jake know, it's going to be thrown directly back into our casters for this game. It's going to be DDK and Jake taking away the broadcast. Dan, you're first to speak. Go for it.
Yeah, we finally get to see this new Leviathan, which is very interesting. I'm super excited, because the other thing too, Jake, that's worth mentioning is I think Abrahams as well I mean, they've kept the continuity of their roster, and they've been looking to kind of work and iterate and improve, and so we could also see, you know, them level up, and at the same time seeing Leviathan have that kind of maybe honeymoon period. So it should be a really interesting game.
Here we go, finally game started.
Who ends up piloting what for Leviathan in particular? With some of these new players coming in, I mean, you got players like Dmov, right, who we know are insanely flexible, but you know, I'm curious to see how they actually choose to sort the roster, who goes where, you know, what kind of style they're looking for.
What?
And okay, it is going to be together on the Abrams, Saint on the Viscous. Definitely, I think for me, eyes on this game on Saint and Taz. Like the explosive spirit nuking from Doorman and Viscous can be a game changer here, especially being able to do things like pop the Victor ulti or you know, punish the Mina if she oversteps. Definitely going to be crucial here. Sonya on the Calico, so once again, a lot of incredible flexibility being showcased here on the server.
Yeah, and OC's on the hero that I always associate with Zergy, I gotta say, on the 7. That's going to be really interesting. OC's,
all right,
I mean,
here we go.
Probably using OC's build at some point.
I believe Leviathan's gonna win this super easy. Please win this super easy. You have to.
But like pound for pound for that M1 role. Like if we're talking the pure M1 in Europe right now, OC's is definitely in the argument, if not the best player. And so I'm super excited to see what he's gonna do with 7. Now 7's made his way back in to the meta, so that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Well, Zip Knocker ass here on the Together, always a nice one for Workham, which somebody who we haven't talked about is a bit of a newcomer to the space. I don't know that Workham has played on the night shift before. Maybe I'm wrong, but definitely exciting. You know, for me, I think Deadlock, we started to have this idea of like, hey, the players have built real history, but I think more than just about any other game that's being played competitively right now, there's incredible room for newcomers. We've seen that in NA recently, and here in EU as well, right? Like, there is still the opportunity for people to break in. You know, you maybe think the top players are insanely good right now, but just you wait a couple of years, it's going to be a lot crazier. So excited to get fresh faces here in the competition.
Yeah, totally agree. It's going to be really cool to see what teams, new teams pop up over time. It's inevitable. I mean, we've been seeing it here on the night shift over time. So that said, is there any favorites here for you, Jake? You know, we talked a little bit about some of the, not necessarily the win conditions, but the strengths stylistically of these drafts, like where they're going to have the inherent advantage, whether that's the team fights or the pick game. And so I'm curious what your take is on which of these teams is going to have the advantages in the lane. Who needs to have
Doorman.
Who is it more important for to have that tempo coming out of the early lane phase?
Ooh, Sun, it does get a kill onto OCs, and honestly, I can kind of see it both ways. I think Abrahams has a draft with, other than Mirage and Venator, right? There's a pretty sick fighting group of 4 here, which is typically how I've been looking at Deadlock drafts these days, is like, who are the 4 that are going to fight around mid lane, and who are the 2 that are going to play side? I mean, it's oversimplification, right? The game ends up being a lot more nuanced than that, but at its most base level, that group of 4 looks insane for Abrahams. Also just super curious to see how the farm actually ends up stacking up between somebody like 7 and a more conventional carry. Obviously, 7 going down early definitely hurts. I mean, this is a hero who is not necessarily the best laner, but you just want to come out of the lane, reasonably farm the tower if you can hold it to buy the space for you to hit that jungle. It's really the goal on the 7, so definitely eyes on OC to see how he can recover this game.
Good pressure here in the mid lane from Abrahams and the Mirage. Well, getting really aggressive as well. The quick parry on the tower. Something I'll also add on top of the point about 7 is the lane partner. You've got McGinnis there, which has been played by Hapex. And McGinnis is really interesting because she's very strong in the laning phase. And so what you could see is McGinnis helping to win that lane very quickly with 7. And then you just move McGinnis elsewhere. And then you've got a 7 kind of more guaranteed that solo farm a little bit earlier.
Yeah, definitely. If they can, you know, take that tower, would be huge. I will say Arzo and Sonya have done a fantastic job stabilizing things. As you can see, Victor as well in the mid for overseas. I think definitely another character that wants to have a solid game here, right? He wants to be tanky enough that, you know, that incoming damage on the Urn fight is tolerable, even when it is these like heavy spirit nukes. Curious also to see what build Victor goes for. I mean, we've seen really committed gun builds on Victor. Obviously, I think the original Victor build is like the super heavy spirit and lifesteal strat. But, you know, I think things are open, right? With an objective change, the priorities on the builds change too.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, we're getting to the 5-minute mark now. And so we have those bridge buffs coming up momentarily. It'll be cool to see, you know, how those fights go. I think, you know, one of the things that Abrams is really good at is definitely those bridge buff fights. We've got priority looking, or teams looking for priority on their waves so that they can manage to get to that bridge buff position quicker.
I need some food, bro. I'm gonna go make a sandwich here in a second.
Nasty lane too. Silver Mina, like this is gonna hit very hard. Viscous Abrams is incredibly durable, but even it's hard to imagine. I think any lane really gonna be tanking through the output from Silver and Mina when the ults come up.
Yep.
Abrams,
that's why I think it's over, bro.
Too. I actually kind of felt like, especially with that little push right there on that Abrams lane, that Leviathan were going to have positioning for it, but they actually lost out on both buffs. Not the craziest buffs though, you know, vitality and speed buff, but still definitely helpful as this tower goes down. We talked about the importance for it to go the other way. This is great work here. And they're going very deep here. Oh, what a shot, the flick. The Iridomini, you'd love to see that.
That's not good, but I guess, you know.
But, I mean, this lane, I feel like it's gone very,
Arzo's dead, so that's good.
For the
very least.
side.
Yeah, the fact you're able to get this take is definitely something very nice. I will say, I think 7 doesn't completely losing the tower. McGinnis is going to almost certainly roam and maybe look elsewhere. And there's a lot of space for 7 to maybe farm up. Very curious to see what the build is. It's really surprising me that 7 hasn't bought more items here. And with like the headshot booster, or no, what's it called? Is it crippling?
Weakening
It's
headshot.
not crippling. Weakening headshot. That
Yeah.
it's like a very odd buy for me. I guess it works on creeps now, so
Yeah, it does, yeah.
it's not crazy, but I don't think I've ever seen this item bought this early on 7.
Yeah, it should definitely speed up the farming a lot, but yeah, it is interesting. I mean, obviously it's OCs, right? OCs is the author of all the builds we all follow, so I guess we just have to trust that it makes sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. If anyone was going to show off a new build here, it would be OCs. That guy is definitely one of the leaders in terms of the meta right now. It's like we've lost a Victor ult on mid. A lot of pressure here coming in from Empty Dreams. This Vitality buff is paying crazy dividends. He's been healing the entire duration of this. McGinnis puts her life on the line to defend the tower, which will work for now, but feels like a matter of time. Calico's coming in, looking for the finish. No ulti on Victor, but doesn't think she can get that chase down.
Yeah, definitely good deflection from Leviathan on that mid lane. I thought Abrahams are going to have a better time of it with the 3-player aggression.
Oh, sorry, I do.
3-player aggression, we do have the same thing now for Leviathan on the right side of the map. Guardian. McGinnis gets sent into the Baroness. I don't know if they can follow up on that, but in the meantime, this right side...
Oh yeah, no, Doorman's super low. Unless it's the kidnap,
Yeah, a couple Guardian takes coming in for Abrams. See if they can find
no, it's fine.
Fremont on a little movement showcase here.
Well, where's kidnapping on DNS, bro? Come on now.
This tower and
We don't see kidnapping, bro. Like, come on.
You really wanted to avoid. So Taz showing the power of Doorman, just getting rid of your defender, but maybe the counter push is going to come right in. This looks to be shaping up for a major team fight.
Yeah, there's good zoning with the McGinnis wall, but a lot of defensive capabilities brought in by Abrahams, forcing the push back here. And now suddenly, very vulnerable players for Leviathan. They thought they were in a good spot there for that push, but
I thought they were too.
The tables have been turned. I mean, to go all the way back to the Walker. Oh my goodness, just barely survived.
Oh, they're fine though. They're fine. Silver's fine. Silver's fine.
Even if he survives, I mean, a lot of value, I would say, from
Abrahams
on that defense.
This is pretty
huge. I mean, you get
6K down.
I mean, there's going to be a price paid for this.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
6K soul lead.
Hey.
What's going on, guys?
That is a trophy collector Calico.
I mean, hey, I think if there's a hero who's going to do it, right, it should be.
All right, here's what happened.
This makes way too much sense.
I'm hungry.
A little bit too deep,
I'm going to go make a sandwich. When I get back, Leviathan, this game better be over. This game better be over. Be right back.
Are they still going to keep chasing, though? I mean, they're getting blocked by a few other players. Might still be able to make it out. There's still a lead now available. So, oh yeah, they're cutting line of sight here. Wow, I love that. I love the ult through the door. That was pretty cool.
Taz pops everything for now. Delays things, but there could be an opportunity here. Demo picks up a Guardian. Remux still has ultimate, but it's gonna maybe struggle to proc it. The damage is coming in. They're really trying to just burst this Silver down. That decay from Viscous is starting to bite, and with just a little bit of HP left, yeah, Silver just has to run for it. Abrams slams in over the top. Fremont can't really get into this fight, and Abrams throwing their weight around on the map right now.
I wonder if Fremont will live here, but if so, that'd be two just ridiculous escapes that Fremont has already had this game. Escaping the ball there, I thought that ball locked down, and that was like so cool and a little smart setup there, combined with the Doorman Baroness. But so far, we're seeing priority from Abrahams all across the map. The scoreline's pretty close at 6K advantage for them, but they are really winning all of these fights. You know, when they come in for the defense, they always push Leviathan back so far. their presence across the entire map has been really annoying. And I think, you know, we talked about how Calico really adds to that, and we have seen that, I think, from Sanya Sniper. He's been very annoying, but with that said, you know, with Calico, you've got to be careful about your soul value, but the bridge bus come up here, and once again, looking good for Abrahams.
Yeah, big snipe. Dimov grabs the buff, but pays with his life. Does not feel worth there. Mino over the top, putting down a bit of damage, and she still has the Sanguine to play her way out, but in the end, Saint still stays alive here on the Viscous. And Leviathan get bullied back. They do not get to escape that with a buff, just denying the Spirit buff, but it feels like that's probably not worth your life on Dimov.
Absolutely. That's a nice Leaping Slash there. Return the Shadows to get out of dodge. But this is it. OC's farmed up, doing a nice bit of damage overhead, controlling the space, and that will secure this Guardian as well. So that's a nice pickup. We had an urn coming up in a minute, so you do need to do that setup work for the map control. And uh-oh, Fremont, I don't think he's getting out of it this time.
Yeah, surely he's going to take out. I mean, he cannot take the full damage here, but it looks like he will. Just gets popped. Trophy collector stacks maybe starting to get up here. I mean, Sanya's getting involved in all of these fights. The 7 ult from OCs, though, definitely showing threat, and he's going for, I think, pretty much a gun build on 7. I'm curious if he'll maybe go back towards Spirit now, or if he'll stick with a committed gun. I have seen that build look good before. Mirage goes all in, but maybe wasn't expecting this. Dimov showing up for the counter kill, walled in by McGinnis as well, and that's a really nice kill to find. Empty Dreams trying to make a play on the side lane, but Tation comes in to punish.
And here again, you know, this is exactly why Calico is so expert. I mean, I don't think anyone can do it better than Calico. Goodbye.
So close. Overseas was, I mean, what, like 20 HP, 10 HP? He had to be down to the absolute wire. Kill would have been super worth if Sonic could find it, but in this case, just doesn't quite have the gas.
You got to worry about those stomps. They're much more dangerous now. Okay, quick escape there, but we do have one coming up here, Jake, and we know we talked about it. Leviathan have a really good setup. They got all the circles for these urn fights. So how will Abrahams handle it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment where they should be strong. They need to be strong. Mirage getting kind of swarmed, hit from all sides, but the roll comes in from Saint. Even he just doesn't have the HP. OCs brings him down. It's just that raw gun damage. And with the Lycan Curse proc, they're going to get a free pickup here.
Protect the urn runner.
Okay, across the map they go, and I don't know how this defense is going to look for Abrahams. They're going to be looking to take the Guardian down. They should be successful here. We've got Arzo picking that one up. So looking to be in position to potentially fight for this, and at the same time, Leviathan, they have to get more players over there. They will have 3 players for the initial drop-off, but looks like Abrahams will have 4 players, 5 players now for this contest. So this does get kind of interesting. In terms of the ultimates, there is plenty available for Abrahams, although we really think about Leviathan's ultimates more so for these team fights. And now having to just hold the urn. And one of the new dynamics, Jake, is you can't hold it forever anymore.
Yeah, right. It's, you know, you can juggle it for a little while, but eventually it's going to start to hurt. It's going to start to put that damage down. Sonya is scouted, which, I mean, there is real kill threat from Dimov here with the slowing hex. Fremont holding the urn, but you can see it just doesn't last for long. Oh, this is a huge gank. Instant kill. Empty Dreams gets basically nothing off in that fight. Sonya ults and just tries to run away, but there's a chase down coming in. I mean, I don't think Dimov is going to let this one go easy.
This is a very important kill to find. Long just before Sanya's able to cut line of sight. It's taken out and is going to be reset completely. So even on the overall souls, and we get pressure from both teams on either side of the map here on these walkers. So I feel like we're kind of resetting Jake into more of a neutral position, but now that the urn's been collected again, will Leviathan go for it this time?
It feels like I'm surprised they didn't go before. I mean, with both 7 ult and Victor ult, but the patience works out, right? They're able to punish Mirage on the side lane. A couple key ultimates are out, like Abrams ult not being available. Even the Calico ult, definitely something you'd like to have around the urn fight. Abrams are showing presence, though. It shows to me that they are not going to give this one up for free. McGinnis is going to defend mid, but it looks like a fight is going to break out around the urn. But meanwhile, 7 and Mina are on the other side of the map, so it looks like maybe another fake out of Leviathan. They just kill off Empty Dreams again. They bait the urn again, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I just can't seem to get it across, but big fight breaking up between nice swap under the Walker. The stop won't come in time to really convert on top of that one. It looks like Abrahams have all the positioning here. They've managed to hold, but they don't have the Walker just yet. They don't have the urn. But speaking of Walkers, they're going to lose one of their own here on the left side. So this actually is a great trade for Leviathan.
Yeah, great macro from Leviathan. They just never had any intention of committing to that urn fight. Abrams, though, coming in, trying to collapse on these players. They're staying a little bit greedy. Seven and Mina sticking around after taking the tower, but looks like they're too much for just Saint and Empty Dreams to handle, even with the rotation in. Like, they get kind of bullied back here. And, I mean, the net worth is starting to explode a little bit here on OCs.
I'm back.
Scary. We'll get a pause.
Leviathan, this game better be over.
You and I, Jake, we can survey the
Game better be over, Leviathan. I just got back.
Charge his headset. All right, so we got like at least a minute, depending on how fast that thing charges. Hope it's USB.
They're ahead. They're ahead.
All right, what do we got here?
I like this build from Seven.
Yeah.
I will say this is a very this is extremely competitive build. Like, he's going full shred. So he's not.
They're ahead now. They're ahead now. This is very good.
Seven build in your
Give me
pots. This is a
myself a
very
sandwich.
powerful build at enabling your teammates, right? Like, the spirit damage he does from his third skill does disgusting status effects on the opposition here. I mean, it's like you're getting multiple kinds of bullet and spirit resist shred, the headshot shreds, your 3 maxed naturally shreds, you have suppressor on it. I mean, he has, I think it's every debuff you can get. I mean, he'd go like Mystic Slow or something.
Yeah.
Feels a little much, but it's looking really like powerful for enabling the rest of the squad. Like, if you're fighting the 7 and then things like Mina comes in, McGinnis comes in with an ult, the Victor's running in, like, that shred is going to add up like crazy. And, you know, I'm worried about Abrahams because their front line is essentially Abrams and like Calico, but for Arzo and Empty Dreams, if you get caught, like, you are not going to have the tankiness that you might expect on somebody like a Benedict.
It's interesting because it's very reminiscent of these old Crow Vindicta builds. If you guys remember that version of
Thank you.
the Crow
Thank you.
Vindicta.
Thank you. That's what I'm doing. I'm eating a
Packs for the shred on these
sandwich.
packs.
Thank you, Smiles.
Taz in trouble.
He doesn't have Baroness.
Mm.
Oh my god. Here comes the ball though. Like a scene from Indiana Jones.
Yeah, running him down.
Leviathan,
Space created for the ball, but
It can't-
he's probably just going to have to be satisfied.
it
with
can't be
being
this close.
Like,
I put
it's
20,000 channel points on you.
He's going to be super happy about a chase down getting attempted here onto Victor, who doesn't have ultimate, which looks to be going very nicely here. Finally, Empty Dreams get us a little bit of
What are you doing? Leviathan, I put 20,000 channel points here. Come on, bro.
Maybe getting a little bit greedy farming so deep.
Here comes Fremont looking to get a gank.
Point.
Got shot it away, so can't kind of get that.
Oh, thank you, Smiles.
Onto Alzo is looking for, but at least forces him back a little bit. And
I'm back joining my meal.
is important. And right now, the whole Leviathan team kind of blocking the put down of that urn at the moment for the urn fight. And it's been interesting how it's been challenging for both teams to really get that King of the Hill situation going. I don't think we've really have we had it. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it shows both teams have basically opted to fake with control, right? Like, you know, they're going for a pretty committed. There's 3 players pushing the side lane here with the Mirage, so no intention from Abrahams to actually go for this dunk. See if Dimov could find a catch or a swap here. Looks like they do need to punish. Urn is taking Abrams, though. I don't know about going for this dunk. Yeah, he is just faking, making them think that he's committed. But yeah, you just can't hold the Urn really any longer. Even Abrams, right, with his Infernal Resilience, it's like, yeah, it just hurts too much. You got to go back to the base, got to take a reset.
Yeah, really interesting situation. We
But now they're timed out, right? Because they hold on to it too long, they're timed out.
Which was kind of big.
So if Leviathan wanted to go dunk it, they could actually.
They don't really want to go for these team fights themselves. Like, that's kind of a part of their strategy, I would say. Now,
And I believe they for sure could, bro. I believe they for sure could.
is trying to prioritize.
Actually, you know what? You know what, Leviathan? I have 20,000 channel points. All right, I'm the captain of the team now. Go do the urn.
They have been doing quite well.
Wait, I'm not asking. I'm not asking. Go do the urn.
I mean, essentially at this point, like, there has been delayed so much, it's not even worth that many souls. Like 3,000 souls at this point, like both teams nearing 90. It's a little bit more of a rounding error, but you know, still worth if you can get that dunk in. Looks like it is going to be Fortune. Abraham's thinking about it, or nope, they're baiting once again. And the Leviathan are very ready to contest. And I mean, both teams are. I think no one wants to make the mistake. I think both teams recognize this game is basically dead even, and you know, no one wants to take the gamble. No one feels confident to take the risk.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, and again, just gets zoned away. And I like this movement from Leviathan. 3 players looking to kind of split off and find picks in middle to chase down onto Mirage, onto Empty Dreams.
Wash,
No, can't
the
quite
Wash
find it.
TM.
Again, might actually.
I mean Wash.
I mean Abrams in position to do it.
No,
Yeah, the waves
And
are
there we
so
go.
I've been queuing him as my one trick, and I haven't gained him, so now I'm trying to pick up Mo and Krill. I don't know why I want to play Mo and Krill next, but I'm there. All right,
here would love to be able to get up some nice stuns. Major team fight looks to be developing here. Mina
why is he the only one? Okay, no. Everyone's there.
Overseas loses the ult, creates a little.
You get earned. 7 ult.
Abrams slams back down. Could start to look for more targets.
I think he doesn't want to get started. Okay, now he
On
ults.
Abrams, OCs opens up with the ultimate.
Victor's down though. Come on.
But the knockdown comes in.
Uh-oh, knockdown?
Guy unable to really deal damage, and this looks to be going well for Abrahams. It's not over yet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, still quite a few players up. Health is getting low though. Together on Abrams about.
Dude, you guys can't kill. Like,
Out of Baroness.
come on. Yes. This is down. This is down.
If he can just refresh that curse, he's gonna be a great.
I'll go down.
shot, but it sounds like the curse will not get reset, but still.
Come on, Mina.
Coming in here now for Leviathan. We've got 4 players remaining right now. All out.
No.
You got
1,000. Okay, it's over. GG's. There goes my 20,000 channel points.
Really making Doorman look.
There goes my 20,000 channel points. It's over.
Definitely with
GG's, bro.
Abrahams, but Leviathan
GG's.
still really looking to make this go, and the Soul.
Unless, wait, Victor's back.
Very shortly here, Jake, because this fight.
The orange gonna break. The orange gonna break.
We're down to the absolute wire here, which would be a.
The orange gonna break. Get souls. Holy.
Looks like a
Wait, Victor got it. Victor was getting those.
Overseas. So many kills.
Souls are even. Well,
in this fight.
yeah.
Players, though, and with the respawns coming in,
Everyone's back up.
maybe there's going to be one last chase down here on.
This is bad. This is bad, dude. Leviathan, my 20,000 channel points are gone. I'm understanding. All 20,000 of them are gone.
Delay that for a moment. OC's
It's fine though. It's fine though.
But the Viscous provides massive value.
I would rather die a good man than live as a.
Insanely well with basically no HP left
What?
to speak of.
I forgot what the quote is from Shutter Island.
And as the dust settles, I don't know that either team.
Leonardo
sees this
DiCaprio has a
better
quote.
than How they came in.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. I got.
They're only down. They're okay. They're only down 4K. That's not bad. That's not bad. And they have a walker down, so it's not actually horrible.
Some of our assumptions out a little bit because we did get to start off with the victor.
It could be worse. It could be a lot worse, for sure.
Control space, things that we thought would really be high value, but didn't ultimately end up impacting the fight all that much. As Abrahams played it really, really well to deny, using the knockdown on 7 ult. Able to dodge the Victor ult. They use the Doorman as well to escape some of these bigger abilities while still keeping.
So Mirage is actually a good pick.
Yeah, just great play from.
He has not been a good pick for the last few DNSs.
Next on the map. Now that we're
The last few DNSs have not been good picks for him at all.
Actually.
I mean,
Not too
it's
far away.
interesting.
He's like lost every game he's been
Feel
picked
like
on.
The menace on the urn that he was, and oh, by the way,
They're doing mid boss.
not earn anymore. A force on the mid boss. Really wild look from Abrams, but OC's is down. So
I mean, honestly, these guys are getting these picks, so just why not?
Definitely gonna look for the.
And they have Doorman. Yeah, and they have Doorman ult. That's real bad. Does he have?
Very easy to.
Yep. He kidnapped someone.
Somebody out into the Walker Storm. Able to dodge that one though. This is very, very challenging to get away from this one. I mean, we've had lots of daring escapes from Fremog, but he's got on his tail, and that's going to be the end of him. Now comes the Rejuve Crystal falling down Nox Nostra from the heavens, and it is
dude, they got all the Rejuves.
Abraham.
Oh, Mina's dead.
Every single Rejuve Crystal. They're going to lose a couple players though.
Okay, they got one Rejuve out. That's
very even here. Now if we start to see Arzo making his presence.
I mean, what do you do though? Yeah, Victor ult.
Some of those turrets annoying, but really at the end of
they have no stuns though.
From Abrams, and Abraham's coming out once again better in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Abrams, this is just the best team in the world when it comes to mid boss.
Jeez, man.
As long as they've been a team, they have been snatching away mid boss.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is comebackable. This is comebackable. It's fine. I know. It's comebackable. This is so easy. So easy. Well, yeah, but they got the Walker now. Now they're up 10K.
Abrahams may have done enough.
They got blue though.
Really crack this game open.
They got blue. They got blue Walker, which is a really good Walker to get. So they're pretty far up. 10K and they have blue Walker down is really good for them.
Special request from the public. They want to know how many trophy collector stacks are we at for Calico?
How many stacks is Calico? Can't be too many. I mean, their souls are going up, but not that many. Is there even a way to check?
Anything. When we're in arenas, right, for this game, we're gonna do
14 stacks.
Collector stacks.
Also high.
The crowd's gonna go wild for it. Guaranteed.
Stacks is, I mean, this is pretty massive, right? You know, Trophy Collector, it's definitely something nice to have here for Calico because it really lets her just stay, you know, in her lane, constantly looking for kills and team fights, not really needing to ever do many jungle camps, which clears the way.
Yeah, it's really not good right now, bro.
Dreams and Arzo to just farm up an absolute.
It's fine though.
Which, I mean, these last successful team fights.
Leviathan
really
got me to like 60,000 channel points in total, so I believe in them. I'm getting this. I have a hair. Get out of my, get out of my face.
The toughest hurdle of the game.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Past that earn fight, getting into a mid boss, and the later the game goes, it feels like you gotta like the odds of a Mirage.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
This is not a great spot. It's crazy because Leviathan just has the better comp.
Abraham's making this,
but they're losing.
Good, and I mean, more importantly,
but if they get to late game, maybe they'll be fine.
Oh my god.
No, but they have Venator.
Storyline. It's been truly.
Late game Abrams is also a nightmare.
For the last few weeks.
Also, if they get to late game, they don't have to worry about Viscous. Doorman's still gonna be annoying late game. Mirage kind of falls off a bit late game. And Calico kind of also falls off. So if maybe they get to late game, they might be good. Because 7 late game is gonna be strong. Silver might fall off a bit late game. Mina a little bit late game as well. Victor though, getting late game will be great. McGinnis into late game will be pretty decent. So I don't know. I want them to win so bad, but I don't know, man. They're just on the ropes.
They've had complete control for the most part in this game. They've looked really, really good.
They got another walker down from that mid boss fight.
Good Leviathan had a bit of trade, but since then, the macro looking good and looking to use those McGinnis walls to try to get
gone.
Pickoffs here. Still
bad.
though, despite that, Abraham's just
that's so much damage.
Force their will onto this game, Jake.
Mina's bites are not doing that much damage, dude.
Out of this, Empty Dreams went pretty deep for that one, but the cube is gonna purge everything off. Saint definitely been worth his weight in gold on Viscous this game.
It's weird because
Refreshers picked up her overseas though. It's a very nice.
Calico's a good character for sure, but she's not the strongest. Not in this meta.
Gonna expire before this
I thought that was kind of a troll pick, but it's working because they're just so good. It is Sonya Sniper though, who's like one of the best EU players though. So I mean, like,
it's scary, but we've seen these turn fights go incredibly long. You know, past even spawn time.
I think they get that earn fight. I mean, the rejuves are down. The rejuves are gonna be gone, so that's good. Rejuves are all gone. But I don't know if they can contest that. I really don't think they can contest that.
Having to come into the attack. We'll see if they're able to make it work out here. Looking to get a nice.
They got a hit. They got pick. Viscous down.
Huge kill early on. Absolutely.
They did get. Unfortunately, Paradox went down though. He gets unstoppable. His ult is just going up. His ult's going up. Abrams down.
Escalating here, just taking down
Mirage dead.
Absolutely unmatched right now.
Yes, Doorman down.
Initial kill on Saint pays huge dividends now. Those carries feel so much more.
Yes, see, that's what I'm talking about. 7 is it. Yes.
And gets the AoE on the Venator.
And they got that.
Could turn into an entire team wipe, and Leviathan could have just.
Nice, dude. See, I'm telling you, they got that good fight, but like, no one stopped 7. 7 is so strong. 7 might be like the most busted character in the entire game. If no one curses him or stuns him out of his ult, does so much damage, especially with that escalating.
They have completely come back into this game. It was looking potentially over, especially when they're down like nearly 20k plus.
Look at that! Look at the soul difference. They're gonna shoot right back up from that one fight. The soul difference shot right back up, and now they're deleting.
He's swapping. He's coming back in a bit, but glad to have you here.
They couldn't get any mid boss off that though. The boss not up.
That feels amazing.
I don't know what they bought. I think it was 7. Now 7 has unstoppable. So I mean, you can still curse him, but like, unstoppable is gonna be so good for so many like stuns, just everything.
Circles game, you cannot compete with 7. I mean,
I know.
Always stays on top.
Literally, dude, 7 is so broken. Like, you just win games. If your 7 does good, you win the game. I've lost so many games because there's a 7 that I can do nothing about. I'm playing Lash, so I try to ult him out of his ult, but he has unstoppable, so I have to wait for his unstoppable to be over. And that entire time, I'm just taking down so much health because of his ult. And I just lose. There's nothing I can do, bro. And then I also go Moan Krill. I can't get him out of his ult with Moan Krill either.
Maybe a little bit happy for that. It's kind of a mixed bag where you have the
Mirage, it's just there's nothing you can do, man.
On one hand, you do scale pretty well late. On the other hand,
ooh, look at the movement. Ooh, the movement.
Her overall
nice basic shot.
Game, it gets worse.
Breaking out in the mid, Nox Nostrok trying to come in over the top, layer down some damage, but Freemox already out of the fight. So Abraham's now
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's just silver, it's fine.
Maybe
It's just silver, it's fine.
and catch a reset.
Yeah, everyone just back out, reset. Back out, reset. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Even on walkers, they're even on walkers. Just back out, reset.
Didn't commit to buying that refresher we saw in 5.
It's fine.
Instead went for a Scourge, which does feel pretty strong in this game if you're getting on top of characters like Venator or Abrams.
Good wall.
Again, is doing
Good wall.
Keep contested this mid space, but definitely showing the cracks. I mean, whoever finds.
I will say the McGinnis nerfs might have affected this because I saw after the McGinnis nerfs, the win rate went down. They're going for mid boss right now. I mean, they got mid boss last time. That was a really good mid boss they got last time. Seven has ult and everything, but he could get focused. They have to do something about this though. They're back out. They're gaining low. Venator might just tank it. Yeah, Venator can just tank it probably.
What's actually more of a 5v5
He's going out to go help. He's gonna go out to help. There's a fight going on.
To the party.
A lot of ults already out now from Abrahams, but it doesn't seem like they've got many connections. Although, hold on, Seven finds himself in a tough spot. Has
Ult?
multi, but the damage is coming in and it's hurting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Will stick around for long. 3 procs from.
He's gonna get focused. Yep. You can get focused just like that, and it's over.
90 seconds on the deck for OCs. That is backbreaking.
That's it. That's it. You finish mid now. You finish mid now. You have everyone up. You have 7 down. You have 7 up there. Yeah, it's get mid. Oh man, not like this, dude. Not like this.
So once more, Abraham's 6 on 5.
I don't even contest that.
Farmed on Leviathan. Shouldn't be a fake this time around, and you're still playing with Doorman. And you have Mirage for the dust.
Thank you for showing up, man. I appreciate anybody watching at even for any little time, man. So thank you so much. I hope you have a fantastic day, bro. Take it easy. They all got parried. It's over.
Every single rejuve going the way of Abraham's. Leviathan finds himself on the back foot once more.
I hope you have a better day than me, man. My day is ruined. I'm losing all 20K of my channel points. GG's, bro. GG's.
Caught by this Doorman ulti and
Team wipe.
Back into a world of hurt.
Have a good day, Smiles.
Waves are not bad. Honestly, there's a wave crashing here on the
My
base.
channel points, dude.
Abrahams, they could really drop. They could get.
My channel points are all gone. All gone.
Going down though for sure.
All gone.
Yeah, I mean, Abrahams, if you don't walk away from this with at least
Can
one
they get
star,
earned?
you are
Yeah.
very, very sad. You take a look at how they're spraying it out.
That's such a
what's the
bad
plan for
fight,
Empty
man.
Dreams? Give Mirage even more farm. One thing I do want to check in on those golden statues were even earlier in the game, Jake. Abrahams had a pretty substantial golden statue lead, and I
think that's GG's.
More now. And yeah, I mean, look at the amount of power they have team-wide from golden
Rejuves are still
It's a pretty
full
significant
time.
difference.
Like, yeah, I think that's GG's, bro.
Yeah, nice.
Well-
Little full dunk for Abrams. Together, gonna get.
I may have lost 20K channel points, but it's fine.
Starting to stack up. I feel like when
You know,
when
it's
get this
fine.
toxic
It's fine. It's
inhibitor
fine. It's fine.
ricochet, This is when Mirage just becomes a demon in these long fights. Like you have to deal with the Mirage.
It's
but
fine.
He's so hard to find and punish in the chaos of a team fight. You have so many other threats to worry about.
Shrine down, all
You know,
walkers down, yeah.
Right there, so many other threats to worry about. Is that maybe this is the secret to make Mirage work? Is that you do pair up Mirage with something like a Venator, so you can't do the standard gameplay of how people are neutralizing Mirage of, you know, throw in all resources, dive Mirage, because if everyone dives Mirage, you're gonna get ripped apart by the 40k Ven. So in a way, having both Ven and Mirage gives enough of a threat that you can't actually just full dive the Mirage in every fight.
Yeah, I think they actually just win this. I don't know. I don't think they can come back from this. I'm not saying they have a really good fight.
Right? Having the best save in the game in the
There's
queue,
no
able to
objectives
deploy
up right
these
now.
hard carries means that, you know,
30K down
don't
is
even worry about
brutal.
Venator. Like just
There might be
actually
some
being able to
world,
kill
though,
off one of these hard
they come
carries with
back.
a full dive is very much in question. Some decisions though to be made for Abrams now. I mean, they don't have any kills on the map, and I don't suspect Leviathan will give them to them, but do they go for the dry siege, try to get this next shrine, try to drop the patron? Because I don't know that they have one more back out in them. Abrams gonna step up with Scourge and just soak the fight into Fremont. Fremont really needs to get this Lycan Curse, but the burst is instant on him. Arzo overwhelmed. Some big damage coming in from the Noxmaster on Mina, and hold on, Abraham's gonna lose their rejuves, and actually there's a fight to be had.
Come on, Seven. Come on, Seven. Come on. Uh-oh.
The problem is Reezu's been used pretty well. Iradomini coming out from afar. Not being shot at the 7 here just yet, looking for other
yeah. Oh, yeah, it's
finds
over.
the McGinnis, the shot through the dark.
Yeah, it's
And
over,
now
man.
Abraham
That's it.
is,
That's it.
Holds him in the sky. Taz, how did you get up there? He doored up to the top of the roof. I don't think I've even seen that.
Jake, the lesson learned here.
They don't take damage. They're not taking damage, bro.
Abrahams, it's gonna get
They just
them
refuse to take
kills,
damage.
and it maybe is just going to be the game depending on how long they want to stay here.
Yeah, desperation now. Leviathan, they have to come in and get some kind of a counter kill off of this. Merkham trying to do what he can, but everyone on Abrams is doing fantastic, protecting each other. plays that perfect.
Yeah, that's game. That's game.
Be as much of a
I mean, they might have one less
possible,
defense, but they're
it
up
has to
so
be
much
one
now.
Final throne fight, and Abrahams, they're gonna drop here, but
No, I think that's
really
game,
know that
man.
they are gonna stick around for this.
I don't think they'll stick around, but like,
Well, so
I don't think they
is
come
going
back to this.
down. You don't have the rejuves anymore, and you have a substantial lead. Remember, it's still best of one, and Abrahams knows better than others how things can flip. So they're going to be taking a step back. I think it's the right call in the situation where, yeah, maybe you could all-in dive, but why? You have such a big advantage. You can just win in other ways.
I like this force, though. This is the kind of gamble you have to go for. But they just don't see the opportunity.
No.
In fairness, it's the game is, you know, this is one of those scenarios where do you have a 5% chance to win forcing a fight or a 4% chance to win trying to hold a defense, you know, in this kind of a terrible situation in the game.
I think history has kind of started to show that it's better off going for the wild fight outside of base than trying to defend it on base.
It's over, bruh.
Like, you have to make something
It's
happen.
over.
Is it
It's so
likely to go well
over.
for Leviathan with this sort of stat difference? No, but I mean, there's a possibility. Ideal world, I think, for Leviathan is that you have a fight where Fremont doesn't get blown up immediately, because the way these team fights have been going down, Jake, almost every time it's Together and Sanya just insta jumping Fremont, and I don't even think Fremont has been able to get in the Wolf half the time.
Yeah, he's just getting absolutely assassinated, and even players like Arzo stepping up to take that challenge at close range. So for Fremont, game's feeling really rough. I mean, this happens at no Viscus, there's no Rem on the team, like these really powerful hard saves that would normally, I mean, Abrahams has been used to great effect to punish the initial engagement. They haven't been quite coming through. You know, you wonder about this game, maybe with like someone building a divine barrier for Fremont, but you know, it's hard when you don't have the heroes that are going to naturally go that direction.
Also, in terms of where heroes want to be farm-wise, you know, you have two really hyper-farm people in both the Ven and the Mirage, and then, you know, by comparison, you know, I think in terms of an opening outing for
maybe
for
one
Leviathan,
last defend,
but
one
I
last
mean, at this
hope.
stage in the game, you do want to be like about 10k higher to have a really big impact on the game. I mean, Mina's burst just does not have the same impact if you're just average or below the curve in a game like this.
Oh, once again, Fremont gets initiated on. There's a ton of Abrams players here converging on his position. And with that pin, that should just seal the deal. And good punish from Abraham, you know, waiting for a mistake to be made. The macro advantage is brutal, and mid-bus spawns, and it honestly couldn't be a worse time here for Leviathan. They're going to be forced into this engagement.
Jake, games like this are why silver drinks, but once more together, diving in. Shocking reanimation can be brought out into the unstoppable. Back over and in for round two, but okay, a little bit too much pain. It's suffering for Together. However, space was created. Sanya cleaning up some of the scraps, takes down Overseas. Irritamini being pulled out on the flank as Arzo looking for what remains.
Arzo's so clean with the Irritamini this game. Feels like he just does not miss those stakes. And with Jesper coming D-Mob trying to hold this one out. D-Mob not even going to be able to get out to the base. That will be GG. Abraham's going to advance onto the money match, showing that the old dogs still have some fight left in them.
There goes all my channel points.
A lot of promise, some impressive fights, but for Abraham,
Well,
I think they got exactly what they wanted out of the draft.
I believed.
Four-man was
I believed.
incredibly annoying. I feel like Taz had very few deaths this game. Saint did great on the saves, but the dual carry stars of the show here for Abrahams.
Yeah, and I mean, really, for Abrahams, they ran this exact comp yesterday, Jake, in scrims against Low Key W. That's why when I saw the Mirage pick, I was just like, wait, are you going to go the Calico again? Because they ran both together and won. I was watching that yesterday and just stunned, and look, it was good preparation for Abrahams. They bring it out here in the BO1, and they take the win as a result.
Well,
yeah, great early game from the Calico, right? Like when you go for these greedier setups,
I'm down to 30,000
things can
channel
go wrong
points.
really fast if you start to fall behind and you don't have
Oh,
space
well.
to farm, and you need Mirage to come to fights that he's not really ready for.
Hurts,
But that
fam.
never happened
It
this game.
hurts.
We didn't get to see that world because
But it's all right.
this early tower take
I'll be all
came
right.
in from Calico and Venator.
I'm not all right. That's
Very,
horrible.
very
Oh my
valuable.
gosh,
Even
dude. I
going
can't.
down
I
to
just
7,
can't believe this.
It was not a free fight by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no, not at all. And yeah, all in all, I mean, I think it's interesting to see how much the meta has shifted in just 1 week, where you have the urn changes that came in, where, by the way, the urn fight here was absurd. There was a lot of people in chat, Jake, watching this going, that's the first time I've actually seen the urn go 90 seconds, and it happened in a pro game. It was very much a testament to how even this game was at a point. Even with arguably Leviathan having better team fight options, Abrahams was able to play around it pretty well in most cases while still remaining in the circle.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, I think, had like one really big urn fight go their way. But what made the difference for me in this match was that Abrahams, both times the mid-boss went down, all 3 Rejuves claimed by Abrahams. Like, for me, that often, I mean, as long as we've been playing competitive Deadlock, right? It's been crucial that you get those Rejuve secures. And Abrahams, they've always been the best in the business at exactly that. I feel like this is a team that is so aware of how to play the mid-boss. And I mean, talk about something that shows the veterancy for a team. Like, in all the chaos of a mid-boss fight, it feels like there's no greater test of a team's ability to coordinate, make the right decisions at the right time, and brawl things out. Fantastic parries coming in here. And in the end, Abrahams walk away with the win, on to face Low-Key W in the money match, which won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. Also, if they bring this out against Low-Key W had experience against it yesterday, so presumably Low-Key W has made some countermeasures. I think part of why this comp worked, though, Jake, diving a little bit deep into it, was the fact that they were able to combo burst damage onto dives. I mean, again, you look at the game plan that got executed over and over and over again. What was it? It was Together goes in, sets the stage, goes in on Silver, and then Calico is there immediately on top of other damage being brought in. But the core of it was getting both Abrahams and Calico at the same time to basically isolate someone for death. And when that person is Silver, a hero that, remind you, that was the highest budgeted hero for Leviathan. He was picked at first pick. Where generally speaking, that's a hero you expect to do a lot for you in the course of the game, given you're playing that big of a draft priority on it. And Fremont was just erased most of the game. So, I mean, the strategy for Abrahams was clear and very well executed.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? We just didn't feel like Silver was in that first pick spot, where we've seen many games where Silver like eviscerates these heavy M1 carries and they just can't quite play the game. I mean, that's why this character gets picked in that first slot so often. But it feels like Abrams have a really good counter strat to Silver. That's honestly how this game felt. Would have maybe loved to see Leviathan maybe go back for a little bit more of a powerful save to kind of keep her up through that and get a little bit deeper. But Saint, great stats from 0-4, but 25 assists on Viscous, and I mean a massive investment in spirit damage. So like the damage to this Viscous is pretty real, and he's having some key saves in the fights. But it's also Taz. I mean, this is the Doorman effect. 1 death on Doorman. 5-1 and 27.
1 death on Doorman.
Hero damage. I feel like we didn't talk about him all that much in these games, but he's just old reliable on the Doorman in these fights, like constantly putting down big damage with the Tank Buster. The ulti obviously is like having huge impact, isolating players out of the team fights. And especially in this game, there was a lot of characters who couldn't make their way out of the Baroness in time and end up taking that full burst of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Doorman brings to any given fight. Doorman is giving you top in class damage, where oftentimes you see Doorman as the top damage in the game. Doorman is also giving you the banish, effectively, as Lightbringer would call it, where just having someone out of the fight for a long period of time has hidden benefits over it, especially when it's a priority target. And yeah, I mean, no one hates having Doorman on your team, which is why he's such a high priority pick at the moment. But yeah, here's our full stats screen. A little bit more in depth on the details and the item builds. And, it was close for a long period of time, Jake. And, at one point got evened up about 30 minutes into the game. And once Leviathan took the lead one more time, it was pretty much out of reach. Or rather, once Abrahams took the lead one more time, it was out of reach for Leviathan.
Yeah, looking at these stats, I did feel like the 7 carry, it wasn't bad. Like, there were some impact team fights from OCs. But I think we saw some of the limitations of this frontline setup. I think the McGinnis coming out of a losing lane feels really bad. I think like for this McGinnis to feel good, it feels like you really want to be taking tier 1s early, generating an early advantage, and your team can hopefully snowball on that. You get some space to farm up and to be this like big scary ult in a lot of the team fights, but didn't really feel that from Hapex in this one. I think coming off a rough start, McGinnis feels pretty uniquely bad compared to other heroes. Workham though, I mean, great showing from him, I think overall. Top player damage in the lobby, pretty low deaths, was able to put a lot of space creation down. But I think a lot of that comes from Mina's ability to escape from these initiations. A lot of these other teammates were not so lucky, right? Fremont had to take the brunt of this Together Abrams, Sonya Sniper, Calico, which, I mean, devastating stats across the board from those two.
Typer the creator.
Crown our MVP, and we
Says Axel. Thank you, Axel, for calling me Typer the creator.
Give
Appreciate
it
you.
to Sanya, playing Calico for the first time in a long time here in Night Shift.
I can't believe it actually worked that well, bro.
In a game where the Calico actually looked quite good, Jake, comboing with together.
But it's
over the
alright.
course of the game, and
I will get my channel
we
points
did a
back someday.
damage check-in at the beginning of the game, and Sanya was actually pumping out damage within the first 15 minutes. Was a big
That's fine. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Comfortable, and you talk about the bad McGinnis performance. The combination of taking down Fremont in these fights meant that the McGinnis was usually one of the people getting dived after. Like, Sanya didn't let Hapex have a lot of room post Fremont dying in these fights, and it was just a tough game from the pressure that was able to be put down here, in no small part to the combos that Calico was a part of.
It's great to see Sanya on these like I mean, he's such a strong carry performer, but it's exciting to see that he can bring it on this wide range of heroes. I mean, definitely a player to watch in the future in Deadlock. I think you know, historically in hero shooters, whenever I see a player that feels like they can pilot heroes in completely different categories to an insane level of play, I think those are the players that end up lasting an incredibly long time and, being some of the top players in the entire pro scene. So for Sanya, a great early game to set his team off on the right foot, and some great finishing team fights to close that one out for Abrahams. And so for our money match, it is going to be Low-Key W, our title holder, taking on Abrahams as the challenger.
Yeah, and for Abrahams, of course, it's not too big of a surprise coming in. I mean, they have been the #2 team in Europe in recent results. And for Leviathan, again, I kind of called it in the middle of the draft, is that regardless of how you looked at the draft and how things went down, this is a team that literally just changed up 3 players. Even though some of the players are some of the more storied in the scene, like D-Mov, you can't necessarily expect the team to come out with their peak performance in week 1. This block is a little bit too complicated of a game for that. It takes some time to build team synergy.
True.
Yeah, and I think the proof's in the pudding for this team, right? To have played Abraham so close, like, one of those reju fights around mid goes differently, and Leviathan walks out of the pit with the spoils there. Honestly, like, you very much believe that they could and would have won, right? They were at a serious deficit. They had some big team fights to kind of bring the game back into contention, and there's not many squads that can kind of make recovery fights against a team like Abraham. So definitely, obviously, expect more in the future out of this Leviathan team. But that's all for them in this week. They are eliminated, of course, there in the Challenger.
So the money match is set in stone. It's going to be Abrahams taking on Low-Key W once again. Will the changes of the week be in Abraham's favor, or will Low-Key W defend their position? Tune in after the break to find out.
Well, that was a hard match to watch. Well, I mean, it was good. It's just, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, all right? I want cookies. I actually want a cookie right now. Play with me.
Time to fight, Guardian. What do you need? I see the enemy. Stop by when you return, Titan. Trade punches.
See what this book can do. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I don't think I put any more channel points on, but I think you gave me all my channel points. You took them all away. No more gambling for me today. No more gambling today. Oh. Hmm. Man. Oh. I'm still trying to overcome my sickness. Wait, where can I find if I go to my vault? I love the little intro they added. It's so sick.
Welcome back, everyone. The money match is upon us. I did not mute my microphone this time. ZP and Jake, and later DDK to bring you all the action here in our final here in the U. And Jake, again, from the last match, things are changing in the meta here in Deadlock.
Yeah, we already got a little bit of a test of that, but you know, some old classics also making a reappearance. You know, to see the double carry come out for Abrahams look very solid. The fact that they can win the first earn fight with that really surprised me. I mean, I think that's just impressive play.
I'm driving outside. I heard.
I got a call, chat, for one moment here. People are saying, man, Freemock, stop dying all the time. And while, yeah, it's true, Freemock was the target there. Here's the thing. We haven't seen an Abrams Calico basically in forever. So I actually think this is a case where the aggression of that strategy and being that hard on the dive was not something that you could really be prepared for until you deal with it. And yeah, I think you put Freemock against the same situation. Things are probably a little bit more measured, but that was a strategy, Jake, that, you know, was some of the highest burst damage we've seen.
Yeah, it's one of those games where like maybe you go like almost pure green on silver, just try to survive that initial burst of damage, but you know, also not end up going for these like hard safe supports. Like, you know, there was the opportunity, not that, you know, Paige or Kelvin are really being picked all that much these days, but right, it could have, you know, been a shifter in the dynamic here. Of course, around those
enhancement prisms
draft for Leviathan, I think basically just getting punished by Abrahams with the final pick Calico.
Well, we got to talk about what's going to be going down here in our EU final. And of course, to do that, we got to talk about the reigning champion. That's right.
I'm out of enhanced prisms.
The team that's been winning it all as of late. Winners of the Night Shift Open, current kings of Europe. a lot of old Buff Enjoyers history on this team, Jake, both from the player side and, of course, their coach and Lightbringer, frequent friend of the show. And, you know, you look at this roster, they went through a little bit of tough times where they replaced Empty Dreams Zergy, but, you know, kind of going to the point I was talking about last map with Leviathan, where, you know, I wonder what their growing pains are going to be. Loki W, they just made a change of one player from Empty Dreams Zergy, and it took them a few weeks to finally get their rhythm back.
Yeah, and I mean, now that they have, right, the W's have been anything but low-key. I mean, they've been really dominant, right? Crushing through the Night Shift Open, defeating essentially all the other...
This is true. I remember when they would not win at all.
Right?
Now they are winning.
Statement victory for low-key W, and now making a run of things in the Night Shift, wanting to maybe reenact that Buff Enjoyers era of dominance. Also a couple newer faces on this team like Vrake and Cosmetical, but these guys are quickly joining the pedigree with the rest of this squad and all of their experience.
Yeah, and you know, for Loki W, they've been the team to beat, and you know, they are mortal. It's not like they go on streaks where they win everything, you know, 10 in a row historically. Like even the Buff Enjoyers era, you know, they'd win 3-4 in a row, then you know, lose a game. But that also is a testament to how competitive EU is. And you know, on that note, we can flip back over to the Abrahams roster that we just saw, which of course is going to be the other team in this game. And you know, you talk about hero flexibility. You know, it was a big story in the last game, but you know, Sanya able to go from, you know, position 1, always playing M1 characters. You get Empty Dreams joining the team, and Sanya goes, yeah, you know, I'm just going to do a little bit of Lash, a little bit of Calico. I will fill.
Here comes the Lash.
And, you know, really gave an extra level of flexibility to this Abraham squad.
Yeah, the flexibility, you know, I think is going to prove to be key right now with the way the meta has changed. I mean, you got players like Saint, who've played the Abrams at times, played the classic supports, but also been able to take the fight to the opponents and be more of an aggressive frontliner. I think Arzo and Empty Dreams on the dual carry really impressed me. I think that's not an easy style to make work, given your greed in the early game, but when you're able to win your lanes with those kind of heroes, like when the Venator comes out with an early tower take, it really just sets you off on the right path in a match of deadlock. So Abrahams, they love to repeat that. They love to put some pressure on. Loki W have been a team that is just stalwart when they're on the defense too. So this is going to be one of those matches that is, you know, even with an early lead, I just don't think it can be decided quickly when teams of this caliber are matching up.
Yeah, and you know, for the teams, I think draft is going to be very soon. Actually, we have a player question going on in regards to 7. In fact, this is the full transparency here. I'm happy to read it on broadcast as we go through it here. It's basically saying, can we ban 7 ult damage through wall if you're point blank to it? I'm going to say in this case, probably not, just in the sense that if you ult near the, like that, you're going to say, oh, you just can't ult near a wall. 7, for me,
Increased Dragon
it's a little bit, yeah.
It strikes me as unenforceable, right? Because like you're gonna end up ulting on the floor or the walls, like maybe naturally, or getting pushed there or something like that. So it's one of those bugs that's hard to ban. On top of that, if it were like on one of these like super premier picks, maybe I'd feel better about it. But 7 went 12th in the last game. Like it can be good, but I am sort of skeptical that it's going to be all that dominant in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually another good point, which is what we use for criteria, where, you know, there was a bug a while back where for Wraith, Healing Booster was giving her extra impact on her card heal, right? Where people ran the percentages and it was like, whoa, this is doing like 35% instead of 25%. Can we ban Healing Booster on Wraith? It's like, no, like people have known about this and they're still not picking the hero. Like that does not rise to the level of the ban. Like it's a combination of, it needs to be like bugged and it needs to just make the hero so broken that you feel like it's first ban, first pick. If it's just like, guys, McGinnis is benefiting from this bug and now she might be picked 12th, it's like, okay, great, they go for it.
Yeah, I think you know, I'm curious to see how it plays out, right? If people are able to get more mileage. I mean, I think that's part of the challenge of Deadlock, right? Is like some bugs that are like so bad, so egregious, I feel like we do have to ban them, we do have to take steps against them. But other times when it's like more moderate or on heroes that aren't necessarily the strongest, it's like, yeah, maybe this is just it's a bit of it's early, you know, it's the nature of playing it that way. This is an alpha, right? After all, that things are going to be a little bit buggy. Not every patch is going to be perfect. So yeah, I think we might just have to live with that one. Teams are maybe gonna have to figure out if they want to pick 7 a little bit earlier in the draft to consider it maybe a more valuable tool if you can ult through the walls.
Yeah, I mean, and 7's draft position at this point in the game was around, what was it? It was either like latter part of the first half of the draft or, you know, at the beginning of the second half of the draft, and sometimes eating a ban in scrims on second bans. But for now, we're not gonna go our way the ban 7 from ulting near a wall. We'll see what happens as a result if it increases the pick priority. But the reason why we're talking about it here and giving you some insight into the back of things is that the players were not drafting while this was getting figured out. So you know what? If that's what's stalling us, we might as well talk about it, because Jake, that helps us fill downtime while waiting.
We love filling downtime, of course. That's our specialty. That's what they pay us the big bucks. Not really, but hey, it's part of the job as a caster. I am curious to see what of the sort of new picks, or not new picks necessarily, but like the different picks that Leviathan was going for, will be adopted by either of these teams in this series, right? Whether it's the McGinnis. I think like the McGinnis didn't look great last game, but I think if you put her in a stronger lane where you're actually winning the lane, taking towers, maybe starting to roam around the map, take more T1s and progress the game from there, I think this could look stronger. But maybe the teams will take that one tough L and say maybe they don't want to go with that kind of an experimental option. To your point too, I'm curious if Viscous starts going pretty early, maybe consistently before that second ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, and some of the drafts Viscous was just because of the ability to protect, and I think just, in general, his abilities are pretty good at area control, the way these fights are currently being fought. Also, it's funny, Chad was memeing about, like, can we ban Rem? He's taking the sinners. Rem was nearly banned today at the start of the show, and the reason was that there was a bug that, by all accounts, is fixed. We told players not to use this bug if for whatever reason it wasn't, but basically there was a bug with Rem in where you could use tag along on a hero and then use tag along on a creep that was in the process of dying. If the creep died before the tag along hit the creep, it would full reset the tag along to where you could use it again on the hero and like keep chaining heals like at a way higher rate than normal. And apparently it broke laning phase pretty badly, so without that bug being fixed, Rem would not be present today at all. But Jake, the filling is getting a little bit less here. The draft has begun, and GT gonna be first to be banned.
They say, ZP, they do lots of things, sometimes bugs, but I'm always, I think Rem is becoming one of those new community favorite characters where people want to see Rem play. They want to see what's possible on the cute little guy himself.
No Doorman.
The Doorman ban from Loki W. They've been a team that has, I think, been pretty relentless with this, and I agree with it. I think the Doorman, it just fits in any strategy. It's incredibly powerful, does great damage for not a crazy investment of economy and farm, and is an amazing laner on top of that. Abrams, though, they're going to be able to sneak the pocket through with these bans, and I mean, I will say these are two really good, not necessarily answers to Pocket, but I think two good tools to have in your kit when you're matching up against Pocket, like all the spirit nuking from GT and Doorman off the board.
Yeah, and I mean, Loki W, they've been a team where they don't fear giving up the Pocket. Like more than any other team, top team in either region, they're the one team that's like, nope, play the Pocket, we'll play around it, we'll buy Divine Barriers, and we'll win team fights another way. But to no one's surprise, Jake, first pick available when Pocket is off the board is going to be Silver. I think it's probably been the most consistent thing that people grab in this sort of situation. That what surprises me a little bit is that they go with the Victor. I would have actually expected maybe the Abrams in this situation.
Yeah, could be an option. I think I liked stealing the Abrams away from Abrahams. Like, they have been one of the best teams. It's a Paradox first. I wouldn't be surprised if Abrams is not the next grab for Abrahams, which is not something I love to say, but they do keep picking it, so I don't have much choice in the matter.
It's gonna get worse. Next time Work in Progress plays, remember, they have a player named Mo that also, like, apparently is also a Mo and Krill player. So
Mo and Krill player named Mo?
Because you can just say Mo and it's a...
Oh no! Oh no, a player named Mo. He plays Krill and Mo. Oh no.
Abrams, though, is going to get picked up from Abrahams, and what I wonder here,
Bars.
I don't think you steal the Calico as a pick, because I don't know if it works without the Abrams backing it up, but I do kind of feel like if you were watching the last series, like you're Lightbringer doing your calculations, maybe you ban Calico in the mid-stage bans here, then not deal with the burst combo that Abrahams did back in the best of one.
Yeah, they also might be thinking about something like the Venator that I think showed real promise last game, not only winning its lane, but then like being a key fighter. I think Venator also is one of the better of the M1 carries to deal with these like run you down frontliners like Silver and Victor. Like Venator is probably one of the strongest at like kiting back, defending himself, and turning those things around into kills. Like a lot of times Abrams and Calico were starting those pickoffs and pressuring Freebuck, but then Arza would swing in with the wall stun, and it felt like that was oftentimes like the finishing blow in some of those moments. So Loki W, see where they go next. They do still have one more pick before that mid-stage ban. I'd actually kind of like to see the Viscous here. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. I think this actually means maybe you don't need to worry as much about something like the Calico, because this all-in burst one guy strat is not going to feel good against Viscous.
Yeah, I mean, you have the cube. I think on the other hand, though, there's just a possibility of, do you really want to deal with it? Like, Viscous is not going to be in every single fight, also. Like, you're going to be able to defend it in some of the bigger fights, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm a big fan of taking away weapons that the other team has been able to use. I think Abraham's, when they ran Abrams' Calico against LowKeyW and Scrims, they also won that game too.
I'm playing Destiny, I'm dying, eh?
Using Mirage plus Ven plus Calico Abrams was something that Abraham's used to really good effect. So I expect LowKeyW to be banning at least something from that pool to disrupt what has otherwise been, you know, a very effective Abraham's composition.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd love to see the Venator hand out here, especially because you have Pocket picks. So you suspect for Abraham's it'll be Empty Dreams on the Pocket, which I think Pocket can occupy an interesting place in a draft where I feel like you often need to give Pocket some side laner priority. And so I think it's a lot less likely that Abraham's go for the sort of double M1 carry draft they had last game. So maybe taking away whatever you think is like the more threatening possibility in that lineup could be the look. And they do like to ban out the Mirage, feeling like maybe that's the bigger threat than a Venator. That being said, I think LowKeyW have next pick too, so maybe they'll grab both, which I would quite like here.
Yeah, I mean, because even though LowKeyW has had a preference for Warden in official matches recently, other teams don't necessarily love playing Warden as much as Zergy does, so you can make the real argument here of, even if Zergy prefers Warden, Zergy still can play a really good Venator, and Abraham's having to play the Warden as opposed to playing the Venator is more of a hit to them and thus more of a draft win for LowKeyW if they go in that direction. Rem's gonna get banned out by Abraham's in turn, so
I kind of hate it, honestly, the Rem ban. Like, I mean, Rem and Viscous, it's not that bad to have two really powerful saves, but I do feel like it would make your draft a little weird to pick the Rem here. I guess, you know, and then it is a Pocket, so like the Spirit Resist is going to be super valuable. And LowKeyW goes Sinclair here, so I mean, just like stealing the Pocket ulti, right, has consistently been a massive impact play for Sinclair, and could be a problem for somebody like Abrams playing the front line. This also gives you an insane mid-boss contest, like not only a Victor, but you have the Rabbit Hex on top, which is actually, I think, a nice combo. Like Victor and Silver take all the aggro, and then Sinclair can kind of comfortably cast those spells with a little bit more work.
yeah, it's kind of interesting. Even in scrims, I think the Sinclair had mixed results. Again, Sinclair, he's had a better win rate over the last 2 weeks than he did before, but in a lot of these games, he is very much potential, man. The theory always checks out, but the execution at times is like so variable and how it pans out. But being able to clone Affliction is one of the strongest clones in the entire game, so you don't necessarily feel bad. What I'm curious about for Abraham's, though, is how they finish this out. I mean, they could still very well, Jake, go Ven Calico and feel decent about it in this situation, especially with Mirage off the board. The Ven comes in. Now I'm just curious if Calico comes out. I mean, I think actually you don't need to pick Calico until last pick for Abraham's, because I don't think there's any world where LowKeyW grabs it with their style of draft here. So even if they're going to go Calico, I think they grab their other higher priority pick first, unless they're just saving it for, you know, the adaptation pick last.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Abraham's are actually in a great spot. Like, they're kind of getting everything they want here. I think LowKeyW clearly has a very different vision of the game, though, right now. Like, I think maybe both teams are actually going to get most of what they want, most of you know, the way they want to approach the game. Venator, though, looks scary to me. I mean, I think Arzo looks fantastic on the hero. Looks super comfortable for Abrams, and is a real issue in terms of the poke damage he can put out, assisting players like Paradox and Abrams starting fights, able to get down and dirty when Abrams, you know, or there's a Calico there as well, right? When they get those catches coming in, I think Venator absolutely loves stepping up and hitting some of those follow-up shots, finishing off some of those kills.
I don't know who I want to win this match.
So for LowKeyW,
I don't know if I want LowKeyW or Abrams to win.
Abrams just grabbed the Sinclair.
I want Buxton to win, and then they blew it, so.
LowKeyW aren't likely to steal it away. I kind of like this from Abraham's because, like, you just feel so good locking this in, right? It's like your last pick can just be responsive to what comes out next from LowKeyW.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tension here, right? Is that it's not a pick that was going to go off the board, but this now gives him the ability to adapt with the final pick. Also, there's another angle on the Sinclair. Like, you look at the Sinclair here and be like, okay, you're going to clone Affliction, which you still have the option to. But the other option here, too, Jake, is that we have seen in recent times Sinclair going more of an orange build, and then your clone on Ven ult is actually really impactful. Like, that is a thing we have seen, and it opens up some options for Sinclair. So don't be surprised if that comes into play either. But we get the Mina picked up from Loki W, which of course is pretty much directly for Cosmetical's hero pool and what Cosmetical is comfortable on. And hey, it did work in the Night Shift Open too.
Yeah, I'm wondering now, is there any chance of this being a Zergy Victor and playing a little bit more of like the carry Victor style? Nope, it is not. Viper comes out. And Viper carry is something we didn't talk about at all in the last match. Again, was completely uncontested. This has been another one of those picks that Loki W is playing. Not many other teams are. Very curious to see how Viper pans out here. I think historically Viper has struggled into some of these like very aggressive, stun lock you to death kind of drafts. If you're able to catch the Viper first here, you have a viscous save, which is nice. But Abraham's, I mean, they're certainly going to have a target on Zergy's back this game.
Yeah. Also, as I look at this though, Jake, do you enjoy going against mid boss against the Loki W comp? Like, that just seems like the most hellacious thing to fight mid boss against, between Bola, between Sinclair existing, between Silver's ability to just pump out damage and mid boss fights in general, Victor dying on mid boss, and Viscous. I mean, Viscous also like floods the zone with spam. I mean, good lord, the mid boss fight for Loki W is heinous. I mean, it's practically a war crime. And for Abraham, though, getting Shiv last pick, always pretty high value. I think, Shiv's relative value in the draft, he's gone a little bit lower, but on the same note, Shiv's impact has still been really, really high.
Yeah, I think Shiv is just full reliable, right? Like, he's going to deal big damage. Even if he doesn't have the best game, he has that execute threat, and is going to be like a pretty tanky option to bring down. However, I do like Viper decently well into that matchup. I think of all the hard carries, it's like Viper's pretty difficult to maybe consistently hit with those knives while she's sliding around. And then, of course, that lethal venom often...
That was just a normal
Shiv, the bloodletting ticks down.
But now it's going to just... It permanently say I can't earn it. Like, this is permanently going to say I can't earn this.
Just about
why can I no longer earn the legacy trap? Why not? It's still in the game.
Would have been preferred, but I don't think they're going to be upset at all about how this draft shook out. So after a patch, right, every team maybe getting a little bit more freedom to play what they think is best and see that clash.
Oh, well.
Also, gotta give a shout out to one of our more consistent supporters here on the Night Shift, Chrysana14 with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Much appreciated as always. A wonderful presence on the stream, week in and week out, Jake.
Yeah, huge love to the community. Seen a lot of gifted and regular subs come in. Remember, feed us your Prime subs. Click the button if you still have that Twitch Prime. Little reminder for the people out there, maybe snoozing on their Primes. Give it to us. We will put on Deadlock Esports events with it. Thoughts?
Yeah. Works for me. But now we're just waiting for the players to end game. And also, the return of Dan is imminent here. So, technically the plan for me today was hosting all day long, but had to fill in, a little bit on cast just because of a prearranged thing. But he's soon to be back here, Jake, and we'll be back on our regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, we'll see if Dan can join us. I'm sure he'll get me back sometime into this match. Teams, of course, getting ready into this one. And I guess as you look at these two drafts, CP, I mean, they're both so different, I think, in style and presence and like the way they want to play the game. But just gut feeling, who do you like more right now, having seen, our first game here on the new meta in that challenge?
Pregnant Viper, thank you.
I think overall I like Loki W, and part of it is that I don't think the Abrams Calco dive is going to be anywhere near as effective against Loki W because they have so many tools to break away, whether it just be Mina existing period, you have Petrifying Bola, you have Rabbit Hex, you have Viscous Cube. Even
they kind of
do go on silver early
I guess they didn't go to say though. Who better their Abrams last time?
If Zergy's
no door mana,
the entire thing down. So
no Viscous.
I don't think you have the combo.
I don't know who else
in this game that you had in the last game because there's just too many answers for it, and then not even the greatest amount of targets because even if you don't have abilities being used to interrupt it. Generally speaking, if you go on Victor, well, Victor's just going to get back up. Viscous can self-cube. Sinclair is usually going to be able to get away. Same with Mina. So, in general, the only person they can go after is Silver, and Silver has to be not near any of the people that could save her for it to be effective. So, I actually think the Abrams Calco burst combo, while very effective on paper, runs into all sorts of roadblocks the way Loki W has structured their team.
Yeah, I think definitely expecting that to be a lot harder this game than it was last. But I do think Pocket and Shiv, with the spirit damage they can bring to bear, are going to be really crucial for Abrahams this game. Like, if the Pocket has an amazing game, you're snowballing into some of these like crazy late game items. I think the Max Affliction can be a big problem. I think obviously that dance between Sinclair and Pocket of trying to steal and have a high impact is going to be crucial as well. Because hey, if that Shiv gets a runaway game, I mean, nothing better than a Pocket Affliction to mitigate some of that impact. So shout out to the chat, seeing a lot of those primes coming in to folks, you know, maybe recognizing they have one in the bank. So we appreciate you guys passing those our way. We plow all this money right back into the show, able to do, you know, more Deadlock Esport events, more community opportunities. So definitely appreciate that from fans here.
Yeah, and also, sorry, I was gonna say here, we gotta give some love here to those who have been watching us week in and week out. Production just noted, Sweet Cowman just hit a 50 stream watch streak, which
Jeez!
absolutely wild. So that isn't just every night shift, because we're not night shift 50 yet. That's every watch party that's gone down too, which of course we do when there's other big events in the night shift community. So absolutely unreal stuff from Sweet Cowman. Very much appreciate the support, but we are going to be in lobby soon. We're just sitting here
50 streak.
The players should be good to go in just a moment, and we'll be on our way.
That's a great point, though. A 50 stream watch streak is insane, and you know, as much as we really appreciate all the subs, our YouTube members over in the YouTube chat, our Patreons as well. Hey, even the folks just, you know, showing up day after day, watching, being part of the show, letting your friends know about it. It's also a massive help to us in growing what we're trying to put on here with the Deadlock Esports events. Definitely excited, you know, with the earn this you know, new change. I feel like the earn objective feels more fleshed out than maybe it ever has before, where we still have that little dance before the earn comes down of will they, won't they, are they going to even attempt to dunk it, are they just baiting to pull attention elsewhere? But then when the actual fight begins, really in the past, that was like the end of the earn fight. It was like, oh, somebody got it to the dunk, it's over now, you know, the earn objective is out and they're just fighting. Now that's sort of just the beginning, right? Just the tip of the iceberg in terms of how those fights go down. And I do expect teams to really adapt to that. I think Loki W, a lot of circles here, not an insane amount of circles though. So for some of our circles enjoyers complaining about who's getting more circles in ranked, I don't know that either of these teams has gone all in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, Loki W, the funny part about their draft is what makes it absolutely ridiculous for mid boss also would have made their comp the most absurd in the last iteration of the earn, where you had the melee. Like, if you had to go in the melee against everything Loki W could throw on point, it would be ridiculous. But now that you have a little bit more space, you can play around it as Abrahams a lot more effectively. And also the funny part about last game too is that, you know, it was very tentative for Abrahams in actually going in for the first earn attempt. Like, it took a while for the 12-minute earn to actually hop into the objective. In fact, we missed out on the 18-minute earn. It was the 12-minute earn being held through 18 minutes and finally being dunked. So, you know, actually forcing the earn as soon as possible, not necessarily.
I will say, is this game gonna start, bro?
To be, I mean, I think last game was a little bit of a rare occurrence, but it is still more likely to happen, I think, in this patch than previous, the way teams are treating the current earn.
Yeah, and I will say some of these tools, like whether it's Pocket's Affliction or Victor's ulti, like they're still nice when the enemy is grouped up around the earn fight. Like, you can expect to hit a pretty juicy AoE there, but compared to the old earn, where like the Victor ulti on the old earn as it was dunking is like, what do? You just die to it, right? Because you have to come in at melee range. You can play around the Victor ulti, even with a huge amount of like AoE investment. There's going to be positions, there's going to be cover for players to stay alive and kind of extend that fight a little bit deeper. So I think teams have to actually think a little bit more completely about how they want to approach the earn fight, rather than just, hey, blitzkrieg, everybody run it down, pop all your circles on, you know, the dunk itself. You need to win the fight. You need to actually box the enemy out, take that trade, which is interesting to see on that kind of area of the map, where typically we spend a ton of time there, but we spend it in the laning phase when it's just a 2-on-2 and, you know, everyone's poor. We're all just like starting to level up our skills. So it's interesting to see major team fights take place on that channel.
Also, we got a full-on hype train going on in chat, so the one upside of the fill here while we're waiting for the players to get ready, I swear it's not us. We had some
more time for you to sub.
That's right. Korsaka came at the 10 gifted, which of course is very much appreciated. But that stream being up, Jake means production has the players in lobby. We are about to go full live. We'll see exactly where it's at as, wait, we also got a $100, 100 NOK donation saying former Team Fortress 2 God Cosmetical Easy W.
Okay, I didn't know Cosmetico was a TF2 player. That's cool. That's cool. Always fun when you meet people who play competitive TF2. At least for me, having that been my first competitive game. It's one of the OGs, and I definitely
WTF2, W Team Fortress 2, bro.
movement of that game, at least in Deadlock.
Okay, that is $10 US is what we have there to the prize pool. Where we will get the prize pool ticker up. I just realized it is missing. But yeah, all in all, we'll see how this one pans out. Very different approaches to the draft from both teams here, Jake. And I think it's going to be a good contrast test, as the teams, by the way, are not accurate. It's flipped on top. There we go. Look, the magic occurs. Now we got Loki W on the right side. The right side being the correct side. It's actually the left side.
Yeah, watch your words, ZP, as getting into the laning phase here. Really curious to see how the Venator does in this game. I mean, last game, the lane went about as explosively as possible. This one, I like the odds quite a bit better for the lane Loki W are bringing to bear here. Viper plus Mina feels like an insane amount of damage to put in once they get a few levels and some of these key skills. You know, I think this is going to be a test for Arzo. How can he weather the storm? Because Mina starts proccing those love bites. You know, you get some lethal venoms coming in from Viper. That HP bar can become a liability.
All right, and that does it for me until we get back into the post game, because I'm hosting today. We got Dan back on the cast.
Fancy, what a guy covering for me, Jake. We're so lucky here at DLS. Have such wonderful people, Jake.
Yeah, true OPs.
What's your favorite thing about ZP?
What's my favorite thing about ZP? I'm gonna say I think ZP has a heart of gold. I think that's something that maybe folks just watch the show. You know, he's a good caster. We like ZP, yeah, but they don't know ZP as a person, as a deeply kind and generous human being. So that's my favorite thing about ZP.
Wow. Okay, moving back into the game. So,
I love a little positive affirmation, man. The internet's too
I got
negative.
awkward. I started to feel
Where's
really
the
awkward,
love?
Jake.
No, where's the love, y'all?
Okay, well, so how do you read this overall in terms of, because I miss your thoughts. You know, how do you read this overall in terms of the, which team came out better on the draft here, and what are we looking for in the early laning phase?
I think Empty Dreams getting the pocket is always going to feel pretty good. I think for Abrahams, this is very much a classic draft for them with a lot of these features that we've seen be successful. I mean, Abrams and Calico can find a lot of these explosive burst kills. You got Together Shiv, which is one of the forbidden player-hero combos of Night Shift, right? It's been a while since we've seen him play it, but he has historically been one of the very best on the hero. So I think Abraham's getting a lot of what they want here. Loki W are a team that's sort of going their own way, though, with the Sinclair, with the Viper. These are not picks that many other teams even consider. So a lot, I think, is on the line from an experimentation perspective in this match.
Who better to do it? I gotta say, I feel like they're somewhat responsible for bringing Warden, Viscous, and so there's somebody else. I forget which other hero. Did I say Warden? Yeah, I said Warden. There's another one. But they're a team that set the meta, so I trust them. I trust them with my life, especially as Zergy has been so incredible. There was that period when he first joins Loki W, and it's like, is he still good? Is he still good to play at this level? And give him a couple weeks. He's learned how to play just around the team, around the meta, and he's been looking incredibly good again, which is so fun to see. If you're a fan of Deadlock, or if you're a new fan, like Zergy's he's just a great guy. He's got one of the best streams as well in EU as well. So on the Viper here, it's going to be interesting to see the impact. The gun build's been pretty popular, Jake. The damage output's been pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely expecting to see that hard gun carry. I'm also curious to see how Obakim takes the build here. I mean, we've seen people do some early investments in gun damage on the Sinclair to be like a more threatening laner. Personally, my favorite is just the maxed out Rabbit Hex with Echo Shard build. I think that is just so powerful in the team fights. It really extended disable, can hit on multiple players, and just completely add massive levels of chaos into the team fight, and then throw some stolen pocket ults in on top of that. Bob's your uncle. Speaking of Pocket, by the way, has gone a very defensive build here, and he clearly needs it. I mean, the pressure in this lane is immense, and that's an early base trip for a Pocket.
Yeah, the Spirit Poke is pretty crazy, so that does make a lot of sense. But it kind of sucks. It sucks to be in that position. To be in the because it's kind of like you acknowledging that you're kind of losing the lane, having to invest defensively on an aggressive hero is yeah, it's a great call out. And we do have the fight over the bridge buffs. Abraham's last game, they managed to get pretty much all the bridge buffs. So we'll see if they can continue.
It's like 1-for-1, but Loki W, the winner of the RNG there, I'd say. Vitality buff. It is on Mina, which is a little awkward. I mean, Mina has great sustain in the lane anyway, but after some of the changes, I think you're not mad at having a little extra in that department. Definitely Cosmetical, I think, coming out of this laning phase, doing pretty nicely. Curious to see if he can take this Vitality buff, find some kills, and maybe start a snowball rolling. I mean, Mina loves nothing more than, I think, to kind of take over the game with some early aggression.
Yeah, talking about a hard game for Empty Dreams, because Cosmetical just picked up Spirit Sap as well, and Pocket's Spirit Resist already kind of sus, to be honest. So a Spirit Sap, Vitality buff, you can't kill her. Cosmetical is definitely running this lane right now. All the dodge of the splatter. I gotta say, the splatter is really annoying early lane. It just constantly...
Yo, dude, I hate the splatter. I hate that splatter so much, dude.
Viscous.
Oh yeah, it's really,
I hate
weak.
this splatter.
It sucks. It needs to be buffed.
Yeah, it's
I hate this
buff
splatter.
it and increase the damage and the bounces and everything. I will say, when they made the first level of the skill still have a bounce, I think it's so much more fun to play Viscous now. That's such a fun change, actually. Hitting people with a little double bounce on level 1. I mean, it's not that good with the damage reduction. By the way, Affliction, gets absolutely juked from just one stamina bar used by Cosmetical. So Empty Dreams gonna be feeling pretty rough about that one. Maybe some kills to be coming. I mean, no Affliction's a big deal.
Yeah, this lane has been an absolute struggle for Abraham, so that's for sure.
Oh,
Really has
Victor,
been.
wait, Victor has hold.
We'll have to see how Empty Dreams handles it, because he's obviously a great player, and we'll see if he can still have impact into the game on Pocket. But a slow start on Pocket, it really sucks, because Pocket can really like snowball things really quick off of a good start. So what to do there for Empty Dreams, and this Guardian's looking like he might go down pretty shortly.
I will say the trades have been bad for Empty Dreams, but his economy is shockingly good here on the Pocket. I mean, 5.3k, so I guess he's getting a lot of boxes out of the exchange and still getting a ton of the souls out of the lane. And Saint, for me, Saint has actually been one of my favorite Abrams players to watch recently. You know, in contrast to some of the typical frontliner players who play the Abrams, I feel like he gets so much done with relatively minimal soul investment, right? Like, even with a lower economy, it's going to be put to the test, though, because Decay online for Viscous, they mean business when it comes to pushing down this tower.
Yeah, the pressure feels like unrelenting, but all it takes is one good engagement. Nox Nostra, though, is looking very well positioned. Will take down Saints, and that pressure is continuing. It is just building and building on the right side of the map here. This Guardian is definitely, or should in theory be the first one to go down here, Jake, and that's going to give the tempo advantage to Cosmetical on this Mina, and that's going to be a scary thing to deal with.
Yeah, because he's trying to do what he can on Empty Dreams to like defend just one more wave on this tower, which he actually will be able to do successfully, which is a big deal, because that means Saint's going to be able to come back in. It's going to take another big push to get this one over the line, and it's a little uncomfortable for Mina at 600 HP. Like, in theory, you should be able to take that tower, but you get caught in a stun, you could be dead.
Abrams, Classic Slam out of there. Is it going to be enough to try to escape to safety? Yes. Get some coverage there as well. Classic Slam stolen to slow things down a little bit. Hoot on his Silver. I don't know if you guys talk much about the Hoot Silver, but Hoot certainly an absolute menace.
I think that's a good point. I think Hoot probably the best Silver right now. If I had to pick one, just makes so much happen on this hero. I think Arzo is going to be put to the absolute test by him this game. Ult is pumped out of Listic, but the damage is pretty massive. The bullet just barely goes wide. But Calico is in a rough spot. Has to be some cheeky movement to play around this one. Kind of an awkward wall bounce, but maybe the shop is just too far of a chase for Loki W to believe is worth it. They are going to get a Sinner out of this, which is actually a pretty significant prize. Soul's being denied, but that was enemy Sinner. So getting anything out of that feels good for Listic.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Well, now some of the Guardians are going down. We're exiting the silly laning phase. Boots, the boot kick there, trying to lock these players down. You look to see that a kill from Hoot here is in a very good spot.
Look at this wall.
That time was actually so sick.
Taz is so expert on this character. I don't know that I've even seen that before, but it still just delays the inevitable. Enough, though, for the tower to go down. So, you know, in the end, give up a kill. You do not feel bad about that as Abrahams. I mean, job done by Taz.
I like the positioning there from Sanya Sniper on the Calico. Very, very deep. Again, Calico is such an effective assassin. I've missed Calico's presence in the pro level. Good to see her back. Hoots, you need to back off. Lycan Curso comes in, and that's really turns the tables on this situation. Sending it deep into the Guardian net. Has some teammates with support as well, not overextending. They get the Guardian, so they get the value they need. And DionHyper in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, lethal venom.
What's Taz?
Yeah, it's done.
What?
Yeah, he's gonna take out from it. And Zergy getting active. Very
I think I want Loki W to win this.
leaving Mina.
I mean, I like everyone here, right? But Zergy,
and getting some kills off the
Cosmetical, Wistic, Obi Kim,
You've
Hoot,
kind of gotten away with the deceptively greedy draft.
Rake.
By the way, Pocket
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Zergy's about to come out as TP? Like crazy? Oh no.
I those guys low.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, maybe it's worth a lot of people watching MT Dreams' demo of the early laning phase in this game, because his lane was getting absolutely wrecked, but he's managed to stay on track despite that, and you know, he had to invest in, as you say, you know, more on the front end of those more survival items. But MT Dreams, he's got 11k. He is tied for most souls on the server with Cosmetical, who was dominating his lane.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is one of the best pockets. I think one of the most experienced. So yeah, you might put a crazy spirit nuking lane up against him, but he's already kind of hit that point where, hey, the early game has been dealt with as pocket now, and you know, getting some levels in the cape and the suitcase, you're going to be an incredibly hard target until some counter items come out. Speaking of that though, who does grab a slowing hex? So, you know, some of these players like Saint, especially together, that maybe rely on the movement skills, could find themselves more vulnerable than they might expect with an early slowing hex coming out.
Yeah, slowing hex is such a high value item, I feel like, for a hero like Silver. Especially when you put the Lycan Curse, they just simply will not be able to get away. Good presence in mid here from Loki W at the moment. Earn is coming up, so looking for some priority for that pickup, perhaps. Taking control of the mid lane, there's the affliction.
And he can't even get the counter afflict off in time. Empty Dreams. Cotton bursted. Very nice find here from Obukim.
Yeah, it's cool to see the Sinclair play picking up again.
They delivered the urn.
Very good heroes at the moment. Whereas I thought the meta was not like that in previous times, but you know, I can maybe come back to that point here. We do have the battle switching hands being dropped on the ground there, but who's coming on fourth with the Silver, and it's just so hard to do. This is one of the reasons why Silver's that first pick. So oppressive when Lycan Curse is activated. You have to try to back away. The swap there, but it's just not going to deter him. He's got the melee there, able to slice away, and there's the lead to try to get out of this position, but maybe bitten off a bit more than who can chew will eventually be taken out. But in the meantime, Jake, Earn is in the hands of Loki W.
Good bait from Taz. And for Hoot, I think you maybe would have loved to not fall for that one, because now the Earn dunk feels a little more tenuous. Opportunity here for Venator to farm up on the opposite side lane, but a lot of players coming to that dunk location. I think both teams know that this is not going to get off without a fight.
And we had a lot of interesting situations in the first match. It was very hard to kind of start the King of the Hill battle. That's like good positionally for Loki W at the moment, but Abrahams are looking to show some threat and presence. Again, we've got the split pushing. That's really where the problem is. Also, looking to get a solo Walker. Nobody's there just yet, and there could be some assistance. DionHyper is close as well to that left side Walker. Whilst this Earn is being toyed with, that Walker's in threat, and finally, the defense will arrive. It will only lose about 40% health, that Walker, so not too bad.
A lot of macro pressure being put on by Abrahams, but Loki W grab a trade off of it. So it's a good recovery. To your point though, some nice Walker damage on the side Walker. It's not nothing, but you do not want to be giving up kills for moments like that, especially with Zergy able to collect and get like a nice little side wave of farm there as the Earn runs back to its starting position. And a big catch on a Pocket. The slowing X's just layered on top of each other, and Pocket, no Dispel Magic just yet. Empty Dreams. A couple big pickoffs going against him, and Mina looking for more now. Saint just running out of gas. Doesn't have many escape tools in this. Has his own Dispel Magic, but I don't know that that's going to be enough. I mean, one more Love Bite proc, not even needed. Cosmetical finishes off Saint.
That's going to clear the space to get that Earn dropped off. And again, the macro pressure comes in. You got Abrahams looking to get some pressure on the mid Walker. And they've also got Arzo pressuring the left side Walker, so you can't do that at once. And we'll see what the decision is for Loki W. How do they handle this split push effort? If you deal with
Are they still sponsored, by the way? DNS?
And there's no one to stop this from Abraham's side because they're invested in that left walker. That left walker, Jake, it's got to go down for this to be a trade that makes sense.
Okay, they do kill Zergy. If they can grab the walker as well, it's going to feel pretty good. Is that Ern still in contest? Wow, I can't believe it. Abrahams, if they can hold on to the turn, that would be absolutely insane. Satan doing everything he can to stay alive, just trying to kite, run away, make as much time as he can. As a very tanky build on this Abrams.
Oh my God.
Finds Taz, equalizes the numbers. He's just fully running for the hills here. This is, I think, why Abrams is getting picked so highly here, but even he eventually will succumb. It is a huge affliction, though, from Empty Dreams, and there may be still a fight to be played here. Affliction onto 4. Abrahams still brawling, still trying to trade this one out. See what Sonya can get done. Players ticking down. Like, is Spawner going to come back into this one? We could even see the Urn go up in smoke.
Yeah, very possibly. That would be an amazing victory for Abrahams if they can manage to do that after picking up the Walker. Still trying to make things happen here. Oh, the parry comes in. It's not going to be doing all that much, though, and it's looking like Loki W surely are going to be okay, but still, there is just so little time left here. Oh, and it's about to spit all the souls up into the air. Oh,
I can't believe the urn got broken again, bro.
I can't believe they managed to delay it for so long. Saint just play the Benny Hill music. Oh,
I just said that, bro.
Him just running around the pillar.
Yeah, the pure stall from Saint was insane. He's got the build to support it too with the Dispel Magic. I mean, Loki W we're certainly starting to sweat, especially when the 4-man afflict came in, but great composure from them to not back down. With 4 people afflicted, they still find the way through the fight. They still get the majority of the kills and the Urn dunk. I think they got pretty much all the souls for themselves, with of course the cleanup coming in and 2 buffs for their trouble. So Abraham's now potentially in a rough spot this game. Almost a 10-key lead opening up against them.
Empty Dreams getting tested a little bit, but we look at the souls. It's interesting because yes, Abrahams are behind a little bit, but Arzo is doing really well right now on Venator. And oh, big swap there. That's a deep swap. Of course, the silence from the time wall, and suddenly really big problems for Obikim. How's he going to get out of this one? Is there an assistant? No, there's nothing. There's no tools to work with, and Obikim goes down.
Yeah, you don't want to be too confident in those assistant teleports in this level of play, right? Whether it's the slowing X's, the stuns, the layering, it's just really clean here from Abraham, showing that they still have a lot of fight when it comes to the pick-off game, right? With Abrams and Calico, you know, Pocket and Paradox, there's a lot of explosive burst that can come out very quickly for people trying to keep these lanes out.
Okay, so, you know, Abrahams, I mean, they're looking pretty good right now. Obviously, they are behind a little bit, but it feels like maybe their time is upon us. Medic Carbine. They get negated by the cube. The Urn's coming up, and right now feels like the priority on the map is generally even. A big collection of players from both sides in that mid position. Now it's starting to gravitate a little bit towards the Urn, perhaps. As lanes are a bit more pushed right now by Loki W.
Zergy really wants to get towards that Merc Mag. Pretty early buy for that item. See if it pays off. Going on a Viscus who's already...
I've seen people buy Merc Mag or Rush Merc Mag. I saw some people do it on Lash when he was still like a gun character who could do gun damage, really. And it looked like a really good buy. I don't know why, it just looked super good. Gives you your Flog on like Lash, gives you your Flog tons of damage, and it's just good.
Has also falls, so a 5v5, a little bit better health for Loki W, and they will punish together for going so deep.
A good cleanup, and it might get even worse here, and it could even lead into a mid-boss potentially if more kills are converted from this one. Loki W getting the chase on Saint. Masterful at surviving for a long time, but he will die, and the Urn is going to be dunked, and the King of the Hill battle will start. But I don't think it's going to be much of a battle here. Abraham's not really with the players to deal with this, but again, looking for the trade, and Empty Dreams might just get this one.
Yeah, able to find this Walker would be massive. Especially for Empty Dreams himself, he's going to get hugely farmed. He's going to afflict the tower, pop everything, try and finish this one off, but I think it cost him his life. He doesn't teleport out. Okay. So it just baits. I think Zergy was chasing the cloak, but Pocket could be in real trouble now. Doesn't quite have the suitcase up yet. Caught with the petrifying bola. Where's the damage fall? Zergy actually has to play for his life now. The assist has come in. Zergy finds himself afflicted. Empty Dreams will get cleaned up, but it does cost the carry of Loki W his life.
Yeah, very interesting situation right now. Chased down here by the secret shop. And we have Sunny Sniper trying to escape this one. Does have some support from the back. There's the Rabbit Hags coming in. It's going to whip though. The fight continues. Nice lockdown there, finding Alistic into the wall. And that's going to allow Saint to help get his teammates into more defensive position. Sony Sniper fighting on the rooftops here against Hoot. I don't think you want this fight, but you got to be very careful. Full metal skin as well there, I can see on Hoot. So when he gets into Lycan Curse, it's going to be very, very difficult for Arzo to do that damage.
Arzo and Cosmetical right now is kind of gearing up for a clash of titans between these two, both at 27,000 souls, so both are massively ahead of the game. Rabbit onto the Shiv is a consideration of going for the commit. An early execute attempt, not going to be successful. Together, he is taking a bit from the bloodletting, but a big swap potentially grabs break. Massive find by Taz. Viscus got a little bit too big for his britches there, and maybe they're going to look for more as well up the back of that. Who stands his ground? They're not going to give up the mid control so easily.
There we go. The brother comes in, but Seismic Slam. Oh, looks to deny, but no. That shotgun, the buckshot really hurts, and we've talked about mid-boss before. Are we going to go for the drop here onto that? Well, actually, hey, it got some kills maybe in the path. Empty Dreams goes down. He gets caught in close quarters. That's not where you want to find yourself as Pocket. And what do I hear? I hear the Irodomini in the distance. And there we go. It gets popped by Arzo as he looks for some damage.
Can he find these exits? Listic actually pops his ulti there from the Affliction. Cosmetical has to just be all the way back to base. And so even though Empty Dreams does go down, I feel like he's really feeling the pain of these entangling Bola and the slowing hexes just layered constantly on top of him. Definitely was going to want to pick up Dispel Magic sooner rather than later. But the damage to the Affliction's enough. There's not going to be any kind of mid-boss attempt just yet.
Yeah, Cosmetical was like 1 HP. If they had converted that Cosmetical kill, that's probably the difference between them getting mid-boss or not for Abrahams. And I mean, they've been trailing a little for quite some time in this map, so would really love an opportunity to take some momentum like that, but they'll have to work harder for that. And you've got Loki W here that have a lot of players here towards mid, looking to go for these plays, these pickoffs. But both teams, they're so good here, Jake. It's just not overcommitting, you know, just pressing enough to maybe get an opportunity, but just not overstepping that line that they would themselves risk giving up something.
I mean, at this level of play, I feel like this is really the dance that determines your ability to compete at the highest level. It's like, can you battle for the control of this mid-wave area, right? Whoever gets to stand here has a better path to the side waves, better ability to show up to these team fights when and if they do break out. It seems to be pretty evenly matched between Abrahams and Loki W, which shouldn't be a surprise given the history of these two teams. Nobody wants to make a big mistake. There's a moderate lead for Loki W, but between these squads, I really just don't count this for much at all.
That's still less than 10,000 souls separating the two teams. Chase down, found onto Listic on the left side lane. There is assistance coming across. In fact, there's going to be 5 players here for Abrahams actually in the vicinity, looking to try to convert. And we talked about the dance, and Ballistic, he's going to lose the shocking reanimation. Can Loki W turn the fight now back in their favor as they start to push forwards onto Abrahams? They've got 5 players here, Abrahams, but they're actually 1 down. A 6 turning up for Loki W, pushing the issue for these kills, and Taz is the first to die.
Beautiful suitcase gets Empty Dreams out of trouble, but the Cosmetical just zones everybody back, bringing his strength to bear in a huge way in this fight. Affliction's expiring now on Hoot and Listic. Listic's gonna have to go base and take a reset, but it's so far a 2 for nothing, and maybe more to go down. Together actually wants a little bit of this fight. Still has some health to work with on the Shiv, but just trying to run away now, it seems. Hoot on his trail. And oh no, not a catch on Arzo. This would be a nightmare scenario. The one who's farmed so much. Saint now puts his life on the line, trying to just push back this wolf for a moment. And it seems to have been enough. That allows Arzo the opportunity to slip away to the tower. Some nice play from Saint. Not much time on these spawns. If Loki W want to force something, they've got to do it right now.
Or they might be just be going for that force of the mid boss here. It's been pretty close. Abrahams have kept themselves within spitting distance of a contest. Will they make it?
Boss fight, boss fight!
They cannot allow these rejuice to go for free. They've got nothing else to play for on the map. They kind of surely go for the dive here.
They're just not
be
there.
Frankly, too late.
And Ebola catches on to the Venator. Arzo getting run down. This is Hoot's trademark play, just absolutely dominating your M1 carry. And Arzo Saint, they just do not have the tankiness to stand tall. Taz falls as well, and Loki W in what now feels like a familiar scene between these two teams. Picks up the decisive advantage in this game. It's going to be an earned dunk for them. It is disfavored against them, but I just don't think that matters with so many players on the deck. HP's not amazing, but Loki W are going to be very happy to open some walkers here and get some of those crucial slots online.
Yeah, this is quite the turning point there, the mid-boss dive. And I wonder if, where you see some of the differences being made here in these fights, I wonder how much of it is, for me, a lot of it is, the silver and also the rabbit hex. I think both of these are two insane factors. Like, it's so hard to fight against the silver and Lycan curse. It just disrupts your fight so heavily. And then the rabbit curse as well. It's like a curse for like an entire team. It's insane.
Yeah, it's proving to be a real challenge. Dan, I'm going to hit a quick reset on my connection here, see if I can get a stronger connection with this call, getting a little bit back on.
All right, well, guess you guys just have me then for 5 seconds. Although, are you back, Jake?
I am back-ish. You sound a little bit better this time.
Oh, nice. Was I robot mode?
I think it was me, though. My connection was a little suspect there.
Nice. Okay, well, we've got the golden statue burst on screen at the moment. Victor is consuming them. Expected. Listic there. You got to keep yourself alive. And it is quite tanky going straight into this one. Using that aura to slow him down. Oppressive force here for Loki W now. They're just able to push so hardcore. It's just, I mean, the Victor, the Wolf. I mean, what do you do when this is running at you?
Well, right now, you pray, and the prayers may not be getting answered as Hoot is able to go in, takes down Saint. And it's another tag in right now, Dan, as Jake's connection fixes itself, just going on in. Just like Hoot, whose Wolf form is still up post-reset, this time looking for a piece of the priest, is Arzo desperately trying to get away. Not going to happen, though. Stuck here in the corner, run down. Loki W able to finish the last few kills, and still with 2 rejuves in the bank.
Okay, I'm finally back. I can see the feed. I think I'm okay now. Things seem to stabilize on my side. ZP, appreciate all the tag-ins today. Truly, we are becoming fighting games here.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like a WrestleMania type of reference there, but I can't quite get there, but something like that.
I don't dare mess with the wrestling references. I do not know a thing about that, and I know people will get mad if I mess it up, which I will.
Jake stays in his lane.
All right, now
Wait,
an
you still here,
opportunity.
Jake? Okay, cool.
Yeah, to push,
there was a silence. I'm like, oh,
to
no.
push the base, letting it breathe here. I mean, you got to start worrying now. Abrahams are getting desperate. They throw a big affliction in, but Listic does not care. I mean, he just pops the Scourge on himself, running it down on the Shrine. He wants to just pop this hole and get the siege going. Ooh, unfortunately, it does take the curse. I don't think that was intentional.
Yeah, never want to take a curse, man. Got to avoid that, but Loki W, they're still looking so strong. Couple rejuves, still ready to go here. Keeps them feeling very happy with their levels of aggression. Staying in the base. Not looking to burn a rejuve there. The Hoot will back away, and so team is going to escape. They've got a Shrine though. Oh, okay. This changes everything.
Firing. Hoot, maybe have no choice but to fight this out, but the rejuve expires. Oh, just before it expires, they kill him. They could have maybe delayed that kill for a second. So Hoot comes back off the spawn, and with Overkim in the neighborhood, it feels a little bit scary to chase. Together evades the Rabbit Hex, but yeah, there's no kill to be found there.
They got what they wanted, and I think, big problem here is we see the hero damage. We can see definitely Hoot absolutely crushing it. Also, cosmetical, you'd expect that on the Mina, but the viscous damage from Frey, I feel like that's kind of what you're talking about earlier, Jake, with all the viscous love. Like, viscous can just be, maybe a little bit slept on in terms of that consistent damage output, especially around these objectives with the splatter.
Yeah, Tank Buster is massive, and just cycling splatters one after another. Like, the longer you stay in these protracted engagements, the more cooldown cycles Viscous gets, the crazier the damage gets. I will say a lot of the damage is kind of wasted, hitting players who are just going to heal it up anyway and aren't really kill opportunities, but it is just one of those things. Adds on to the pressure that the other team is on against. And with a 43,000 soul lead here developed for Loki W, we've well and truly reached desperation territory for Abrahams. No major objectives up for the next minute or so. You got to pick and choose your spots now. I mean, it feels like Abraham's desperate to find a way back into the series here.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I think two things that stand out for me is that Together and Sane, they're not really very farmed, and they are the front line of the team. And the front line right now, I mean, all game, in fact, it's been getting eaten by Hoots, quite literally. as he looks to see what he can do. It's just lock down Empty Dreams, and Empty Dreams will be still just like those. I was like, wait, it's not
He let
even
the cloak
carrying or facing.
expire. I mean, I think that was intentional, but maybe gonna get punished for it. Who's gonna try and get this rundown? A finish on the pocket would be massive. Would be just what they need to maybe commit in for a base siege. It's a stolen ulti, I believe, from Sinclair here. I don't think he's popped it yet. It's just gonna be an affliction onto Sonya. They're trying to go in on Hoot with the Lightning Curse starting to expire. It's a good opportunity, but the price already been exacted. Hoot tanky enough to buy time, and Zergy is just eating them up now in the back line. Saint gonna come back down to the low ground, gets a nice two-man pin, but where's the follow-up? The rest of his carries, they're just running for the hills. They're trying to stay alive, and even Saint won't be long. The lethal venom from Zergy finishes him off. Unstoppable, vampiric burst. This game is well and truly over.
Yeah, it's been a very rough game. I think what's been interesting to me is that Zergy has been in this great position where he hasn't really needed to do too much, because there's so much taking attention away. So much. I mean, who is one of the biggest attention farmers, I suppose, if you want to put it that way, on the wall? It's just such a big problem, an outsized issue to deal with in these team fights. They just
Pretty nice. Very nice. I didn't get my channel points back, but you know, it was fine.
Is Silver a ban?
Yeah, I mean, with Hoot on the team, it feels like you just don't want to give this guy silver. He can get so much done with it. I also think Cosmetical, though, he's been the star of the show for me in this game. I mean, top to bottom, had a really strong lane on the Mina. Like, we highlighted how hard Empty Dreams had it. Empty Dreams did have a pretty decent economy out of it, but Cosmetical has been able to really throw his weight around in this series in a way more effective manner than the opposite number. Arzo has definitely struggled in this one. And with, you know, half the team on fire, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that Abrahams find themselves in a brutal scenario here. You almost need to get that, like, dream affliction. First stage patron might just go down without a fight. I think Abrahams almost can only defend in their own pit here.
Yes,
They're up 70k. Don't worry, Abrahams. You guys got this. Just lock in, guys. You got this. Come on. Trust me. Trust me. You guys got this. Trust me. You guys win this. Trust me. You guys win this. Trust me. You guys got this. Just lock in. You win. You win, guys. Just trust me. Just trust me. You win this.
Okay, he gets one-man affliction after all that trouble. I mean,
Trust me. You win this. Trust me. You win this.
A 5-man affliction in the throne. The Mina ult being laid in over the top, but yeah, Abraham's just, they know they have no business left.
Bro. Valid. But yeah, you're good.
Do it as going in, low-key W, able to make potential man, actual win man.
Potential man.
You know, I didn't think that one through whatsoever, but look, low-key W, they take first map against Abrahams, and to me, the big change here was that they had answers, Jake, for the Abrams Calico. It was not quite the game of Silver dying on repeat, because this time around, Hoot actually had backup.
Yeah, Hoot was amazing in this one. You know, I think we saw the, like, hey, the Silver, you know, her death has been greatly overstated. You have a couple more options, more players backing you up in the front line, and you could just run them over. Like, even Hoot did, you know, he does go down in a lot of the fights in this game, but it feels like every time he dies, he almost made the choice to sacrifice himself for the team. He made enough space, you know, forced enough attention from the enemy that the rest of his squad are just cleaning house. I mean, Mina and Viper are probably two of the best of the carry role to be able to, like, run your backline down while your opponents are distracted by a Silver.
All in all, yeah, I mean, it's a big change of pace, just seeing the different draft that you had from Loki W. Dan, I know, of course, you weren't able to get in the draft, but you saw the majority of the game. You know, what really stood out to you?
Yeah, I saw the results. Yeah, I think Cosmetical and Mina, like Jay called out, was definitely huge.
Oh wait, I realized I got daily offers
and
and
because we don't get to see it quite as much. And I think obviously the disruption from the Rabbit Hex to me was just really powerful in a lot of these fights, especially when you have already Hoot just creating so much space, and also around these types of gunfights as well. I think the Rabbit Hex, it goes really huge in a lot of these moments to help to control the situation, and it just feels like a really big problem to me. And I know it's one of those things that a lot of people are expecting might catch a nerf for a while, because especially if you're getting a Mystic expansion and so on, like you're going to be able to essentially, especially with Echo Charge, you can just like have area of effect curse, which lasts for like a very long time. So I think the Sinclair play and the Mina play would be my answer. Yeah.
Jake, when it comes to hero priority, I gotta ask you a question. This is a deadlock game to save your life. Your life is actually at stake. Who do you want on your team right now? Do you want Pocket or do you want Silver?
Oh, it's such a tough call. I guess I'd go silver, but you know, I think the pocket did show that it is a real threat this game. Like, it was up against Mina Viscus, which honestly has to be like one of the hardest lanes for pocket to play against in terms of huge spirit nuking in the early game, and he still came out of it with a pretty good economy. The afflictions were one of like the few ways back into this game for Abraham. So
Ooh, wait a minute.
Pocket pick priority to drop too much, maybe just making it past those ban phases. But yeah, definitely, you know, it could be a scary one to go up against, because I feel like Abraham's, this is the draft they probably would have wanted going into this series, and to get beaten back like this in a pretty convincing win by Loki W, for me, it sort of impugns your very theory of the game. It's like, you almost, do you have to just change things now? That never feels good for a competitive team.
Dan, as I look at the stat breakdown, and this really caught my eye in the middle of the game when we called for the damage breakdown mid-game. Overall, when we've seen Paradox do well recently, you know, Paradox has gotten a lot of value off of Bomb. I mean, a lot of that was the previous earn, which is a little bit more easy, the Bomb max on. But, you know, you take a look at Tass.
Arena.
He's been one of the more prolific Paradox players in the game's history. It didn't really feel like this was Tass's game in multiple ways. Not only, you know, being the victim in a lot of these fights early on, but, you know, the damage also significantly lower than what we've kind of expect for Paradox if you're going to invest a high pick in the hero now.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Taz wasn't able to really have the same level of impact that you would expect. And I definitely felt it. You know, there were a couple nice catches here with the paradoxical swaps, like here and there. But ultimately, in the more impactful fights, Taz didn't seem to have the same like kind of level of control that maybe you would expect. And I think again, kind of some of it does come down to the fact that I think also, you know, having like the Lycan Curse available for Hoot to be able to just run at you and not have to respect the time walls and these, you know, these various tools for Taz, I think had a little bit less impact in some of these scenarios. And in addition to that, you know, having the ability to you know have a cube on people to save them and various things like that, it just feels like there's a lot of counterplay for Taz, and ultimately, you know, the front line just couldn't compete.
Jake, I got a theory question for you here, because I'm running through the scenarios. I can think of a few things, but, you know, for Sanya on the Calico goes Trophy Collector early in the last game, doesn't even go for the item whatsoever in this game. You know, what's the difference in your mind in Sanya's decision-making here? Where he's like, yep, last game, I'm going TC. This game, nope, not a chance.
You know, it's just one of those items, you know, it's a snowballing choice, right? You pick it when you think you're going to get those kills regardless. In this game, I think Sonya was absolutely correct not to go for it, because they needed every last bit of damage. Like an additional 1,600 damage investment very early in the game can make a difference.
All right. There's not a single brain cell running through my head right now, bro. I have no thoughts, genuinely. I have genuinely zero thoughts running through my head right now. Zero thoughts running through my head right now. Absolutely zero. Absolutely no brain cells,
like
bro.
Zergy's role was more keyed in to trying to just run down objectives, given that what we're seeing from these games so far is that the way the urn is played, there's a lot more trading off for objectives away from the urn right now. So it kind of felt like that was more Zergy's role versus Cosmetical, who's there to do all of the player damage.
Yeah, I mean, Mina is like of the heroes who is going to get a lot of, you know, farm and is be, you know, kind of like that left clicker style character. I think Mina is one of the worst at sieging objectives. Like that's sort of specifically gimped in terms of her output there. So for Viper, who I think is one of the best when you're just spam sliding and just like pumping damage into objectives, there's a nice complementary nature of those two heroes. With the kind of explosive game that Cosmetica was having, I'm glad that Zergy was willing to like push out those sidelines, maybe tank some deaths at times, but to your point, for a well-worthy trade across the map.
All right, well, Loki W, they're up one map against Abrahams, able to crack the code on dealing with the Abrams Calico composition. What else does Abrahams have in the bag? Their tournament life is on the line when we come back next.
They might have it. They might have it. But we got downtime, right? I don't need to make another sandwich. I got food. I might refill my water though. My water's completely empty. I am going to. Now it's completely empty. It wasn't completely empty before.
Let's see what we've got.
Chin. Rip. And shout out to DNS, bro. These guys are so good. I don't even understand how I could ever even be anywhere close to the level these guys are good at. What a parry. What a parry. Oh. You're all bearing witness to perfection. Shut up, Mina. Shut up. Dude, I'm telling you, there's no brain activity in my brain right now. Oh my gosh, I cannot get a single brain cell to work. I'm grabbing water. Be right back.
Oh my god. I'm gonna
Welcome back,
I'm gonna
everyone, to
boycott
the night
broadcast,
shift,
CP.
where we're in the middle of the intro, and I'm just
Sorry.
This is unbelievable. Well, ZP here with Dan and Jake, and look, we just got through map number 1, where Loki W was able to take down the new mix that Abrahams has been trying out today. Worked for them in the challenger match, not working the first match of the final. Jake, Abrahams, though, this is a team that usually has more than one look prepared when it comes to the best of 3.
Yeah, definitely a squad that can go deep into a series. You know, that being said, I think they gonna have to go deep into the bag of tricks now. I think the first look was pretty ideal for them. Picks, but Loki W strat just kind of dominated.
Oh my gosh, I'm back, bro.
Put some of that on execution, but it really does feel like Loki W could just more or less run it back, and it's up to Abrahams to kind of change the way things went, because a lot of those fights were pretty dominant, pretty one-sided. There wasn't many moments in that last
dog,
map
you're gonna knock it
where
over.
felt like Abrahams were in control of the game.
The dog in my
We're
room
talking
now.
about it in the middle of break, but you're Abrahams. What do you look to change in the draft? What do you not want to deal with again under any circumstances?
So yeah, the silver's a problem for sure. I definitely think the silver's an issue. I feel like there's other things that you could potentially steal, or would be looking to steal. If let's say silver's the first ban, I think you might want to try to steal the viscous, and if you get the opportunity to maybe ban away Sinclair like for your second ban, I think maybe you should be considering that. That's kind of like the top of line items, I would say. The thing is that, like, oh, I didn't even mention Mina, which was like so iconic from Cosmetical just a moment ago. So I mean, I think you've said this project, probably you as well, ZP. The Loki W is just not a team that you can really ban. A ban does not solve your problems with this team.
No, not at all. Loki W probably one of the hardest teams to draft against. Where, look, not everything. This is where I'll be a little bit fair on all ends and say not everything Lightbringer cooks up actually works. There are some periods of time where Loki W will occasionally have a draft being like, what in the world happened here? But generally speaking, even if something doesn't work, there is reasoning behind it, and an idea of like, okay, this actually could be a thing. And as a result, Loki W is probably some of the most versatile drafts that we've seen of any team. And speaking of the draft, Jake, I think you may be able to summon it right now. I hear it's just about ready.
Let's see if I can work my magic and draft. Oh my god, that was pretty good. Huh? You got to give it to me. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was not impressed somehow.
No, I said yeah.
I just,
no, sorry. Okay, I was looking at a player DM that happened at the same time. I was like, yep. I don't know. I was expecting other people to go in here. No, Jake, your magic
cast
is
my
terrible.
magic spells for you. What do I get in return? Doorman ban, Loki W. I mean, they just refuse to play against this hero, which I think it's actually interesting. I think with first pick, I'm such a Doorman fan, but maybe they feel like, hey, like this has just been a hero we don't really want to use ourselves. The Taz has been a monster on the character. Keeping Taz on Paradox maybe feels like a good way to play this series.
Well, in response, I'm going to get the ban on Pocket out of Abrahams. So, yeah, I mean, with Loki W having first pick, Abrahams is still in the bucket of, look, would rather deal with the silver. We don't want to deal with the Pocket under any circumstances. But with the silver being available, let's hear that howl. Is it coming in from Loki W? Yeah, of course it is. And, you know, Dan, they decide one more time they're going to go down Silver Highway. And the car being driven down that highway, it's going to be from Hoop.
Yeah. Maybe Abrahams can pick Victor instead. Maybe that could be one of the ways they could begin to solve this puzzle instead of going for the Abrams or prioring that. Okay, no, they're gonna prior the Abrams. This could still get Victor. They could go like heavy on the front line here.
Yeah, I do think that the GT making it through the draft or the first ban for the first time this series is going to be likely a really high prio pick for Abrahams. I mean, a lot of teams have valued it, and that'd be a good way to really switch up the game in terms of the pace you brought in map 1. So I think for Abrahams, this is like them so far trying to be as aggressive as possible, trying to be in the driver's seat, and I think that's a great way to maybe snatch the tempo back after a map loss.
All right, so we're going to see the GT come in from Abrahams, Loki W, thinking about other high-profile picks. Dan, you know, they're going to pick up the Victor, and usually the best friend early in the draft has been a Viscus to back it up, and, you know, do they deviate from that?
I would be surprised. I think Viscus has proven to be somewhat core to a lot of what Loki W have been drafting, I would say, and no one really seems to attack the Viscus. And once again, yeah, just like you were suggesting, Viscus kind of comes in, and I think the core is collected. The Victor, the Silver, and the Viscus. This is a formula for Loki W that's worked.
Jake, I have to ask, now you already have the Viscus on the board, and we saw it happen last game where it wasn't as effective. If you're Abrahams, do you consider the Calico again, or do you put that one on the shelf this game?
Yeah, I don't love it. I think they, you know, Loki W have shown they're a really good team at like not letting you get away with these pickoffs, at least not for free. I do like that Abrahams though grab the rem for themselves, because I think having a really powerful hard save is an attribute in this current meta. It lets your frontliners do a little bit more, take a little bit more chances and risks. And I think for Abrahams, I think Rem's a good way to maybe bring that out as well, with a very powerful team fight ultimate that can be a good way of at least slowing down Silver for a minute. It is a little bit of an early Rem pick, so it lets Loki W kind of draft more heavy into gun damage if they want to.
Dan, the Geist ban coming on out, where again, it's not as wild as it has been. Some of these drafts in both the U and NA, Geist have been coming in as a later on pick, but with Geist off the board, you know, if you're Abrahams, how do you turn this draft around?
Ooh, yeah, I think that's interesting. Well, we're going to see Paradox come out again. So the Abrams Paradox combo didn't do so well last game, but maybe this game it will fare a bit better. Okay, so they got the GT, so they're probably not looking for necessarily another like Spirit Nuke. Shiv is still available, and I think Shiv could be kind of valuable at this stage of the draft. So I'd be maybe looking for that. Mina, of course, going to Loki W. So they're basically getting a repeat.
Running it back.
Yeah.
The only changes so far have been on the Abraham side. I mean, the Sinclair's banned out, so it's going to have to be something a little bit different from Loki W. But, you know, the Sinclair, while it was nice at times last game, I don't think it was really the reason for the win. That, though, I think is going to be a really comfortable pick for Zergy. The Viper was pretty solid last game, but I feel a lot better about the Venator, especially against Rem, where, you know, having crazy raw gun damage, a good finisher with the Erdo.
So you do have a Ram?
Really nice in this one.
The Wabubu is going to carry the entire game.
Also a little bit of a denied pick, where I think Abrahams were going to go for it for sure. I don't think Zergy has any real attachment to needing to play the Venator. There's other heroes that Zergy, of course, has played recently very well, like the Warden, but in this case, it puts Abrahams on the Wraith. Now, you know, Dan, relative to the last game here, it doesn't seem like a Calco is going to be coming on out. You know, what do you think of this difference in the Abraham strategy, where seemingly, you know, it's a little bit more of a focus on frontline and sustainability, where you not only get the Rem earlier in the draft, but you also get the Billy?
Yeah, the Billy is definitely nice, a much bigger health pool. So, I mean, Billy, you know, despite the point I made earlier about the chain gang maybe not having as much purchase with all the ways to break it in the earn fights, still like very, very good right now, and has been not as heavily prioritized, but pairs really well with the Rem. I was expecting the Shiv maybe. There's something also that pairs really well with the Rem. But yeah, solid front line here. It's going to be challenging though, because I do feel like Loki W's lineup kind of scales better at every portion of the game. They do get McGinnis, and I don't know. McGinnis is looking kind of nice earlier today as well. Some really, really good cutoffs with the walls can be really pivotal in these team fights.
Toast the monument. I don't know how.
Like,
I don't know how to
it's
get
hard to go
there.
wrong with Loki W. They got the core. I mean, the Mina pick up as well, and I don't know, man. I'm struggling to believe. I don't know if you guys believe in Abrahams.
Jake, here's what I have to ask for Abrahams. What is their path to getting a bunch of GT stacks in this game, because that's the one consistent thing we've seen about GT drafts, is that, you know, there's a very high correlation between actually getting good stacks in the first 15 minutes and winning the game. The difference between, you know, a GT with plus 50 and a GT with, you know, plus 10 or plus 20 is actually pretty profound in some of the team fight differences. So you're playing GT and Abrahams. Who are you isolating here?
I think a lot of this is ultimately going to be on characters like Wraith and Paradox here to like find those initial ulti catches on somebody maybe being a little bit too greedy in the side lane, having the bird come in as a backup. But I think for Abrahams, for me, it's like this draft puts a lot of weight on the shoulders of, to your point, GT hitting spirit stacks. Like I don't think Wraith is gonna basically true solo carry this game in the late game. There are some enabling tools for her, but with Viscous Cube, the lift feels like it really hurts to be so reliant on like a single target, you know, burst one enemy kind of an ulti into options like Victor, and then, you know, with the cube able to save a lot of these other targets. So I agree with you guys. I'm worried for Abrahams in this one. I think they really need GT to be a massive influence, and as much as we do often see GT have these explosive games, it doesn't feel good when it feels like you have to build those stacks.
Dan, we talked about it a lot in the break, and I'll bring it back to you because, you know, it was a key conversation, is that for Hoot, how much does this draft that Hoot is up against change the dynamic here? Because last game, Silver basically ran wild. You know, is Hoot going to have a little bit less room to work with this game, or is it still going to be Hoot doing whatever he wants?
Yeah, I think it's. I was actually just thinking about that a little bit with the Billy pick in particular, because I was thinking, you know, is Billy going to be better in some of the scenarios that you'd be up against the Silver versus the Shiv, for example? And I think the answer to that is probably yes. In some cases, you can lock down Silver a bit more, either with the chain gang. Obviously, I think Billy does a lot of damage output. Rem is going to be able to keep Billy alive. It's a very good pairing for an early lane as well, the Rem Billy. And I think just it does add that extra oomph to the front line. That will also give Abrams, I think, more of a chance to have more damage output and more abilities to survive. So, and the Wraith, obviously, as long as you're not getting slowing hexed, there are more escape tools here against the Silver to create that distance. So I definitely think against Silver, it definitely makes more sense. And you've got a lot of burst damage with the Spirit, which I think is also going to play up against the Silver and Victor well for Abrahams.
Jake, probably the most important topic of all, post-game, Listic immediately got in the Twitch chat and said, 0 deaths, this is the normal game for me. Does Listic go deathless again, and is he trying to rewrite a narrative that you...
He hopped in the chat, oh my goodness.
Listic going deathless is a pretty remarkable stat line, and don't expect that to continue to be the case. I mean, it's the nature of the role as a frontliner that unless you're just dominating the game, you will tank deaths. And I don't expect this game to be any exception. I like some of the changes coming in. I think Billy, you know, it's surprising to see him discarded over the last couple games, uncontested in those drafts. I think Billy can be nice into options like Silver and Mina when they try to run away, try and disengage from these ultimates. And Billy might also be, in theory at least, a pretty decent frontliner at challenging the Silver, right? At like, hey, like Silver is insane at melee range, but so can Billy, right? Like, so in terms of being able to take that test for a deeper, more challenging fight. So really curious to see how this one pans out for Abrahams. I think they've got some good options, but they're gonna need to hit some big plays and get some tempo off this Paradox Abrams that didn't work out last game.
You know, Dan, as we fill a little bit of time, as the lobby is almost ready, I assure you, you know, looking at some of the lanes here, Loki W actually gets some of the lanes that have been coming more into prominence recently. Probably the biggest one is the Ven McGinnis lane, which I think is like low-key one of the, you know, no pun intended, one of the more sleeper lanes where it makes Ven's job in the lane so much easier when you have multiple opportunities to actually land high-value gut shots courtesy of the wall.
Yeah, it does create like a lot of threat, like some immediate threat at any point, any place. And McGinnis's ability to push and create space is really, really powerful as well. And they both have a lot of gun damage that they can just pump out continually at range. That comes online pretty quickly. And with the anti-heal from the grenade too, like, you know, there's definitely a lot of problems when you're up against that lane. So it'll be very interesting to see what pairs against it. Curious what you guys think will be the optimal pairing from Abrahams to play up against that. Like, what lane would have the best chance?
I mean, I think Rem is always nice when you're up against a hard lane where, like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of damage coming in, but you just kind of keep healing it back up. You like soak some resist, maybe put some lane pressure on the opponent with your little helpers. So I think that does provide some nice stability. I think this Venator McGinnis, I'm curious if that's actually the lane, but I think there could also be a lot of early pressure from those two as far as trying to open up some of those Guardians with those recent resistance changes.
So all in all, we are just about to get in the game. The players nearly ready. Again, here's what's really happened is that we had some EU players that were playing in NA tournaments recently, and unfortunately, it just spreads. Where, you know, NA takes a while to get in game. All our EU players are playing in Night Shift Open. You know, all top 3 EU teams actually made it to the final day. And unfortunately, they came back from the Americas with player disease here, where, you know, people are probably in the bathroom. They've realized they can take a little bit of extra time. We are cracking the whip as hard as possible, you know, without causing permanent injury to the players. But, you know, as much as we try here, Jake, you know, sometimes players are going to take a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it is what it is. When you know, if everyone in Twitch chat spams caster start the game, though, typically that gets us in the game way quicker. Like that's that really moves the needle for the players.
What do you guys think? Oh, I guess we're gonna find out because we're getting into game now.
That's right, and as a result, I get to say this is going to be Loki W versus Abrahams. Abrahams trying to stay alive to bring you the game. It's going to be DDK and Jake. Dan, take it away.
Yeah, Jake, I'm wondering who's going to be up against that disgusting, just horrible, reprehensible, abhorrent Viscous Mina lane. Like, who's going to have to deal with that, huh? That's what I'm wondering.
I think you could maybe do like a Rem Abrams lane and just soak all the damage. You know, I don't think there's much that you can lane against that puts pressure back on the other way, at least that I'm seeing in the draft. So it looks like it'll be Billy Rem. So yeah, like still a lot of durability there. Definitely gonna need it. Yeah, and I will say that it is not a very good lane at clearing waves. Like, you have crazy spirit damage to throw at enemy players, but you don't have the best wave damage. By the way, nice heavy from Sonya, but parried down on Zergy. Nice little connection in the early game. We don't often talk about those micro details, but it can make a difference. Joker rolled for Arzo. He's been blessed this game.
Yeah, the monster rounds are definitely important as like a, I guess, a tip. If you feel like you're in a losing lane, or a lane where you have to do much more, like let's say you got a teammate that's box running and stuff like that, you need to have more ability to clear the wave. Like monster rounds is an essential buy so that you can kind of keep the enemy creeps off of your towers, so that the enemies cannot just like get all the free tower damage. They can't pressure you up there as much. You know, you can kind of snipe those troopers from afar. So early monster rounds definitely expected from me, at least on Together, I would imagine, on the Billy.
Yeah, generally I think one of those really solid items in the early game. Definitely going to be always one of our most bought. To your point, maybe one that people, you know, at home aren't buying enough. You think, I'm a support, I'm, you know, playing for my support items, but that monster rounds can often bridge the gap in those very early laning trades that
True.
A little bit awkward at times.
True.
Still, teams at this level don't expect there to be too much kind of a crazy action breaking out in the first few moments. Venator does put a lot of damage down. McGinnis throws the wall down, and Sonya went way too deep trying to counterplay that one. Some movement to get out. He should be just fine. But elsewhere, Ballistic finds a trade with Taz.
No. Oh, wait, they trade. Okay.
Yeah, I'm super curious how that side lane's going to turn out. That's a horrible lane. But GT going to have a big performance. However, the harass from Hoot is going to be really painful. GT does have really ridiculous damage output. They're super consistent with the uptime of the two, the flying arrows, or whatever it's called, the rain of arrows, flying arrows, rain of arrows.
Yeah,
that's really, really powerful.
Yeah, I think it'll be nice this game too with Silver, right? Where Silver often wants to like mark these damage dealers, and I think Arzo on Wraith is definitely going to be getting a lot of attention in that regard. Nice little shotgun from Zergy, just blasts Sonya off his back.
Yeah, maybe the GT is the difference maker. Like I think it is one of the biggest differences, the highest value steal into this draft, and
yeah,
I'm excited. I hope that it does make the difference for Abraham's here. But again, you know, it's Empty Dreams that has to have a big game, but it's Empty Dreams, so anyone could do it.
There's also the possibility for Billy having maybe a better game than we're giving him credit for, with a lot of teams maybe going away from this pick. Billy is one of those characters who can actually be a pretty relevant carry if you can get off to a decent start in the game. Obviously, he's gotten the short end of the stick in the laning phase, but Rem on the assist, if you can get a little box running out on Rem, you're going to feel pretty good about it. No charge available for Sonya. He would love to have it in that moment standing behind the McGinnis. Gets it up just in time, though, and as he levels it, now it's going to be his opportunity to put some big damage down. Obikim throws out the parry. Looks like he has maybe rebuttal already on the McGinnis, but expertly navigated by Sonya. That'll be a quick kill. And when you die in McGinnis like that in the lane, it really feels like it resets your pushing power.
Very nice. Very nice start, especially, you know, Ozzy getting the pickup there. Getting a little bit of soul edge.
You're not taking me down.
Dangerous, you know, of course, you know, Abrams can apply a lot of presence. You know,
Man, I want to play Deadlock, man.
Take down and the rage damage behind that is like really respectable these days in the current.
I really want to play Deadlock.
Even in the early laning phase, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
I'm playing Destiny because this new update came out, but man, I really want to play.
Yeah,
I was planning on playing Deadlock today. I was genuinely planning on playing Deadlock today, and then I realized it's Wednesday, so it's DNS.
Abrams charge and
I kind of forgot it was DNS day.
It's a massive issue. Wall gets thrown out. It looks like pretty much just for some last hit contest there. So that really shows, I think, the Obligim doesn't expect to get aggressive at all in this lane.
Yeah, some good chip damage with the cards, and I feel like we're already getting, now that we see the bridge buff battle. Okay, gun buff for engines. Oh, that's huge, actually. That's really big.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
nice
at
for him in the
you.
early game.
How
Usually we're
much
seeing
can
GT
you
rush for that
say?
4.8k gun spike, and it's going to be right on the cusp of that. So there's definitely going to be some moments here where Empty Dreams is going to be a monster in the lane.
See the God
Looks
of
like
me,
Tazos
I
puts some pressure
hope
down
you can
alongside that. I mean,
see.
there's a very durable
If it's
opposition
upside
against
down
him, so it
for
won't be
me.
easy to crack the code and push down mid. Rusted Barrel picked up by McGinnis, so just all in on these early game trading items. A lot of damage coming down on Empty Dreams, who wants to proc the ultimate, but it's going to be hard to close the gap with the mobility and disruption that GT and Paradox bring to bear.
It just feels like a better game so far for Abrahams in the early games. That they're managing the lanes a lot better. You know, especially as I say, the Viscous Mina lane. We haven't really seen too much drama coming out of that lane just yet.
Oh, he has to cancel the bird because the gank is maybe coming in against him. Listic tried to disrupt that, but then also means Listic has gone quite deep. Ooh, some big hits coming in. GT has to be very careful. Who doesn't want to chase for any more? Looks like some big trades happen though in that left side lane. Medical goes down, but Together is on almost no HP.
Yeah, definitely needs to reset. You might see him do that. Unless there's like a tag along available, but yeah, going for the reset on the zip line. Be back on the lane soon. I don't think he's going to miss a wave, especially if the Rem's not going crazy and shooting the wave as as all my matchmaking teammates would do. Not salty.
Not salty at all, of course, but you know, they do lots of things, Stan. You got to remember that. Oh, big cards up here for Wraith. Definitely some kill threat with the ulti. Joker and 2 spades. Listic goes down to basically just range poke here. That kind of hurts. Does not have the ult max, so that is down for almost 4 minutes. I mean, that really stings for Listic in the early game.
This lane is definitely struggling more than I maybe expected it to against the Abrams and Wraith. Abraham's looking pretty nice in that respect. Despite getting the gun buff, you can really see though the Silver Victor pressure. That's a heavy front line in the mid lane is doing wonders for Loki W. Getting some good tower damage, keeping the lane pushed. Obviously, there's the kill threat, and getting some yikes.
I appreciate Obligim asking for the reason, actually. Doing God's work over here.
Yeah.
Keeping the opponents honest. Somebody's got to do it in this one. Abrahams. I mean, I think to your point, the game has started off much more nicely for them rather this time than last. And Arzo, crucially, I think is having a decent start. He really, like, 1 kill on the side lane would really set this Wraith on the right path, though. And I don't think she's quite found the breakthrough. I mean, what, a 500 soul lead for her individually? But hold on, here's a big pin forward. McGinnis pulled out of position, but the follow-up feels more suspect. Arzo is not sure he wants to commit onto this. And it is going to be a blink up to the high ground. But Irdamini shot the final crucial shot as well, not connecting from Zergi. So the dust settles. Both teams find themselves a little bit worse for wear.
Rem looking to go steal the Sinners in the opponent's jungle. Might get caught by 3 players, actually. I'll see if Sin can escape that. It looks like he'll be able to. The bird's coming into that position as well. Looks like just stealing a lot. We'll have to keep an eye on the golden statue buffs to get the pit. They're showing they got it out. Here it comes, the nuke. Boom!
Oh my
and
God,
goodbye. There's a stack.
Yeah, that's a big stack and a big kill.
Bird stack?
for
Bird stack?
The players who wanted to get it rolling. Sane has basically never left this lane. I mean, we're not really seeing any rotations from him. I think he understands how.
Man, I'm gonna be real, man.
Wraith wins this tower trade.
GT on a capable player is like the most broken champion ever. I swear.
Threaten a bit of a steal here. Nice.
And it's just like not close.
A big heavy melee for Empty Dreams, and they get the finish on Ballistic.
That stupid little bird comes up every 2 seconds, bro.
The McGinnis hold as well, though, as Hoot are just running them down. I thought GT was out of that for sure, but the chase comes in immediately. And that, with the help of the McGinnis turret, should be a mid-guard.
And there it is. I think the oppressive force of Hoot making his presence known. Oh, good parry, though, fighting against Together. Looking to maybe heal up, perhaps with a melee or two, but Nox Nostra post-swap and trying to stay alive. The Sanguine retreat. Oh my goodness, just enough. The cube coming into to just make sure it does survive. But no, the slam from out of nowhere.
And wow, Together goes deep for that. He does give his life for it. I'm not sure how worth that is. I think Cosmetical might be willing to take that trade. Meanwhile, Zergy and Arzo both went down on the opposite side. So this one, it's turning into a bloodbath. No team, I think, having the clear edge in these trades. Another kill on Listic. This would be brutal, though. Listic was talking way too much in Twitch chat. Now he's getting smoked on a few tough back-to-back deaths for a character that does, I think, particularly care about economy more than some of the other frontliners. And I mean, we had to do this one to him. I mean, we just had
to. I mean, hey, man. You're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
That's all of the golden statue buffs for his team. They do lots of things indeed, Ram. McGinnis looks to be certainly dead to rights here. A big shotgun hit, though, makes it a little scary, but it's the value of the Abrams with a movement buff as well. I mean, just so hard to escape. Air to me thrown in, but Arzo's going to shrug that one off. Maybe actually not, with Victor coming back in. Reanimation is going to be online.
Victor staying up, staying large and in charge on the right side here. Still looking good actually for Loki W in terms of the Guardians. They got the advantage. They got that mid Guardian down. The urn is coming up in a minute.
We're at 11 minutes and 5 out of 6 Guardians are still standing. That's actually really surprising, right? Typically we see things break down a little bit sooner than this. So both teams putting a lot of priority to defending their towers. No one can generate enough advantage to kind of break that stalemate just yet.
Yeah, quite unusual. Speaks to how even the situation is right now. And the urn's coming up too, so I'd imagine a lot of Guardians are going to start falling in the next couple of minutes. There we go, there's one of them. That's the right side for Loki W is going to experience the pain. Looking to get more out of this though. A forward TP, there's the telekinesis as well. Looking to lock down the McGinnis. Has horrible movement options, can't get away in time. The conversion is looking fantastic there for Abrahams. Sonya on the Abrams. I don't know if we even mentioned that yet. I don't know if you mentioned that.
That's not bad.
Yeah, he's been great on the Abrams this game. Keeping on that pace of a lot of these fighting heroes. Would love to be able to drop the reanimation out of Listic, but can't quite get that trade. Who actually goes for a pretty late trophy collector. Interesting buy for him this game. Curious to see how that one pays off. Doesn't have to keep our eyes on that as the series develops. Vrake, instant pickup on the urn. Taking a little bit of liberty here on the map. See if there's something Loki W want to force without sole advantage. I mean, basically just going for this off the back of the strength of their Victor and McGinnis ults.
Gotta be careful when Hoot's around, especially if you're a GT. And is making its way across to the deposit zone. There's some more of these Guardians are still up actually. Still got that mid Guardian up. Looks like it's going to go down now though. Abrahams will take care of that.
Cosmetical, Mina's getting gained to the other side of the map. If she can just play her way out of this, it would be massive. An urn dunk being attempted here. Abrahams looks like they want to split the map, but maybe still thinking about a contest here, trying to be cheeky with it. Percentage starts ticking up. Abrams playing that front line. Gets the tag along, but you really now cannot step off this objective, Abrams. The tanking is called into question. Sonya Sniper runs low. Looks like...
Can't do it. Loki W, too good. They're too good.
It will. And Zergy profits not only with an urn dunk for the team, but also a nice kill onto Sonya. You did get some mid-tower pressure from Empty Dreams, but nothing major, right? Like half on the mid walker. It's nice, but it's far from a free take later in the game.
Yeah, it is interesting. We'll have to see if they can take advantage of that. It's always nice to get the mid walker first. As you can see, Loki W
I had
hold the
to fart.
priority in the map.
Sorry.
There. Very comfortable diving deep to potentially get some of these pickoffs. It's a kind of scary moment, and together could get caught out by Cosmetical on the Mina. Is getting chased instead by the Victor. Ballistic under the tower. Here comes the Alpha to save though. And that's going to take... Oh my goodness. Victor down to nothing. Obviously he gets the shocking reanimation. It's back up to full HP in this fight. And now suddenly Sanya Sniper on the charge, trying to take the initiative here. Abrahams looking to see if they can get these picks going. The wall going to make things a bit more awkward, but still, this is maybe not the place you want to be. Right next to the Abram fists, and that's a McGinnis that is now dead.
Yeah, some nice rebuttal parries coming out, but it's not nearly enough. The rest of the team just not interested in this fight. Hoot, though, as he comes in now, maybe the rest of the team will follow. Just eviscerates this Billy. The front line not able to stand up, but Loki W dropping players elsewhere. As strong as Hoot is, as many stacks as he's picking up here, now he finds himself faced up against Saint here on the Abrams. Has to just run for it alongside Cosmetical's Mina. Doesn't look amazing for Hoot, but we've seen him play his way out of tight spots before. And Zergy goes down elsewhere, so actually, despite some nice trades coming in from Abrahams with Hoot and Cosmetical getting out, they feel really good about that trade.
Look at the health on the mid walker. Empty Dreams died to try to take it down, and he was close. But that's kind of backdoorable right now. So they got to be very careful, Loki W, that they don't give that up. And I mean, they haven't even gotten all the Guardians yet. The left side Guardian's still up.
Yeah, I mean, Loki W has been a team that actually, I think more than just about anyone else, is not interested in early walker pressure. They're not really trying to take big trades for it. They just want to stay alive, control the map with the expectation they'll get the walker later. Sanguine, though, expires, and there's an owl coming in. It has to be some nice evasive maneuvers, but some clean control
Oh my
from
goodness.
Empty Dreams on the owl. He's hunting, looking for that
Dang.
easy kill, and just has to deliver a stun to keep
Not
his
get
team
Mina, but
safe
man,
there.
that was still
Cosmetical
pretty
happy to
good.
escape his life.
Drone pilot.
That was incredibly impressive piloting right there. Put him in the FPV, like drone competitions. All right, so finally this Guardian on the left side might go down. Hoot getting in there with the leap off the Lycan Curse. And there are a lot of Loki W players here. I would not want to be here, Taz. They are going to start to back away a little bit from this Guardian. Oppressive force. But I mean, seriously, respect. Keeping that Guardian up until like 16 minutes and 18 seconds. Impressive.
Might not be a free take here. Billy's coming in with the chain, trying to force a team fight. Abraham sensing that this may be an opportunity to claw something back. Empty Dreams does find Cosmetical, who's been the one to get away more often than not in these scenarios. So it's a nice little opportunity to pump the brakes on Cosmetical's farm, ensure that it won't be a repeat of last game where he basically tore Abrahams to pieces single-handedly. And the Owls just keep coming. Hoot actually getting targeted. They know the Owl's coming in. There's a Spirit Buff Wraith as well. Very respectable damage.
Catching on the noggin. And in the meantime, with whatever pressure we have here, you actually have Empty Dreams on the left side of the map here against Cosmetical, looking to try to take down more Walker health, I suppose. This Walker is very healthy on the left side, but applying that pressure. And in the meantime, Loki W are gathering in mid to look to find a fight.
Opportunity to catch the frontliners. Billy walled out away from this one. It's going to mean a free kill into Taz. I think Obakim was maybe looking for the trap there. Doesn't find it on the Billy, but the one kill looks to be good enough. Loki W going to go for this flip in the mid boss. Abraham's, one of the most successful teams historically at contesting these, but Loki W, as of recently, has had their number in these fights. GT's already here, though, starting to pump that damage. McGinnis getting a little bit low. There's a big sleep coming in. They're not waiting for the respawner, and it seems to be paying off so far.
This is a very important fight. Both teams at a deadlock here on terms of the amount of souls that they have. Looking for advantage over the mid-boss. Ching.
It's crazy how even this game is.
Two players. We talked about this. Is it enough to deal
Obakim down. No, who down? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Obakim.
Uh-oh.
The entire Loki W.
Jeez, everyone's dying.
Getting massacred. One trade comes in onto Sanya. Zergy, though, needs to get out of this position. Still pretty healthy, but everybody around him is struggling. Listic still up with a lot of HP, though.
Oh my gosh. We got 2 picks.
Turn Abrahams Dns Tourney against Abrahams as the
No,
fight
Mina!
continues around this position. Billy, though, still doing a
Goth
lot of
Girl
damage
survives.
together, putting in a good effort, but losing the support there. Needs the heals.
No
but
way.
left. And now Saint is without a front line to be able to help him out, and it's got to back away from the fight, and it's going to leave them in.
Oh, boo, boo.
Yeah, gotta get run down here on the Rem. Listic, make sure he gets his bag as well. So spawners coming in. There may actually still be an opportunity for a contest, but Abrahams, if they go now, it risks everything. Maybe they don't have much of a choice in the matter. Do not want to give up a clean rejuve take. Arzo on his way back in, but it just doesn't seem like he's going to be there in time.
Man.
All rejuve's claimed.
They're so good, bro.
Maybe take some of them away. The McGinnis ult, those zones players back in empty teams. Just deleted stepping up to that mid boss. Same.
They're so good, bro.
Oh, this looks like good money thrown after bad. Now Abrahams, only 4 players standing, and they would be lucky to just hold on to their walkers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we get an urn pickup, but I'm not sure what the play is around the urn here, because they can definitely try to waste some time, but you aren't able to hold the urn hostage like you used to, with now the fact that it ticks 5% HP at a time. And fighting the urn, I mean, it's not a comeback urn either. They're not going to get an advantage. This is going to be a tough one, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, what a fight from Loki W, but they're just going to go straight for the urn, force the dunk. It goes down so quick with this comeback, and they're not going to fight into the resist. Good decision from Loki W, but they want to get a fight out now. Resists are over, still tripper rejuves. Everything in favor of Loki W. Ultimate's not amazing for them. Looking to isolate Paradox, who's trying to run away from the back halls, but with the walkers still being up here, it's a little bit questionable whether Loki W actually want to continue to force the issue, but looks like they do.
Yeah, swap on cooldown here, so it would be huge. There was something like that available, but still just trying to fight under the walker, but it's going to get melted so fast. And now Abrahams have to be careful. They're not.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Taz! Oh.
Taz goes
No.
down very quickly.
Got burger boxed. Oh no, dude.
And Loki W once again just tearing through from the strength of this front line. Oh my god, the dives that are possible on Silver.
Billy runs away, but actually just ticks out. Massive find. They're able to get the Billy shutdown, and now, I mean, what looked like just a, clean walker grab. A little uncharacteristically sloppy movement from Taz on the escape there. He gets picked off, snowballs into 2 more, trying to, unfortunately falling victim to the...
Geez, they're not even out that much up on souls, but man, they are getting value out of this. We'll say that they're not, the cooldown time is not too long, but they have all rejuves.
Really starts to slip away. They're going to throw everything, and there's a lot of low players on the opposition. A cube is perfect from Break to keep Hoot alive, but he's still low. With Billy respawning, I think 2
That's
regions
fine.
off the field. This could have been Loki W doing a little bit too much. Abraham's going to really look for these chase downs.
It's surprising, Jake. It's only a 10k difference at the moment, so that's not insane for this time of the game. Definitely an advantage, though, and a lot of lane priority. See if there's any conversions made possible. Drake is converted on the retreat. Still a rejuve up, and Loki W looking to just run away with the advantage. Minute left on this rejuve. And again, Loki W, they can just, farm, try to protect the map. There's a lot of work for Abrahams to do to try to equalize the, the lanes. And they're going aggressive together.
Let's see what this
deep
book
in
can
this
do.
jungle, looking to see if he can punish McGinnis.
I like that they're desperate. They should be. I mean, losing a shrine often the beginning of the end at this level of play in Deadlock. But uh-oh, some traps coming in. Here comes Listic from behind, forcing this fight. Listic has the rejuve, no reanimation, but doesn't need either. The out comes in.
Goodbye, Billy.
Doesn't look like it even connects there. And the desperation from Abrahams is responded to with a steady hand. Low-key W cleaning this one up. Zergy more than happy to take a trade with the opponents deep in the jungle. Looks like we'll have a little pause or Low-key W to get their Discord reset, but communication-wise, there's not so much to say here for Low-key W, right? They look comfortable. They keep taking these fights. Abrahams feels more and more desperate, but like a rat in a trap, man. They're just worming away to their own demise.
Well, at least Saint has a lot of golden statue buffs.
Yeah, it's nice. He's been stealing some sitters, but it hasn't so far, really been as effective, especially in terms of like the raw healing throughput that we'd expect. I mean, I think back to that fight that Abrahams, they get 3 initial kills around that mid-boss pit, but they just can't make it into an extended team fight, right? Like the spawners come back in and able to dominate them. GT really feeling the pressure in these moments, just doesn't quite have the full build online. Has some decent stacks up, plus 40 spear power is nice, but long way away from the Boundless where those stacks really start to take off.
And Midwalker looks like it can't really be defended at this point. I mean, also is a threat. 27k Wraith looking to go for the kill onto who? The burst damage. You got to get the kill before the wolf form, and it happens. And that is the way back in this game. Also, nice pick off. What else can they convert behind this? Abraham's picking up a nice charge here. Seismic Slam. And we able to get another conversion. There's the stun, slowing Listic down on the retreat. There's Billy coming in for the extra help. The rising ram.
Yeah, actually getting picks up that.
3 players down. 4 players down.
Jeez.
Let's go. Abraham's looking very alive right now.
Hey, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They're going to be very happy about this one. First comeback fight in quite a while, and with players still dead for a while, this should virtually equalize the soul advantage. I will say, having a shrine down is still a massive dagger in the back of Abraham's. Whether they can shrug off the bleeding from that, it's going to take more fights, just like the one we saw. But hey, spiritual overflow. I mean, the Wraith DPS here, when Merkmag comes online, this is a monster DPS build. Like, he will absolutely carve through the front line of players like Listic with this kind of a build. It doesn't have very much survivability. I mean, like, no Dispel Magic in this one, so if he gets caught, he is in a world of hurt. But I like this build. You know, this is a game where your Wraith needs to just do infinite DPS. There's no room for safety and defensive tools when you're this desperate.
Boot doing it again, finding a pick attempt here. I mean, this is a surround on the GT. Okay, GT goes down, Rim goes down. Oh, that's a horrible, horrible scenario. Abraham's, they were in a good spot, but this is the danger of Loki W just on top of you.
Such a good read from Loki W. I think, like, Abraham's got that huge team fight, and it was, I mean, for me, I had the same instinct. Oh, farm the map right now. Everyone's splitting farm. Like, let's get this comeback souls. Let's equalize the lead. And Loki W just basically gambling with the spawners just coming back. They're just immediately looking for kills, and Abraham's are just too split to counterplay it, which I think is just a very intelligent read of the game in that moment, kind of mitigating some of the losses from that last team fight. And now they're going to dunk the urn with it, and yeah, it feels pretty unlikely that you're going to go for the contest with Saint and Empty Dream still on response.
Yeah, also, I mean, you could try to convert the Walker on the left side. We did just get Listic TPing across, so Listic can kind of catch that wave and be a threat. But yeah, in fact, also, they don't have vision, Abraham's, on how many players were at the urn. So also had to just assume that there's going to be some players there to defend that, and pulls back off, can't assault that left Walker. I mean, this is interesting, though. I got to say, Jake, because you know, there is still 2 Walkers up for Abraham, for them to play defense around. That is helpful.
Yeah, it's definitely winnable. It just it's been more of a feeling for me in these last few minutes, where it feels like Loki W are just generally, other than that one, I think maybe over-eager push to try to use their last rejuve around the mid-walker, they've been getting the more comfortable engages. Like, they've been in control of how the fight takes place and when the commitments come out. And being able to send in, I mean, now that Victor has reached this point where with Scourge online, it feels like this is always a huge moment for Victor, where his mere presence in the front line is just intolerable to the opposition. Sonya responds in kind, though, so maybe the Scourge's mirrored can kind of mitigate some of that disadvantage.
Well, the next mid boss, I mean, it's definitely available for both teams in the sense that both teams have the strength to truly win a team fight over that mid boss, and for Abraham's, that would certainly turn the game around. And it is a very close affair right now, despite the advantage for Loki W. A lot of it comes down to Arzo and the threat that he provides. I don't know if the Merc Mag is available just yet. It can't be far off.
Yeah, he probably just wants to farm up a storm. Does have the gun buff right now. Listic, he picked up a refresher. Always a massive buy for Victor. Just doubling down on what already makes it hard. But Indomitable on Cosmetical. Love that for him. I mean, I think he is probably one of the most vulnerable characters to go on first, even with a cube behind. He's probably the ideal target. But with Indomitable, the Wraith lift just doesn't feel realistic. It's like somebody's got to force that Indom out before you can even consider a fight. I mean, who's just offering himself up here, but hold on. Oh, great swap just when he kind of turned his tail to maybe look for an escape. But it looks like he is going to be able to get that ult procced. Owl comes in, it hits 2, but they're shrugging it off, and Taz finds himself caught.
Oh, bye-bye, Taz. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bud. Bye-bye.
To back up this kind of a forced team fight. One last shot.
Oh,
He does miss, actually, from Sergey.
But didn't get the shot off.
But he and Listic will get it done the old-fashioned way. And Abraham's starting to fall apart here. Rem tagging along with Wraith, but ooh, it's kind of a short-range blink. It's a little scary for Wraith. No push coming in though. There's a mid boss to take.
The gut shot just sending Abrams so far away and down into the mid boss, and they can just now start to go for it. Very awkward fight, unfortunately, for Abrahams. I mean, W, like you were talking about earlier, they're so good at, they have such good instincts in finding these favorable fights, and setting themselves up to then take a mid boss. And Abrahams, they're in a desperate spot. Do they just try to force some steals?
It's so brutal to contest 3v6. I mean, this is like...
No, it's over. It's over. I think that's game.
Unwinnable. I mean, I honestly don't even know if it's worth trying at this level of play without...
It's not over yet. It's only 28 minutes, but it's pretty much
maybe
over,
a
bro.
kill to be grabbed would be nice, but I mean, look at the heal coming in on Hoot when that ult pops. Even through the full pressure of the Wraith. And I love the build from Hoot. I mean, very minimal investment in damage in this one. And even the gun items he has bought are actually somewhat defensive in nature, right? With weighted shots giving debuff resist, with Hunter's Aura also reducing enemy attack speed. So, I mean, he is very kitted to try to survive through the onslaught that Arzo's bringing out.
Oh!
See what's possible here for Abrahams. Up against the 3 Regs, they're going to lose the Walker. Like, no HP left. More Walker to go. That's going to be the toughest one now. Nice bit of damage into McGinnis.
I mean, these arrows hurt, I will say. It's just that it feels like Empty Dreams is not given the opportunity to put the damage down on the targets that he would like. I mean, Listic's just offering himself up, Hoot as well. And these two kind of more tickled by the GT than anything.
Oh, nice. I got the pattern for his gun.
Not much they can do to defend the Walker, sadly. And you mentioned the Boundless for Empty Dreams, still not really all that close to it. And that would really go a long way, because the power shots do become extremely powerful, especially if you can get like a few in quick succession. That can turn fights in the right type of a fight.
Is this an Echo Shard wall from McGinnis? It has to be,
That's
right,
what
with the
it
wall
is, man.
maxed. That is just devious from Obachem. I mean, he is going to be so hard to fight into. Think about characters like Wraith and GT that both want a little bit of space to work with. You're just walled out of the fight by McGinnis. You can't do a damn thing. And so if that actually, I think, is maybe a bigger impact on the way these fights are going than I would have normally given it credit for, right? Think about someone like Listic. You come in, you want to snatch away maybe a reanimation out of Victor, and then suddenly you're like double walled in. You cannot back out from that spot. Kind of saw that in one of those earlier fights in the jungle. I think Obachem is actually going to be kind of a monster for team fight control at this point in the game.
I totally agree, and you're never going to get away from Hoot. And there's turrets to spawn as well with it on level 3. They're going to be really annoying, the effects they can put on you, but Hoot just gathering some information, diving out from the roof, from the window, and...
Did Victor buy a Vortex Web? Am I seeing that right?
Oh, that's just disgusting.
I don't think
Suck
I've
him
ever
in.
seen that. That is, honestly, I don't think that's good, but okay, maybe the team needs it. Is that a bug? Like, that's so crazy.
I like the idea, you know, pull him into him. I mean,
you can't pop it after you're dead. Is the time you would want to pop it is when you're in the reanimation. But okay, he's gonna throw it out on the Wraith. Didn't really work. I'm standing by this not being a good buy, but it just doesn't matter. Maybe cosmetical kills.
Why do they buy Vortex Webs? Like,
Abrahams, they found themselves
just literally just drawn.
again, and they have not had the answers.
I mean, it's not actually, it's not horrible, but you need to use it before your ult goes off. It'd be better if someone else bought it when your ult goes off.
Unstoppable at this moment in the game.
Yeah, the base getting absolutely
Easy, yeah. GG's. GG's, bro. W.
Powerful.
Loki W.
From Loki W once again. I think, you know, we saw, interestingly, I think what you can consider some improvements to Loki W's comp in a way, because, you know, you mentioned the utility from McGinnis, and also just like having the synergy there also inherently with the Venator, but just how good Venator is in general. I don't know, like it just feels like Loki W kind of made their comp better.
I mean, I've been trying to cope for the opponents about how, hey, look, we've had bigger, longer historical runs for top teams, but the way Loki W are winning in these matches, sometimes it feels like no contest. I mean, they just dominate through. Like this fight, I haven't even been commentating because there's no fight to be had. Abrahams obliterated in game 1, game 2 as well. I mean, showing some fight back the early game, like Loki W isn't just sprinting to the finish line, but it never looks like they're really out of control. It never feels like the tide is turning against them. They just have an amazing read on the meta. They're hitting their stride as a unit right now, and it's proven its success in championship after championship at this point.
Loki W going to take the championship once more, and even with Abraham's making adjustments, even with Abraham's looking for a different way of dealing with some things that are working out well for Loki W, the number one thing, Dan, that seems to be really impacting the ability to win against Loki W is that they don't lose mid-fights. Even when they lose a mid-fight, they didn't fully lose. They had a fight that started out where Abrahams was able to take down 3 people. It was looking really good in the middle. The phrase massacred was thrown out, and then you hear the boss music approaching, and Zergy comes in, flips the entire fight for Loki W, and you know, from that point forward, Loki W was with an advantage effectively most of the game. And yeah, I mean, this has been a real problem, I think, for every other team in the EU, is how in the world do you beat Loki W at a mid-fight?
Yeah, it's really crazy too, because I think Hoot went down almost immediately in that fight. He was one of the first 2 casualties, and so it just didn't really make sense, honestly. I think it was this fight. It was this fight.
How did they come back in this? It's
overcame
crazy.
Hoot and Break.
Like, Together's chasing for kills here, which honestly, understandable. You got 3 kills. Like, you think, hey, maybe let's go finish this one off. Let's go clean this one up. But then Cosmetical drops the Nox Nostra down the shaft, and Listic and Zergy come in and brawl together at close range. I mean, a lot of teams would have just been too scared to like try to take that re-engage, but they don't. I mean, here they like Taz is just a little sloppy with the jumps to get out and escape from this Walker siege, and it turns into not exactly a team wipe, but maybe as good as one, opening up this first shrine of the game.
Yeah, I can't believe it, bro.
Shrine in competitive deadlock, yeah, it's might as well be lights out. It's really the other team's game to lose at that moment.
So I'm going to spoil a little bit of North America draft knowledge from the prep I was doing earlier today. But, you know, Dan, one thing that's going to be different in NA is that NA actually is banning silver in its drafts. And you look at the storyline of both of these games, that Hoot was going wild on the silver. Even when they were doing things like, you know, trying to throw Billy at the silver, trying to, you know, burst down silver early with bird combos, it didn't really work. And Hoot was still able to be unleashed for a lot of these fights. And you know, to me, I kind of look at the entire series and go, maybe silver should have just been banned here in the EU.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think, you know, Cosmetical looks iconic on Mina. So, I mean, yeah, okay, if you give up the pocket, because that's what they've been banning instead, and Cosmetical gets it, yeah, it's going to look great, but this Mina looks insane as well. So it is really the silver, I think, that has, as you're describing, I think the most impact on these team fights, because the silver can just take so much space control, and it's so hard to put down the silver. And this is the reason why silver is first pick and has been first pick for basically forever. And so, yeah, I honestly caught myself thinking a few times, what would have happened in this game if silver was banned?
Well, Jake, we gotta look at the stats, and unfortunately for chat, there's not really a ton to slander Listic on. Yeah, he didn't go deathless here, but still 13-5, nearly assembling the rainbow. I mean, I have to ask here, is it Listic making space for silver, or is it Hoot like being such a threat that Listic has a lot of room here? Either way, between the two of them, Abrahams was getting a bit bullied on the front line, even with the Billy and Rem.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Hoot's build. I mean, he goes so tanky in this one, ensuring that the way that they played, or rather the way that Abrams played in that challenger match, just wasn't going to work on him. Trying to burst down this silver, it was attempted, it just didn't succeed. I mean, Hoot was just too kitted out to go down easy, and then getting the Viscous as well, like getting the same top 3 picks. I think that's probably, you got to look at that as a bit of a mistake for Abrahams in the draft phase. Like, this triplet combo of Victor, Silver, and Viscous is just monstrous. I mean, you're getting bogged down by the frontliners. The Viscous is an amazing support to, you know, even if you think you're going to kill one, the cube comes in, then a rescue beam, and then some splatter for good measure, a little insult to injury there. So this frontline setup looks amazing for Loki W. It gives them a great position from which to fight.
Yeah, one thing I don't think we checked over the course of the game is how many trophy collector stacks Hoot got, because the TC was also picked up over the course of the game. But Dan, anything else on the score screen standing out to you before we head into our MVP?
I felt like Taz had a good recovery in this game on the Paradox. He was, I think, top or second top damage at one of the damage check-ins, like 20 minutes into the game or something like that. So, you know, good recovery from Taz. Give him a shout out after that struggle in the first game. And the only other thing, actually, I would add onto this is that this was an unfortunate game for Empty Dreams, because, again, because of, I think, Hoot's play in large part, Empty Dreams got shut down a lot, and I felt like he was never able to generate the kind of momentum that a player like Empty Dreams on GT potentially can generate.
Jake, in a way, do you agree with the kind of eye test here that GT tends to be a little bit of feast or famine, where it feels like there's very few games where you see GT win if GT doesn't have like a really good start, but also very few games where you see GT lose if GT gets like, you know, plus 60, plus 70. It feels like there's a mini game within the game that really dictates part of your team's power just based on, you know, if GT has a good early game or not.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking, hey, maybe GT can be a better option at like evading the silver and still being able to deal damage, but it just seemed like that wasn't the case. Like by the time we got to that point of the game, you know, Phantom Strike is out for Hoot, and this, yeah, the verticality from the rain of arrows, it's not really an asset anymore. So definitely he was on notice this game, especially with the knockdown being built by Vrake. You just can't afford to get that many defensive items to survive that kind of an onslaught on GT. So that's cost-benefit analysis. Abraham's definitely a lot of analysis to do. I think this goes, you know, beyond any one player. I think we saw great stuff from a lot of the individuals on Abraham's, but as a team, Loki W were just on a different level. I mean, you could have played this match 100 times, and it feels like they take 95 of them.
Well, it's going to bring us to our MVP, Dan, and there was one linchpin to talk about both maps. It was a story both times around, and it was Hoot on the silver. I mean, what more can you say? It was the Hoot highlight reel, both maps in a row, even mixing in the TC. What more can you ask for from a silver player?
Yeah, I mean, Hoot is incredible and just can be so defining on any hero that he plays, and really making a name for himself on this hero. You know, we see Hoot, we know he's capable of anything, but it seems like when you give Hoot silver, his ability to pressure and, you know, play really smart in these very dynamic fights where he's looking to be aggressive, he's looking to catch people, he can limit test. His limit testing on this character, I think, has been that skill has been played to perfection. That we see Hoot doing these dives that, I don't know, I just don't feel like I see other silver players getting that much aggression pay off as quite as often as Hoot does. So I don't know, I really am sold on Hoot being the best silver in the game right now. I don't think anyone comes close to the level of pressure this guy can output.
Jake, just on the footage you've seen, how much of this is the hero and how much of this is the player, or is it just a perfect union of the two?
I think you've got to give it, you know, about split here. Like, yes, it is an amazing hero. I mean, Silver's one of the top meta choices right now, but Hoot as an individual, historically, hasn't mattered what he's played, right? He has been, quote unquote, one of the best on whatever hero seems to be flavor of the month at the moment. So I think Hoot's one of those players expect to have a long and bright future in competitive Deadlock, but certainly shining incredibly well right here with the meta that allows him to really put the pedal to the metal.
Well, Loki W continuing their streak of dominance. We're getting ready to look ahead into NA, where NA, of course, has had a bunch of things changing. In fact, we get the bracket up here. That's a good way of just wrapping up the end of EU. NA coming up, though, it's going to be FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock. And Dan, again, you know, we talked about at the beginning of the show, but FPS Lounge, you know, scrim-wise, there was a little bit of a back and forth that we saw, and they're running with, you know, a new roster.
Wait, did Anchors win last week?
Yeah,
I thought.
expecting, looking ahead.
So I haven't seen the scrims, but I'm actually expecting that Bird
Oh, it's four men's, not so right here.
Just again, it's best of one.
Where's
so
four men?
some more variants, but I would expect Butterclock to win this. I actually think Butterclock is really good against melee creeps in the Night Shift Open, so watch out for them actually winning and getting to the finals. But at the same time, I mean, new roster could be in a honeymoon situation. You never know.
Jake, any hot takes for NA before we throw to break?
I'm excited to see this new FPS Lounge roster. I give a lot of these players a lot of credit for their individual skill. I think they can, you know, be able to put together a pretty strong team relatively quickly, even after some of the changes. So I think Bird with Clock, they've got their work cut out for them. But Melee Creeps, exciting to see them back on top here in North America. Definitely had some stumbles for them recently, but as a fan favorite team, them waiting in the challenger match, or waiting rather in the money match, feels like a perfect fit. So a lot of great action coming into NA. I cannot wait to watch from the sideline.
All right, well, there you have it. EU is wrapped up. Loki W, your champions once more. Still half the show left to go. When we come back, North America begins in its entirety.
W. 7 minutes, bro. Where's this thing? Where's that? good. Well, Abrams. And Mem, you were feeling pretty good, and then unfortunately, yeah. Oh, my neck. Not gonna finish that. Not gonna finish that, bro. So FPS Lounge, I want FPS Lounge to win because my goat low main is on there, and I don't want to. I'm willing to say what other people aren't willing to say. He's not the reason they keep losing.
The Scorn see us all as enemies, attacking and killing Hive and Guardians alike. Take them out of the equation.
Ouch, my butt. If I see one more, if I hear one more time Silver say, I see the enemy, I swear. So I'm gonna figure at the end of the extraction loss sector in the flag. Oh, at the end. Okay. time is it? Oh. Line, triangle, C. Line, triangle, C. Line, triangle, C. Flash!
Welcome back, everyone. This is the night shift, and now we turn our attention on North America. ZP here with Uber and Jason, a duo from the past that's now here in the present.
Yeah, we're washed.
Hey,
He's washed anyway. I'm not washed. He's washed, bro. Look at him. He's got grey in the beard, bro. It's over for this guy.
At least I can grow out a better beard than what you got on your face.
What do you mean?
You have to
this is in
distract
fashion.
from your face with your like skin or your snake skin shirt and all your flashy shirts because you want people looking at your cute little face.
Why is he revealing my secrets to people, ZP? Bro, ZP does that too, bro. It's fine.
Look,
you know?
look, wait, a hoodie? Yeah, I'm wearing a hoodie. It's, no problem. Look, look, as far as this goes, you know, it's still a relaxed show. You don't have to go in for an online broadcast and bring out the suit jacket and blazer. You know, it's actually 2026.
I'm just happy we're not all live in a studio together with Uber eating his pork and broccoli and letting out some of the dankest farts I've ever smelled in a tightly confined room with barely any AC. At least I can smell my own farts here at home. And
that was not that diet. That was the beer I drank every night until 5 a.m. That was what that was. Honestly, right now, like, guys, chicken and broccoli and rice, motility is great. Honestly, everything's working as intended right now. There's no sticky farts. So thank you, Jason.
Well, you know, no. This is where I will take control. We're going to talk about the bracket. We are deviating from this conversation. We got NA teams to talk about. It's FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock. But also, you could argue it's Floormen versus Bird with Clock because, Jason, coming into the day, this has been a merger of FPS Lounge and Floormen. The recent big NA tournaments, neither of the teams really got the results they wanted. So in classic NA fashion, it's time to merge the streams.
Yeah, isn't this crazy? This feels like a North American thing because I don't really see this ever happen too often in Europe. It's if you're a team who consistently loses, let's say like X amount of weeks, let's just call it 4 or 5 weeks, then there's gonna be a big roster shuffle. It seems to always happen in this region nonstop. But hey, you know, credit to them. If they're not happy with what they're currently doing, if the team's currently not working out, you might as well switch some things up until you can find that magic formula to get those victories against, I guess, the best team in North America, the Melee groups. And this kind of conglomeration, you're gonna cut some like old players who previously like on
my nose,
back yet again together on a team, which is kind of exciting.
And honestly, like we talked to AVG a bunch of times, you know, over the months. But last year, like he kind of mentioned, NA does have that mixed vibe where like they really are still trying to find that best combination of chemistry. It takes teams ages to find that sometimes. So there's definitely a willingness to chop and change and mix and match to try and get the results. Do it now when the stakes are maybe a little lower than in the future. You know, when obviously we bring
EU or NA Deadlock. I don't know. They're both like different. They're entertaining in different ways.
Side, and they are getting or rather sponsor money right now.
I would say
still
NA.
Roster Mania. You can't stop NA from.
I'd say EU's more consistent with how competitive they are. NA, there's a lot more chaos.
Dub here on the Night Shift production is that we got.
So like sometimes you have a team that's like, oh, they're so good, and then they just lose and it gets destroyed. Whereas like EU's much more consistent.
And Killinger, who work together. We got a fancy silver here, and Mitch, does this meet your suit standards? It's not.
So I like.
There's no dragons on the shirt or anything, but it's respect.
I like NA more because I know more of the players, but they're both good.
I love a lady in a suit. This outfit is great. Obviously, the waistcoat as well. Waistcoat. All
right, listen.
I'm a cravat myself.
Melee creeps the team we're gonna see. Also, the recording you can see in the top left that someone hopped on Rainbow Six Siege. The top left you can see that someone is now playing. Like they're recording it on Steam, and you can see on the top left that someone is now playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege.
And hey, it's a great time to put a silver skin in the game because she's getting first picked every match.
Every match, man. Every match. Like when are we gonna start to say Silver's OP? I think it's pretty safe to say, or no? Because she's so core to every composition, to every team out there. Maybe not OP, because Paradox was also core to like basically every comp as well. But man, Silver, the reset mechanics are so hard to balance.
Inflation with a $50 tip. Let's go, baby. Thank you.
There's economic jokes to be made there, but we're a little bit too classy.
In the finals, we're gonna play against.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big difference though in NA is that from.
Imagine see that shit during League Worlds. Is now hopping on Puck. I mean, it shows up, bro. Like, wait, what time is it? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? Oh, okay, I guess I got 13 minutes. Okay, listen, FPL, this team right here. There's one person we're paying attention to, which is low main. Jeez, they lost 3 people.
As a sub for Rocane.
Oh, sub.
Previously, so there's basically substitutions coming in.
The guy named Low Main. That's my goat. That's my goat.
Team members also gone. Jason, how long is it until we see Hydration and Rocker?
That was cool too. I don't know Poppers. I know Average and I know DMB. I don't know Zeno. And I know Lord NM, and that's it.
And I can give you an answer.
Fortunately, this team was like strong. They won one of the tournaments, and then they lost every single time past then. And I don't understand why they're losing so much. Because Low Main is like one of the best players in the game.
I don't know, man. I think
like consistently top 5 NA.
We're starting to see North America realize we have to start digging deeper into like the top.
So that's why it's like if they're losing, it's not Low Main. It's not him.
Names come out like Erebus, for instance, was a massive threat. Was actually a success we've seen previously for their teams, but then they realized, okay, there's no hero pool for him.
The Tyler of Deadlock. There's no Tyler of Deadlock.
Like steady play
not yet.
But I think we're seeing.
There's no one who's nearly as close to
more and more
Tyler.
So they could bring into the roster outside of the norm, because there's only so many like switch ups you can do in composition.
I would say
and rosters and then team before you eventually say, okay, well, this just isn't going to work with these set players. Like I can't play with X, Y, and Z. But I don't know, man. I think it's gonna take.
I don't know who Low Main would be.
And the pool of players.
But I like watching his streams. He's very entertaining.
It feels like it's shrinking because a lot of the names we would normally see just aren't really on teams anymore.
Mitch, overall in esports,
I've heard another. Yeah.
Team rebuild.
No. I don't know. I like Low Main. I think Low Main is like.
Here, like this roster.
I don't know how to explain him, but I like his stream. Very entertaining, very energetic, and he's really good at the game. So I think his streams are extremely entertaining to watch.
In general, right? We've seen plenty of like
so I like his streams.
Coming together.
I would like to see FPS Lounge win this game because then they're gonna go up against Melee Creeps, which has my glorious King Idorian.
Squads come together and have great impact, right?
My glorious King Idorian.
Established squads when you sort of come together and mix it up, and if you look at this team, we've got a bunch of individuals who are very, very good at plug and play, and just having a huge impact in general. So I've got like, I'm expecting plenty from these guys. I think that, this Berber Clock team obviously stumbled last week, up against work in progress. And that's also something that maybe furrows my brow a little bit. I'm just happy to see average.
Furrows my brow.
This team's always great to hear from, really impactful player. And I think this FPS Lounge is pretty terrifying.
Well, speaking of the opposition, we got to talk about Bird with Clock, where some people, if you didn't see the tweet and were wondering about it, work in progress, they had scheduling issues, so they were not able to play this week. That's why we're not seeing their return. Off on the graveyard shift, we did do an interview with Biscuit and got her thoughts on the scene and, you know, things to look forward to for work in progress. So if you're curious, definitely check that out. Available to our subscribers and Patreons on our YouTube and I think directly on Patreon. But Jason, as we look at the Bird with Clock roster, you know, they've been taking some interesting looks here. Just taking a look at how they've been changing things up over the last week. I mean, this is a team that's not afraid to head out there, throw some, not only Geist into the mix, but even Dynamo.
And
Dynamo.
Well, okay. Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially the guys.
Also, Bird with Clock, this team, I would like to see Bird with Clock actually win a few times because, man, they never win.
You know, he's just sitting there, whatever he's
So it'd be
doing,
nice to see him win.
All of a sudden, like, is someone talking about me? Is someone talking about Geist and how much he hates her? And no one really plays her anymore, so it's cool to see that they're really able to experiment in that. But when I look at this team, though, ZP, I think of Arctic and I think of
No, I like
Shiv run that he had, which was insane.
I get PS Lounge. I want to see Beaumain, and whoever, doesn't matter who wins, the final match is gonna be Melee Creeps,
in North America, though,
which has my Glorious King Idorian and the infamous player named John 69.
Get in the roster.
So.
I have such high respect for him, but he doesn't really seem to be playing necessarily these roles where he can carry too heavily, or they don't really rely on him to carry. It's more of Arctic these days.
And I think, like, watching this team last week, CP, they honestly drafted a pretty nice composition in that.
Yeah.
They managed to get
Cool,
Silver,
right?
GT, Victor, and Viscous. But it was actually part of our conversation about Mirage.
Also, why is there two Mirages? Why is he's duplicating? There's two of them now.
Being a dominant pick in this game. That was when we started. Well, it wasn't the start of it, but definitely further discussion about perhaps this class of like sustained damage dealer, ricochet inhibitor carrying sort of gun-based hero is kind of fallen off the wagon, so to speak.
Yeah, at the very least, if Mirage is the main thing you're putting all your eggs into. Earlier today in EU, we actually saw Mirage like win for the first time in a while, but it was essentially off this idea that you backed up with a Ven, you ran a Calico with it, and Mirage wasn't the main show, which Bird with Clock tried to do last week, which, as you mentioned, just has not been a thing that's really been working whatsoever. So, I think at the very minimum, I don't even think they're gonna play Mirage based on the scrims, but if they do, I think the blueprint to a good Mirage is a little bit different, but. NA, do you have the draft? They have the draft ready.
That's
Mitch,
crazy.
This is unbelievable when we don't have a player in the bathroom.
Okay. I'm impressed. Also, do we get him on crew 1v1 or was I just like...
No, I have to get the whip out. So normally I've been trusting the players to do the Moan Crow 1v1 on their own, and I message peer content, and the response I get is, oh, we just flipped a coin. So yeah, the players have lost some of their autonomy here. I will have to hold their hand for the Moan Crow 1v1. That's why we didn't get one, but off the coin flip, I think
no.
They have won the coin flip. I don't know, but Jason, firmer hand.
No Moan Crow 1v1? Is that what I just heard?
This is the whip coming in. I kind of like where this is going. This is interesting. Yeah, so we see Dorman.
So I just heard no Moan Crow 1v1, bro. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, I feel like I'm
this organization is washed. They don't have night shift. Get it out of here. Get it out of my sight.
Not see more teams play them, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, Pocket is really good, and then we start to see Pocket being picked more consistently. But it's such a consistent ban these days. Silver's well been picked up right off the bat. I do kind of wonder, like, will Bird with Clock lean on Arctic yet again here with a potential like shit pickup later down the line? More importantly, I think ZP, with the change of rosters we've had for FPS Lounge, I'm not really sure.
Hurry! Where am I going?
And I'm not really sure what hero.
What do I need to hurry? What's going on?
Be proud what heroes when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, we got a.
Also, I heard hurry, and I know what you actually said, but I can't look at the text right now.
So I think. We'll save some of that speculation, see who's playing on what there, because a lot of the hero pools do overlap.
I can't even see the chat. I'm in the middle of a really intense mission on Destiny, and I can't stop moving. But it's listening with my headphones.
Insight into the scrims, Mitch, and one of the things we saw was that Bird with Clock, they were picking.
But I agree. Yes, I concur.
Lounge, they've kind of made this interesting decision of you can have silver, but we want the GT. It's interesting though because you look at how EU went. I wonder.
Wait, did I do it? Did I do it?
I mean, again, he's an absolute pain to lane against. For example, the Rain of Arrows change has also made him pretty darn impactful in the early game if you're actually getting some of those gun items before you
what is it?
Transition.
Furry Dion, bro. How I headphones I'm changing.
Very powerful pick, but I mean, I'm not going to complain with Silver Victor and
what I'm saying?
all being picked up. I mean, we saw Pocket banned out.
If I got a
The Paradox
persona
still
and I had to
grounds
pick a
up
specific
against the
animal to be,
Paradox
who should I be?
because we're looking to emulate or find a way to create that level of pick pressure. Now the Paradox has gone over to Berber Clock.
Jason,
It's about to get
Counter
sticky.
Victor with 3 lives.
You are not Tyler, the creator,
Like 3
Viscous.
lives, especially if you can live long enough to get your shocker animation back up again to steal. The thing is, I don't really hate Sinclair as well. I think what we're already seeing with Berber Clock, it's a lot of like zone control. The fact that you have Silver to kind of run around and be aggressive in the front lines. You have Victor who can just kind of sit towards you.
I concur. Yes.
Of course, you have to push away. You have a Paradox who can be
Yes.
exceptionally good when it comes to steals and swapping players away from the urn as well if you do get in those situations. I don't really hate. I actually kind of like Berber Clock at the moment, but
FPS Lounge. I wonder if it's gonna be. I don't know what main plays. He plays Shiv, and I've seen him play Abrams a
You
bunch.
can't really underestimate.
Oh, actually, great talent. He could play. He could be on the great talent.
Because you kind of get on this like
Could be what made on
in
the
the
GT.
roster, and that can carry you through a lot of matches.
Should have invoked the concept of the honeymoon period, but honestly, you know, I sort of wanted to veer away from that. But you're right. I mean, sometimes teams just come together and gel well early before they start to run into interpersonal issues. This comp's looking scary though. We saw Lomain playing the Viscous ZP in their challenger game. Obviously, being out of queue.
No. Billy,
for example,
a good, decent Billy is insane and no fun to deal with.
Just that level of invulnerability you can
Oh,
impose in a
Shiv.
brief window is super.
Oh, you need a monster
and
hunter.
also the interesting thing here
You're
is that,
dead.
you know, Viscous high priority in both EU and NA, and also
Yeah, no,
just
Billy
in
just gets
general
so
for
much
the
health. He can get to like 8,000 health.
Their front line
It's
is
not.
pretty
It's not
weak.
even
I don't know if
funny.
they go with- Now they have the Victor, but they were pairing up Shiv Geist pretty reliably. And yeah, okay, they go for it again. They bring in the Geist. So this is, Jason, you look at this draft, it's about as frontline heavy as you're going to get between Victor
Well,
Silver, who's like quasi-frontline.
fun while lasted.
Shiv, Lady Geist. I mean, you don't have a lot of easy targets to dive on here for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, you really don't. And I think Viper is not necessarily a terrible pickup into this either. I think the Petrifying Bullet gives you a lot of control, gives you kill potential on guys, so she can't soul exchange you to end up healing up, you know, a decent amount. Also, a lot of execute potential with the Viper. But you're very right. I mean, like for Berber with Clock, I'm trying to think, what would you round out this 5 picks with? If Rem is available, I would definitely say Rem for sure. But
Not Rem. Who's Rem?
Potentially, I mean, you have to worry about Petrifying Bullet.
I mean, the Apollo is getting my eyebrows raised. Obviously, someone who's like
They got.
very aggressive.
I mean, they're good. Lady Geist's a good frontliner. Victor's a good frontliner. Silver's a crazy good frontliner. No healing, I don't think, from anybody, which is gonna be hard.
Far too easy to block power slash with
I
think
think FPS Lounge has the better comp.
Hella aggressive early, but late game. That's what I'm looking for to see what Apollo's supposed to achieve.
Well, the interesting
Yamato mentioned. I can't wait till she actually gets an actual like remodel.
But this is a little bit
Because the ones I saw were cool. Makes her look like a Yakuza boss.
I look at this and it's, you know, on one hand, I'm
Which is
just
like what
kinda
she's
sitting here
supposed to be.
questioning quite a bit. On the other hand, Jason, you know, I was talking to you just a bit ago about, you know, the front line and the tankiness here. I mean, throwing in Yamato, that's another historical frontliner here. I mean, Bird with Clock, they're going full on the no one in our team is like remotely an easy pick off. The closest you get is Paradox, and even then, I mean, Paradox is able to stay alive longer than the norm just by things like wall, swap, etc. So, I mean, Bird with Clock, they've really gone forward on the we can't die comp.
Yeah, you can't kill them. That's kind of crazy.
How do you fight them on Urn? I genuinely think you cannot fight them at Urn anymore with this. I mean,
That is true. But if they get damage, if they get the damage though, if FPS Launch gets the damage, that's all that matters.
They're gonna be. It's not gonna matter a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, between Soul Exchange.
Yeah, that's they're gonna have to get damage, and that's how they're gonna deal with all that health. But they have so much health. It's so dumb.
I wish we were like podcasts right now, because this is kind of, I don't know how you two feel about this one. Drafting a comp based specifically around urns, should that exist in the game? Is that a healthy thing for the game, that you draft specifically for urns? I'm trying to think of a way to go ahead.
I think in general you can draft comps for various different things in the game, and it's totally fine. There's like pros and cons to all of it, right? Is that we've had metas where you draft for lane power, and you look at the entire draft, and everything is based around the idea of win lane, snowball the game. Then we have had, you know, particularly circle-based drafts recently, where, you know, especially when the urn was full-on melee, people
circle-based
were,
draft
trying to flood the zone for specific urn fights here. This is now a you can't die comp, which kind of makes a little bit sense for the King of the Hill urn, and that how are you going to remove all of them them from the point in time before someone has to back off, it's going to be pretty difficult. And then we also have comps, you know, good at mid boss. Comps are, you know, better at macro pushing, you know, in terms of comps or metas where you want to.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of like good bursts, but they have how many different people to kill.
Different metas are going to favor different things, but like building a comp around one.
Guy Sentry has 2 lives because of her ult. Victor has 2 lives because of his ult.
Make sure you win that part of the game.
Silver just becomes tanky once she gets her ult active.
Might be weaker at.
It could be worse.
Shiv also gets pretty tanky later in the game. Paradox is really their only like button damage.
This is a comp obviously that's like,
And she can like pull people into engages with tanky
I do
characters.
think that FPS Lounge can just lean into their strong laning. Like GT, Venator, Apollo as well, super active early on. Viscus can be pretty potent there. But obviously, you know, Bird with Clock want to, you know, set up for really advantageous team fights. And FPS Lounge, they do have a level of skill expression they can undo these kind of comps with, right? Like Itani Lusan can deny healing. Obviously, Venator can just burst people down very quickly, you know, with Iridomini when it's like leveled up properly. So, you know, do we get great on stacks? All of a sudden, this idea of grouping up and having like a really nice team fighting comp, well, you struggle when you got +10, +10, +10 every 5 minutes.
Actually, Jason, so funny Mitch brings up GT stacks here because, yeah, in terms of who's your easy hero to get a GT stack against for Bird with Clock? Because a lot of these heroes, if they get low HP, they're probably...
That is true, yeah. How are you going to get a stack from your...
The rest of it is just, you know, it's not going to be the easiest game, I think, for GT to get a lot of stacks.
Guys can't soul exchange if no one's near it, right? Just blow her up.
Right.
Blow her up.
Just blow her up.
It's tough because you can't... interacting with Viper's lane with Bird is really difficult because you're expecting the lethal venom to probably get the kill, so it's hard to like sync that to like stop damage so the GT Bird could clean up the kill. Yeah, I don't know. They're too tanky. I feel like with Bird Clock for to even reliably get stacks, but I'm thinking if FPS Lounge, like I'm thinking strategy wise, if they can't really contest Urns, if it goes an ideal world for Bird Clock, is where do they make up the loss of Urns for FPS Lounge? They don't really have someone who can split push. I guess technically Viper can. They don't really have a good comp based off of mid control either. I mean, they have somewhat, but again, I still would not want to fight against
I'm gonna miss it.
and you have 5 players who can just sit on top of the Reju.
Oh, I'm gonna miss the thing. Oh no.
Advantage in this game.
I think arguably it's still a lane advantage. I mean, Apollo in the very beginning of the lane is still a really strong laner. I think you can make the argument. It's not the strongest argument. Like, I think the advantage is, you know, smaller rather than some of the bigger lane blowouts we've seen. But I think they do have an edge in laning. And then from there on out, they're going to try to, you know, manipulate situations to stop Bird with Clock from having full
here we
team
go.
fight. But we have
FPS Lounge, you got this. Just get tons of damage. Win the lane, get tons of damage.
It's going to be Uber with Jason. Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a couple of key differences between these comps. We've kind of highlighted many of them here. I do want to see what the transition out of the early lane looks like for this FPS Lounge composition. It can be quite oppressive, but it's always a matter of because once Bird with Clock decides to stake out and have a full-scale fight around an urn or something, Jason, you're right. They look absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. I'm the hidden king. Yeah.
GT in mid, unsurprisingly, is Venator Viscus on that right-hand side.
It's a decent amount of poke on this lane here for FPS Lounge too, and I definitely see a lot of kill potential here. You know, we don't really get to talk too much when it came to rosters about individual.
You have been known as like one of the best laners ever. All right, I believe in you.
And meta within its own specific game, I think, is when you look at like Letha as a player, you know he always has like a pocket Infernus, which is something you have to respect. I mean, it doesn't even matter if Infernus isn't in the meta. His Infernus is so good. His M1 is so good. They give extra caution to that. I think Xeno as well, who shows he can play support, where he can play like Doorman extremely well when he never really played it before, and he just seemed to be naturally good at it. Something you have to be careful of. Low main again, he also has insane hero pool, insane movement as well. I think the one semi overlap I see within this comp or within this team though is like Left and D&B in particular, who kind of filled the same role for their previous teams, and how it's going to work out with flexing between them is going to be definitely interesting to see. But I think Bird with Clock, I think it's going to be difficult, even though you've had scrims over the course of the week, to really put their finger down on what to expect from FPS Lounge because of, again, the players they have, and they can just pretty much just try anything considering they're so new together.
Got a double monster round buy up here for this Venator Viscus lane. So that should tell you everything you need to know about how successful Left and Low Man expect to be early on. They are going to get shoved on in. A little bit uncomfortable, to say the least. If you go to the left-hand side of the map here, this is obviously where Gibbs is set up on the Paradox. It's the Paradox Shiv look. Going up against this Apollo Viper, as we mentioned earlier on. Against when Apollo gets some points in flawless advance, it's pretty darn annoying to try and trade with them adequately. And there it is. Yep, Xeno going to be able to make the moves. Be a little bit hard to catch out.
No, not WZ. Wait, yeah, it's WZ. Okay, never
He's
mind.
been willing to play support.
I thought Xeno was on the other team. I was about to say.
He naturally wasn't a support player when we saw him back in the day. He played like a lot of Yamato, played a lot of other heroes as well. But he's a very aggressive player, I would say. So them going, supportless here, I would, well, not technically not supportless because you have Lumen obviously there. It's a whole nother level of depth that this team can have together as a group. Seeing the Abrams in mid, I'm not sure how I feel about this Abrams GT. That's kind of, I feel like a lane that you don't really win. I think you can do a lot of poke if you can get the spirit snares down, like with a charge combo. You can do some decent damage on through. But for me, this isn't a lane I'm expecting to really see them win, especially when you're up against a Silver and Geist, who's gonna have just so much sustain.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've already seen just how sort of brutal it is to play into. Nice timing there. Boxes coming up at just the right moment for AVG to complete that run. Heading over towards the right-hand side. This is obviously your 3-minute mark. We'll start to see him circle back. Same's happening to the right-hand side of the map for Bird.
Because
Silver's been ubiquitous right
so
now.
it's like a little like whatever.
Games. She is that good. Rain of Arrows, a mild annoyance, but that's about it, if I'm honest with you. Back to the left-hand side. Remember, this is into the Viper and Apollo lane. Nice little catch with the carbine there. Drops Xeno quite low. And FPS Lounger on the back foot here.
You can't underestimate Arctic on Shiv. And I think with the comp they have too, he's going to be allowed to build a lot more aggressive in terms of damage. Typically, you'll see a Shiv build extremely tanky, soak up a lot of damage, play the, a front line, slice and dice their way in and out of these fights, use movement to their best ability. But I think having the comp they have, I think you can
in my crazy, are they losing lane?
Here, as long as he's hitting serrated blades, not forgetting Xeno, especially with the carbines landing as well, they're relatively easy to hit.
Am I crazy, or are they losing the lane?
Force extra regen out already off the back here out of Xeno as aggression has come on in here, looking for the flawless advances straight on over to Arctic. It does get him extremely low damage.
How much of a hold on? I can't stop the game. I can't pause Destiny. It's an online game.
Without there being a slight delay, so it's kind of nice. Kind of hard to predict how close the enemy Apollo is going to be able to get towards you before they pop that. There's not really an obvious animation. So obviously trades really well in lane, but Viscous on the right hand side of the map. Low main is definitely feeling it now, and oh god, Matt.
It's on the forehead, yeah. Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. It was more when that was supposed to be Neon Prime and had a way more like cartoony aesthetic.
Looking at this lane, I don't really know who wins it off the top of my head. It's like Venator and Viscous together. That's like a decent sustain.
Had like a way more cartoony aesthetic. And then they added like then they went to Deadlock, where it's like the original aesthetic was like, I don't know how to describe the original aesthetic, but it was like weirdly realistic, but like kind of like what's it called when it's like in between realistic and not, and it's just like whatever.
Come back in, yeah, like 4K odd souls. Now you definitely got to respect them because they've got
Shiv die. Shiv die.
There's like multiple sources of like healing negation.
Hey Shiv, you're dead.
To bear in mind.
I mean, the fact that you can like bola into Tiny Lisan, you're locking someone down for such a long time as well.
It's good now.
Really hard.
Obviously, like Eternal Lisan is so trivial to cleanse off when you have counter spell, right? Because you just wait for the mark to sort of detonate. So you got to make use of it, I think, early in the game if your opponents are planning to try and itemize against it.
Yeah, I mean, counterspell, I think we've seen quite a bit in value. I think when you have a Viper, it's also it's not necessarily a must-buy. The fact that you can stop an owl coming out of GT, you can stop a lot of damage Xeno can do, puddle punches as well. I think it's almost like a buy you have to go for. Even maybe Dispel Magic paired in here as well for the lethal venoms that are going to be coming your way.
Feels like a lot of predictable stuff. I think you want to try and bring that in against.
Against a good green talent is like nightmare.
Obviously.
Also, I just realized Lomaine's on the Viscous.
To deal with, despite how
I didn't know he had a
nice the
Viscous.
damage offering is for that FPS Lounge lane.
And it seems like pressure across the map. It's been FPS Lounge's left-hand side. I mean, technically their Guardian is actually lower in the 2 as they did get the initial kills on this side. But off the rest of the lanes, the FPS Lounge has actually been on the back foot in middle and right lane. But middle we kind of expected. The left lane needs to make some work here for FPS Lounge, considering they're in a stronger lane for their opponents.
Selective here.
Oh!
Is going to be
Yes! 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 Yes!
Lusan can put you deep into
Yes!
territory, but I don't think Xeno was bothered at all. Nicely done. And again, this very powerful, very oppressive lane for FPS Lounge.
Isn't it unfortunate that Apollo got the kill? Yes.
It's kind of crazy if you think about it, because there's like an execute mechanic in Lethal Venom and Itani Losan. So if you're ever like half HP, it's online here. I think the counter fight though coming on out here, trying to lead the charge is Gibbs, and they should be able to clean this one up on a DMB.
No dagger.
Too early here.
No dagger.
He actually might survive. No, never mind.
No.
Not to be.
And he got turned into your, or she got turned into your shirt probably.
Crazy, right? Okay. I'm a Viper enjoyer. This is fake. It's just clearly an homage to Viper. All right, back up. We haven't seen mid much at all. Again, it's been, I wouldn't say it's been nearly as fight heavy, right? Two, fairly effective sustained lanes. Geist is certainly not going to die easily. They are going to eventually push down that Guardian, and they have so much health left on theirs. Yeah, it takes a bit of a commitment, which is going to ultimately force Floz out of the lane. Let's try now. I'm just going to go pick up a camp on his way on back. We're going to jump down here. Lomain has fallen. Tan able to find that kill, but nice. Gut shot stun. Attempt at a parry denied.
You finally saw the first owl of the game come out as well into poppers. And it hit Flaws on low HP. And I think Flaws survived with like sub 50 health as he was trying to run away, realizing that the owl was going to be coming on through. So the first owl not going to be getting a plus 10 here as the skirmish is going to continue on this left-hand side. You can already see Xeno very low on HP, but the Guardian has gone down. DMB continuing to be aggressive. Starts things off with a petrifying bola. No,
come on. Shiv! Die, Shiv! Die, Shiv! Yes! Die, Paradox! Die, Paradox!
Arctic goes down and he's going to have to get the heck on out. They're unable to. They took so much free damage there from Xeno. Trying to chase DMB. Okay, well. Guardian down. Maybe that was the objective there for the clock.
Yes, dude.
The
yes.
Lounge are getting a decent amount of gold onto some pretty relevant, mid-game threats. I'm keeping my eyes on that Apollo. Already up to
they're called souls, not gold, dude. If you call it gold one more time, I swear.
The breaking point will be that FPS Lounge can legitimately contest these urns and have pretty good success. I mean, DMB at 8.5 already. Xeno at 7.3. That's a definitely an extremely strong start. Decay picked up for low main, which I wouldn't be surprised if you seen picked up quite a few more times, because honestly, Decay is quite good on quite a few players against Bird with the Clock, but also Scourge might be a huge item pickup for average here, considering how tanky the rest of Bird with the Clock are going to be.
Counter out the game yet again. Xeno's got, what, 4 kills in him at this point? Yeah, looking pretty dangerous. Order that heal bane picked up here, so like, your innate sustain that Bird with the Clock boasts is being limited inherently by this Apollo kit eventually, and now even more so. Whole front court here during the false advance. Oh, gets the riposte. That's pretty big, and yet the hit and the follow-up is a little bit scary here for Matt. Sort of shot be damned, they still have to back up.
So interesting. Looks like Lep is playing more skirmishy and DMB's being left.
So they're doing good, but like I mean, it's only a 4,000 soul deficit. Not anything crazy yet.
With the composition that they're running. Or more so the roster they're running, I should say. The Rusted Barrel Decay picked up here for low main, definitely playing support here.
Yeah, dead giveaway for sure. Here's a pretty short range owl catching on to the silver. Paradoxical swap though, bits popping.
Oh my gosh! Get out!
Points of health.
Get out, King! He got out. He got out.
Follow up on the stun.
Yes, sir. And Lomain got the kill on the Viscous. Let's go, bro. Ooh, no!
He's gonna fall on the right-hand side. There's a big group.
Oh, Apollo dies, though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It happens. It's fine. It happens.
This Guardian might fall as well, as they still have 3-man squad here. We still have Urn coming about a minute and 20 seconds, and I think that's gonna be really telling of how Bird with the Clock, I'd say more so how FPS Lounge feel about the composition Bird with the Clock's running for these Urn controls. The Guardian has gone on the right-hand side, a little bit of a skirmish here, but low main probably not in threat of dying anytime soon.
Taking stock though, Jason, that is all of FPS Lounge's Guardians down. They had drafted what we thought was the more oppressive laning comp, but they ultimately lose the race to get all the Guardians by a slim margin, by the way. Oh, this is going to do the victor in, surely. Yep, Thor Savant's going to catch him out. Cold front.
Nice.
Another Apollo elimination. And you've got to snowball from here, because we know that Apollo can struggle a little bit in the later phase of the game.
Yep.
I think also this is the second time that FPS Lounge has gotten both buffs. They're really focusing on, actually, I think Bird Clock did get 1 in the first initial iteration of them, but a movement for average, a gun buff for DMB, and Urn spawning in just 20 seconds of time.
No, he's on FPS Lounge.
Determine how this
we need him to do his thing. Okay, would you rather have an Apollo or a Shiv?
I just don't see them.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
consider what FPS Lounge happen.
Plus Apollo got nerfed. He's not as cracked as he used to be.
Really far ahead of everyone.
Yeah, quietly, this Viper
Yeah, I'm
might be
a
about to crash in through the game, and with a gun buff, you are certainly looking for opportunities to make
Sacrifices have to be made.
Sharpshooting for poppies.
Sacrifices have to be made sometimes.
Fire coming into the inventory now for DMB, excuse me, DMV.
DMV.
To do this week, it's stuck in my head.
Oh, I hope you didn't have to go there.
Oh no, it is an existential hellhole. Anyway, paradoxical swap here, bit of a problem. Bowler thrown out though, and maybe just for the escape here. Aura though is active, and eventually the Viper is going to be dragged down. There's really no one here that can intervene.
Yeah, but okay. You're voting against the GOAT, Womaine. You understand what you're doing. This is dangerous territory, all right? Tread carefully.
Actually, there. Maybe you should expect that many players to jump him because they.
Also, I gotta pee, bro. I gotta pee real bad.
It seemed like they were setting themselves up.
Can I go pee?
The initial earn pickup. They are gonna have at least the control on the right hand side for now.
Can I go pee, please?
Two players on the left hand lane, but
please, bro, please. Can I go pee? Can I go pee, please, man? Please, I really want to pee, please. Please, dude, come on.
I'm hearing the owl come out now.
Let's say group leader, please. When can I pee?
It was expected would have the revival. Earn being carried now. More passive. There's definitely a fight brewing here. And this is
in 5 minutes. All right, I played 5 minutes to go pee.
Can find success. Tanner may even be
uncontested.
We'll see 3 players.
This is their comp.
And FPS Lounge want none of it.
They don't even contest earn. Their comp is so tanky, they just get a free earn.
Expected, not really going for the contest, but average going to be going.
They're not even getting the walker, dude.
This walker here, so not only are they going to lose earn, they're going to lose the pressure on the walkers and maybe lose their own on the right hand side. This is horrible now.
Not good at all. Yeah, losing that 1v1, Jason.
No, man. No, man. No.
Side of the map, and they do so with spring to their step. That's enough to ward Bird with clock away. But you've lost the.
They were up and now they're behind.
Of walker damage, enough that you feel less bad about your left side walker, you know, almost being solo pushed down by AVG. Spell magic here for Xeno, already being picked up, aware of the myriad of effects that can.
This is bad. This is getting real bad, man. This is getting. Oh, well, where am I shooting?
You lose the 2v1 up against Arctic, but again, it's Arctic and he's on Shiv, man. He does some serious work here. That's a big swing, man. I mean,
all right, group leader, I'm disobeying you. I'm going to the bathroom. I have to go. I really have to go.
It's a big swing for FPS Lounge not to get anything off that objective. They realized they weren't strong enough to fight them at the earn pickup or the earn tournament.
I just watched double torment pulse pick up here for Berber Clock, so definitely pushing hard into that.
Why not, man? Especially if you sit in the front line like this. A little bit of a catch onto Stride, and there's finally Popper's first +10 of the game here. Not quite stacked as he had hoped to be at this point, Uber, but they'll take the stacks when you can get them.
That is, yeah, that was an interesting encounter to say the least. Now, though, again, we are looking towards FPS Lounge trying to defend this mid-side walker. Overclock chomping at the bit, even though they lost Stride. Doesn't seem to have, you know, affected their appetite at all. That left-side walker is still looking a little worse for wear, though. It's Overclock. Get 2 players up in that lane.
Gun buff being sat on. Okay, for Flaws, he's got Berserker already. I feel like this is a really early Berserker. Going for Spirit Resilience next. Again, a lot of spirit damage coming from the side of FPS Lounge. I mean, honestly, I don't know if you really win this 1v1 against Flaws at the moment for DMB either, because that lead that he had before, it's kind of faltered a bit with him getting caught on the left-hand side. And I believe he got caught up by Arctic on the left-hand side when he pushed with AV or with Average. He's had 2 deaths in the last couple of minutes of time, really stunting the growth he was looking for in having in this game, especially at the start they had.
Gibbs is about to have swap up on this left part of the map, and I don't think FPS Lounge really want to reckon with that potential. Here's here the Grey Talon, only +10 in total in terms of those stacks. Something we wanted to track at the start of the game, Jason. You mentioned it earlier as well. As you maybe get one of the metrics for success here for GT. Despite this, we're still seeing FPS Lounge hold their own. It's just the 2 low health peripheral walkers that are a bit concerning, with Veil Walker being picked up by Gibbs. He's really doubling down as the initiator, as you kind of expect here from this role. Carbine caught on, very quickly cleansed off, and DMB is still trying to head for the hills, but this Walker is in trouble.
Yeah, huge push on that left-hand side. Big investment out of Berber Clock to send this many players in this direction, but they get the Walker with relative ease. Al coming in for support, though. There's going to be no backup to follow up on this one. And, you know, talking about the measurement of success for GT, the thing is, I've been a little bit spoiled, honestly. We're, you know, casting a lot of the EU games, seeing like Cosmetical playing GT, getting 70 stacks in like 10 minutes. But the fight's going to continue to break out on this left-hand side, and FPS Lounge don't want to let Bird Clock escape for free.
Life Drain active right now. Flol's looking healthy enough still, though. Concerned potentially about the Apollo's ability just to turn that plan upside down for the Grey talent. And maybe Arctic a little overextended here over towards mid, but it looks like FPS Lounge not looking for a fight. Shadow Transformation out of necessity or out of inclination, it's unclear. Big power slash though, catching the low main, who can't really parry this pressure off. Matt is hitting like a Mack truck, and Stride comes in to steal that one away. Now, as per usual, it's a Walker take here. Berber Clock, a lot of pressure in this mid game now, and that's both peripheral Walkers down. The Berber Clock still have all of their own active, and FPS Lounge haven't really meaningfully been able to pressure them.
No, huge play by Gibbs. Actually, he stalled for so much time. Him and Falls were getting rushed down by 3 players, but he's continuing to just outmaneuver them, buying time for the reinforcements to get there. And it's going to be, in fact, Arctic coming on through here to delay and pretty much the test is pushed from happening on this left lane Walker. So now we're seeing Berber Clock up 2-0 and Walkers up 8k as well. And we're approaching the next earner of the game here, Uber. This is, I think, FPS Lounge's do or die time for them. It feels extremely grim.
Arctic surely has to be caught out here. I mean, if you can't kill this Shiv right now, oh, they cubed him in a 3v1. They cubed him. FPSL still couldn't get rid of Arctic. That is brutal. Italian Lusan elsewhere on the map, though, catches onto Stride. Xeno's credited with that elimination. Still looking deadly in this phase of the game. Dispel Magic also still available to him. And the chase is on. Tanner eventually gets caught out by low man, and there's more where that came from. Matto is in the vicinity. Healthy, but not with that Shadow Transformation at the moment. And it's going to be Matt getting on in there. This Yamato is also starting to be a bit of a wrinkle in things for FPS Lounge.
Might have been one of the first torment pulse kills I've ever seen in this game as well. Coming off of Matt there. He's going to continue to go on in here. 400 HP in a dream, but 16 seconds on his ultimate. And it's not going to be up in time, so the fight will go the way of FPS Lounge in the end. But the urn, it's being ran across the map here, but being intercepted.
I'd be scared if I was AVG, especially because he's already fallen to Arctic in a 1v1 under a Walker earlier on. Hopper starting to make his way over there as well. Last time we saw an owl fired off, caught Gibbs, but he was not really in a, I don't know, he wasn't in a position.
I'm back. FPS Lounge better be winning.
Fight. Remember, multiple torment pulses on the side of Berber Clock.
They're down.
Deadfall style.
That's fine.
Let's see how it plays out now. A lot of ultimates not available for FPS Lounge. Iradomini though,
and
see if they can get value out of it.
I got a sandwich.
Comes in.
A little of a swap as well to maybe buy some time. Around 99% here for FPS Lounge, and Berber Clock going to be there as well. So it comes down to this fight and how it breaks on out, making sure to keep players on top of this earn turn-in. You can see DNB trying to get aggressive here, but it seems to be going the way of Berber the Clock.
Yeah, this is brutal stuff here. Revival already came out there, and that is an earn turn in. FPS Lounge just forced outside of the circle at that final moment. Honestly, that looked like a pretty brutal fight to go into anyway. AVG Popper's just, you know, got nuked down, and Tanner achieved his objective. He got blown up, and he was back in the fight. Oh, another Torment Pulse for Arctic. Cool. Yep, based.
Yeah, why not? I mean, how many do they have? You said you saw a double pickup earlier. Is that number?
I think they've got at least 3.
The clock?
Yeah.
Your average
game might be over. Game might be over.
Torment Pulse the entire time.
There's like plenty of spirit shielding and stuff, I think, on the side of FPS Lounge. And they're trying to itemize this, but this is beyond brutal. That power slash is going to leave a mark in the morning. That's 3 reach tennis going over to Berber Clock, and this lead is about to blow out. Power slash doesn't quite connect, but the chase is certainly on.
My goat died.
Should mean that last mid walk.
The surge isn't good anymore, man.
Is so low, too low to be involved. Gets caught out.
Come on.
Well, that honeymoon period, it's not feeling quite real here. I would say, to bring it back to earlier.
Not very honey, not very moony.
Yeah. I think they're still trying to walk down that aisle, try to organize the wedding setup. Trying to get the flowers all perfect. They want tulips, they want lilies, they want roses. They don't know.
We talked about it a bit earlier, and I don't know if I had the wrong read on it, Jason, but it did feel like FPS Lounge had to get a pretty significant lead out of that earlier phase of the game against this Berber Clock comp.
Yeah, I mean, they had it. Like, think back to laning phase, Xeno and DMB just destroyed their lane. Like, they did a phenomenal job dealing with what was it, Arctic and Gibbs. Like, they put the pressure on, they got the Guardian down first, but then like DMB died a couple times in a row, which
it might be over
his farming throughout a good portion of the game. But then they also tried contesting urns and then losing that. I think the split push, if they continue to play that route with that second urn, might have actually worked out better than what happened. But I think they also made a desperation move trying to go for the urn, and speaking of desperation, they're gonna have to run away from this one.
Yeah, sometimes that flying strike really is a head scratcher. Around corners.
You're an engineer, right? You can probably like describe how that's supposed to work.
No,
you're a what was it? Rocket scientist?
No, I was an engineer. Yeah, engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, engineer who very quickly went to the video game industry because his is way more fun. Here's a tiny little sun. Remember, no healing available for the guys. Pretty scary. Also, no soul exchange available. Xeno, that doesn't get what he came for. Life Drain at least gets Floz up to a critical threshold. He won't allow for them to back up. I like that burst of pressure here from FPS Lounge, but again, that's still that solo walker that they have to their name. And there's still 3 of them on the side with Bird with Clock.
BWC, man, like I think their just whole roster is scary. Like no one's really behind. It's Tanner at 19k is the lowest net worth on the team. We have a Yamato who can play frontline. You have Floz who can play frontline. You have Strat who can play. I mean, there's just so many players who can play these front lines right now. That how do you deal with them if you're average? You're gonna get bullied and you maybe get cubed, but then guess what? No initiative team has the ability to get cubed anymore, and they're gonna be extremely squishy to Arctic, Matt, and co.
Yeah, Torment Pole.
Why is he hiding here, bro?
Heroic Aura, all the nice things here for Tanner. It's gonna be impossible to peel this guy off you. Look at that, bro is very fast. Hits that too and starts running at the more of suffering in play and says, please kill me. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Low main was flattened, and that is more than enough here for this Berber Clock comp. They are definitely.
I think it's over, bro.
This final walker, an FPS Lounge have been competitive.
It's over. I think it's a comp diff, bro.
Just get torn out of
they just got out comped.
Been far behind. This isn't a blowout difference in terms of souls, but every time we've had a 6-on-6, it's gone horrifically for this FPS Lounge comp. Still, Tanner's still looking for somebody to give them a sweet release of death here inside the base, and Iridomini might have done it. Yes, Tanner has been exercised, or at least excised off his ultimate. And Leffer gets caught here by a carbine, might be in some trouble. Arctic also low in health, still going to do some damage and perish.
You gotta guys rejuve out before John.
Use these rejuves. I mean, Gibbs is low. He should probably go down to it as well. He has 20 seconds left. And yeah, I mean, they killed Tanner once with Iridomini, but guess what? He still had 2 more lives because he had rejuve left to go. And killing him once is already hard, man.
Yeah, bro does not. He just sticks to you, right? Between Heroic Aura and his 2.
I think it's over, bro. I think it's over.
Fast. So sticky, and you don't have a whole lot to like stave him.
They could be good. They could come back from this. They could.
Maybe. Gotcha. Okay. Does not seem easy at all. Popper's here with the tank buster pickup. Makes perfect sense. And yes, AVG, a lot of those gold statue buffs picked up and the urn, but this is going to be heavily contested territory, despite FPS Lounge being down by 21k.
And that is 1 saving grace for average, 24k net worth and 41 golden statue buffs, but. Honestly, I hate to say it, I just don't think it matters, man. You can't be a solo front line. You have Scourge, which you're gonna do, really good damage against them. But I feel like you just die too quickly, even with these buffs.
I think the Spirit Resist is pretty crucial here. All right, it's time for a quick urn pick up. How about that? Berber Clock.
Oh, Tanner messed it up, man. He was on the edge. He was gonna run in last second, but he came in too late.
I see. That makes a whole lot of sense. Still, Ola catching on here. Hold on, shoulder charge. Looked like it dragged Arctic on out of the way. It's a bit awkward start to the fight. FPS Lounge have already cubed Xeno, though. Look how low the Apollo is.
Yeah,
yes,
it's over.
The fall off is generational. Apollo certainly starts to dip at this point in the game. Frankly, outscaled by someone like Yamato.
Yeah,
it's so over. It's so over, man. It's so over.
Getting that urn turn in, maybe push on the walker in mid lane, but they're gonna lose their base guards on the right hand side and probably a shrine as well. I think that was just a slight little mechanical error out of Tanner to not contest that urn in time to give that one away for free because they wanted to force these team fights. They just didn't have everyone there in time, and this shrine is just being bold.
Backdoored. Yeah, absolutely backdoored. And credit Average as well. Picked up that left side walker amidst a lot of that fighting earlier on. It's 2 walkers down now. Still, that's a lot of damage to take on the shrines, and they are falling along with the base guardians. AVG, well, we wish we knew ye better. Absolutely flattened here, and DMB is going to be next up. Again, this is not a particularly tanky comp at the moment with AVG as farmed up as he is, getting blown to smithereens by this 32k Yamato and friends. And now we are on to the patron. This would signify a very early finish in this game. And Berber Clock, can I just say, Jason,
at 26 minutes, they just end
from last week.
No, they're
honestly.
exciting.
Thing is, like individually, FPS Lounge, I would say are more skilled than Berber the Clock. But when it comes to team play right now, when it comes to the whole draft, I think Berber Clock won hands down, man. This draft they pulled out here, extremely tanky. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And considering they lost early on in some of these lanes as well, they're able to keep the pressure on with the objectives, as you pointed out, taking out all the Guardians first. Like the urn turn-ins, plus like the transition into mid-boss was so well timed. Yeah, they might lose a player here, but they're still going to be in the lead by quite a bit. It's still an 11k difference, which honestly, it feels like it's a lot more than that.
And we have that return fire now in the inventory for Tanner. getting about as good as it gets. There's that counterspell for Arctica, though, honestly. I don't know if you really need to itemize against things like Itani Losan at this point, as you certainly feel like you've eclipsed what the Apollo can do. All right. Let's take stock of things here, as it's about time to be going after the mid-boss. Yeah, FPS Lounge trying to force this. Okay, to be fair, Overclock a little bit out of position here, but they got to converge very, very quickly, Jace. This is about to get messy. DMB with the Mercurial Magnum in the inventory. It is time to go. Straight drop in there for Arctic. He knows he needs to get his hands dirty. Stride obviously is not in the vicinity, though. This is very uncomfortable. DMB falls first, though Overclock really adept at fighting in close quarters.
Who am I hearing? Who did I see here?
Hello?
Vapor!
Yo!
Yo, what's up, man? How's it going?
It's going well, bro. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. We're watching... Well, I guess I say we because Axel was in my chat. We're watching the tournament for Deadlock.
I like your hat.
Thanks, man.
Being green screen there, the way it looks.
Yeah, I don't know why for the U.S. Air Force they made the bottom like green. I don't think green is like an Air Force color, but you know, I mean, I think it's funny. It's kind of... Yeah, it's here. Now it's gone. Isn't that cool?
Like the top part of your head's gone, bro. It looks wild.
I know. I'm bald, bro. I'm losing him. I do look like I have a very small head. And FPS Lounge wants my goal. Well, Maine is out of the tournament. Oh my gosh. I can't believe Shiv got a win. You did. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude, it was so bad too. I almost peed myself earlier because I was asking, hey, can I go to the bathroom? And then Axel said no.
Group leader.
Group leader said no. I can't believe it, man.
See, I thought you were on Destiny.
I am on
Destiny.
Destiny.
You are.
I am.
Yeah, you are, but I thought you were streaming it.
No, well, I streamed it yesterday, bro. I want to stream, but I was like, well, I'm watching the tournament. It's Wednesday tourney. But like, what else can I do? Like, I'm just grinding stuff that I've been meaning to get to on Destiny. Now's the time, bro. Game's over. GG's, bro.
Yeah.
Now's the time to do it. I will say we played. Are you kidding me, bro? What's up, Warren?
Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude.
No. You're good. You're good. We're talking about Destiny right now. We're talking. Well, actually, I was talking about Deadlock and this tourney I'm watching on stream, and then we were talking about Destiny and how I was just doing nothing. That's all I'm doing. But yo, what's up, Warren? How you been?
I'm great. I'm fantastic. I couldn't be better.
I love to hear that, bro. I love to hear that. It's so sad, man. My Gobo main is out of the tourney. And this
What's
dude.
up, Warren?
Yeah, what's good, baby?
Well, they all walked onto the point. I guess we're gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean,
Yo, Vapor, I'm just gonna say it, bro. Destiny might be back, bro. In our friend group, that is. As a game, it's as a game, it's over. But I played it all day yesterday and had a great time. And then we did that. We were doing that raid yesterday. That was also a great time. We still gotta finish it tonight.
Like they were doing really well in lane, but
it was great. It was just I was having a blast, man. It's like it sucks that the game is over, but I'm glad that this final update's really good.
And also, like Xeno needs to be like roaming and sort of getting into these lanes, sort of
I
finding
bet
this
you.
stuff.
Do you think that they're wishing that they kind of not made that move on quitting or what?
Bungie wanted to stop making Destiny, from what I hear, because it was Sony trying to push them for Marathon. It might have had something to do with Bungie and their maybe wanting to focus on Marathon, but it was mostly Sony because they're their whole live service thing, which makes no sense to me. You'd think Destiny is literally a fucking live service, so they're shutting down one live service to make 3 more that are probably gonna fucking fail. The only one that I guarantee you that would have succeeded out of all the live services they made would be a Destiny 3.
Yep.
Out of everything they've made, that's the only one that would succeed.
I think the idea, from what I've heard, is that like with Marathon not being in the best state, they want to turn it around somehow because they don't want it to be like on their track record, because they already had Concord, which was like, it was very bad for them. And now if they have this as well, like I think like when the game launched, Marathon sold like 1.5 million copies, but like it was like how much it cost like 100 million or something to make the game, so they still haven't really made their money back from it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think Destiny
It cost over 200 million to develop.
Yeah, I mean, it just sucks that it's like people who are making decisions don't know video games at all, because it's like anybody could look at the 2 games of Destiny and Marathon and be like, yeah, Destiny is for sure the better choice of game to like pursue. I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why you would just look at Marathon and be like, yep, that's the better one, man. An extraction shooter, that genre is already on its way out. Arc Raiders started the end of extraction shooters because it was the extraction shooter. There's no reason to play any other ones.
Right.
Well, I mean, even Destiny, like Destiny 1 had such like good reputation that Destiny 2 like pretty much carried from that.
Yep.
Well, wasn't it
Marathon had nothing.
Yeah.
Bungie went from Halo into Destiny. Now what happened with Halo? How did 343 get a hold of that?
So when Halo 3 came out and they had Halo 3 ODST, they planned on making one last game, which was Halo Reach. If I'm right, it was that they wanted to get out of their Microsoft deal because Microsoft had a deal with Bungie, so they had to like only publish on Xbox, do all these different things. They want to get out the deal, and so they said, all right, we'll make a deal. We'll make one final Halo game, and then we're splitting, essentially, which was Halo Reach. It was like, okay, we'll make one last game, then we're done. And the idea is that they didn't want to be stuck just making... They wanted to make tons of games. They didn't want to just be making Halo forever. They wanted to make multiple games. Like, they probably didn't only want to be making Destiny. Like, they actually... At one point, they actually wanted to make a game called Marathon that was going to be cool and interesting, and probably wasn't even going to be an extraction shooter, but it was just going to be something cool, right? They wanted to be a studio that could have the freedom to make whatever they wanted. So they got out of like the licensing deal with Microsoft because Microsoft was very controlling. And they had to go partner with Activision, unfortunately, just to get the actual, just to get the deal they wanted and have the resources to make Destiny. But that means that they were like independent essentially, except for being with Activision, right? So they went off to go make Destiny. They split up with Xbox. Xbox still owns the right to Halo, pretty much forever. They'll forever own the rights to Halo. So then they were just like, all right, we'll make a team. We'll just make a new team of developers to make Halo games from now on, which ended up being 343. Which a lot of the Bungie people who like making Halo, I think, were part of 343 that was made. But it was, I mean, I don't know if they got to be the creative direction of Halo from now on, because Halo 4, I'm going to be real, Halo 4 wasn't it. Halo 5 wasn't it. And Halo Infinite, while in a better direction, just did not work. So it sucks. That's what happened.
Gotcha. Damn, that's fucking crazy. They just kind of, it's from the sounds of it, they just kept getting fucked over.
Yep. And then when Forsaken came out, I remember Forsaken actually sold pretty well for Bungie standards, but apparently Activision thought it was going to sell more and were disappointed with how Forsaken sold. And then Bungie themselves were like, no, it sold well. It's great. Like, we did a good job. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then after, I think it was when they announced Shadowkeep, pretty much around the time they announced Shadowkeep, was when they were able to split with Activision. Because if I'm right, there was supposed to be, after Shadowkeep was supposed to be, that was supposed to be the last expansion, technically, for Destiny 2. And then there was going to be Destiny 3. Because their deal was in 10 years to make 3 Destiny games. Destiny 1, Destiny 2, and Destiny 3. They made Destiny 1, and they put out 2 DLCs for that. They made Destiny 2, put out a DLC for that, and by the time the second DLC came around, they got out of their deal with Activision, and then we're just like, well, we're just gonna keep making Destiny 2. We're not gonna make a third one. We're just gonna keep making the game that's already pretty good. And I mean, for a while, it actually was pretty good. It was a good deal.
I just feel like, I feel like if they had made a Destiny 3 then, we would be in the same situation we are in now. But like, if they make one now, I feel like it would legitimately like save them if it was good, and they had the resources for it, because that's just it. Because like, we can ask for a Destiny 3 all we want, and they can pitch it all they want.
Mm-hmm.
But Bungie isn't really. Not only are they not the same Bungie, I guess, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're so much smaller because of all the layoffs. So
yeah,
I don't even think, like, even if they wanted to, even if they did get the green light,
yeah,
I don't think it would all be there.
10 million sales? No, you're fired.
Well, that's the problem, is that I mean, there's a really good, I mean, I don't know how, I think it was just a year ago, maybe like a year and a half ago now or something like that. But I remember that the YouTuber The Act Man, he did a interview with Marty O'Donnell, the composer from the Halo games, who was at one point like one of, I think there's 4 people who had equal creative control over Bungie as a studio. And then he was there essentially trying to save Bungie and kind of get them to be independent and keep it away from any corporate like decision and influence. And because of how hard he worked for Bungie's independence, he got fired pretty much and got kicked out of the company.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but in his interview, which I mean, he talks about how like Microsoft really wanted to control Bungie, and the idea that they wanted was to essentially start removing the leadership from Bungie and start putting in their own leadership, like own executives from Microsoft to be part of Bungie. Which, hey, guess what? Spoiler alert, the guy who ruined Destiny, Pete Parsons, was from Microsoft.
Yeah, I knew that. So, but why though? What was the point in doing that? Just so they had more control over Bungie? Just they had it by the balls?
Yeah, so Microsoft was still kind of like, they didn't really see Bungie as like, oh, a special game studio that made these amazing games that people consider like the best games ever made. They just saw them as a group of developers that they could then like move to, like as workforce, to move to different projects they would need.
Oh, yeah, there it is. That's the problem, is because I was gonna say is I don't think anyone ever saw them as the as the the special, the people who made Halo and shit and Destiny and all, and they're just good in general.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone ever saw them as that until Sony came around. They saw that, I think, but they wanted to like siphon it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and it sucks. And I mean, even especially like Sony now is the exact same thing, where literally the guy who ruined Destiny and Bungie, Pete Parsons, essentially wanted to get a Sony deal just so that he would get a big paycheck when he quit, which he did. He got lots of money when he quit, and then he just pretty much left the game in such a horrible state.
Oh yeah, it might have been a different thing actually. What was the thing where I could be wrong the way I'm telling it, but it was the like CEO. It might have been Bungie, and it was the guy who like laid off a ton of people, I think, or like, what was it? He either laid them off, or like pay went down or something, so that he could get more money out of it, and then he quit. And it might have been a different thing, but
I think that wasn't Bungie. If I know what you're thinking of, that's actually pretty recent, right? That at least what I'm thinking of, that's what happened with Subnautica devs, Unknown Worlds.
Oh,
they did,
you know what? Yeah, that's what it was. That's what you told me.
Yeah, Yeah, which if I'm right, I think I maybe got like one or two of those details slightly off. Because I think that's what it said. Like they laid him off, so they'd have to pay him. But it was the full story was that when they had this deal, they paid a ton of money to Unknown Worlds a lot, and then the executives, like CEOs of Unknown Worlds, the developer side, would get a bonus, which was part of the deal. They had to get a big bonus if the game sells well and is ahead of expectations, right? So to get this bonus, they have to nail these like essentially like performance checks. Things like how well is the game coming along? How are the internal playtests doing? Are they on schedule? And so the idea was that they laid off people at the studio so that they would be behind schedule and wouldn't have the resources to nail those performance checks. So that it would then say, oh, they're behind schedule, they're not performing well, because they just straight up don't have the dev resources to nail the goals they set when that deal was first made. So it's clearly illegal activity, which is why they won in court. They completely won it. And the idea was that how well the game sells, they also have to pay a bonus up to a certain amount, which is nice because I forgot what the actual like numbers were, but Subnautica 2 has already sold so well that they pretty much got the bonus that they were gonna get. So W Justice, W Subnautica devs. It's completely stupid what happened, and they cut ties with their publisher, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's what I thought that reminded me of something, and that's what it was.
Yeah, but I like that interview he did with Marty O'Donnell, because he kept using this. He kept saying this thing. Or he kept using this wording where he said that like the story of Bungie is that like how do you word it? It was that he tried, or the people who wanted Bungie to go independent, it was like they tried to get Bungie out of Microsoft, but they couldn't get Microsoft out of Bungie. And he kept saying that over and over again, because he pretty much said that like a ton of Microsoft executives joined Bungie and essentially corroded it from the inside out. So it sucks. It's really dumb, but you know. I mean, that's what sucks about getting Destiny closing, is that like the people, like so many people like playing Destiny, like playing a looter shooter like Destiny, and there's nothing out there like it. Listen, I'm gonna be real. Marathon, there are already 10 games like Marathon. All right, Marathon is not the best of those, so that's why it's not doing well. There's no games like Destiny, though. There just isn't. Not in the way Destiny is like a social space and the way it's set up. There's just no games like it.
Right. Not to this day, I've never played a game like this. I don't know. There's something about it. Even just like the social, it's all the gunplay and the raids and dungeons, the armors, all the weapons and shit.
I mean, that's what made it so awesome, was that Bungie was very adamant, I mean, from the beginning, on social aspects. Social aspects in any of their games. With Halo, if I'm right, they were like one of the very first developers, if not the first, to implement proximity chat into a game. They were very adamant on making it all social and all like very cooperative with like your friends and stuff. And that's why I always love social aspects in any game. And that's why even Destiny succeeded so well. That's why people say they played Destiny and they met friends on it, like life. I said before, I only know this friend group because of Destiny.
Right.
So it's like no other game has that. I didn't meet lifelong friends by playing Call of Duty, right? But I did by playing Destiny.
I never thought about that. How you kind of like seamlessly like melded into the friend group. I don't know how you did that.
I was thinking about it too. I was like, it was so weird how it happened, because like I think it had to do with like I think ultimately it came from Destiny, and I think Sonya was much more clear on how it happened. It was like found an LFG, did a raid, and then with hold on, got their name. I don't remember him, but someone had a server where they were just like they'd invite people that they LFG'd with, and then that's where we were. We joined that server, and then we had a great time raiding. And so we said, hey, do you want to do another raid after? And we said, yeah. And then we did another raid. And then I think from there, we found we just liked raiding together. And then there was the Sus clan that I remember.
I remember joining Sus.
Yeah, we had joined Sus, and then they were doing a lot of Destiny stuff. And then I remember I was like, oh, and we do stuff with them, but we kept consistently raiding. And then I started hearing like just from your friend group talking about doing stuff. And then I was like, oh, I'm starting to get like understand this friend group, because I didn't really know the extent of it by that point. That was just like an LFG essentially. And then we did stuff with Sus, and then Sus had a lot of like they did a lot of stuff with like Minecraft servers and other game nights and stuff. And then from that, it was like outside of Destiny that I was interacting with like the full friend group from that point on. And that's how I started kind of like knowing everyone. I was like, oh, I started knowing everybody by name. And then from there, from game sessions, it was just like, I just started like, there were more of us than just me who were all playing that one unit. But then it was like, I think we started like slowly, less and less people were joining the game sessions with that friend group, but I would keep joining there. And then from that point on, it was just like, I would just get invited to play other stuff with everyone. I was like, oh, sweet. And then from that point on, I kind of just started knowing everyone, and then just consistently played after that. Still was doing stuff with Sus, still doing raids and stuff. But then I wasn't just in Sus. I was also now in like a new server with everyone else. But to think, none of that would have happened if I didn't use Jade Rabbit and didn't make someone rage quit the LFG raid. None of that would have happened.
I like how you said that you didn't find your friends on Call of Duty, because that's the way that I found Bangs and Axel, was Call of Duty.
Well, it's like modern day Call of Duty, because that's the one thing I hate about modern, like any modern game, is the lack of social features. It's like, I don't know why they want people just to like be on their own doing their own thing forever, and they don't have to interact with people. Like, that's the fun part. You get to interact with random people, and then, you know, just out of nowhere you meet a random person, and you're doing something already which you're similar, like-minded. Like, you're playing a game you both like already. That's already something similar that you can like relate to. And then from there you just find more and more things, and then it's like, oh, boom, wow, you know?
Yeah.
Who was first? Like, who met who first? And then it just like grew from there. What happened? And I'd been know like a couple people already.
From what I can remember, me, Axel, and Bangs found each other on Black Ops 2 back in like 2013 from trickshotting. And then I remember Axel knew Rory, Bangs knew you, Warren, and then I think somewhere in there, Tim and Sonya came in, and that brought like more people. Yeah, but like that, I remember there was the Skype days that we had, and it was always me, Bangs, Axel, Rory, Sonya, and then we had Johnny and Chronix. And then Johnny and Chronix both left the friend group. We basically forced them out. Somewhere in there Rory had broken out of the friend group, but that's because of what happened with her. And then I think Sonya introduced us to Dion from that LFG.
Yeah, that and gosh, I forget their name now, but Time.
I remember, yeah, Time was also in that LFG too.
Yep,
And then,
and me and them played first from an LFG because I remember Crown Star. I mean, I made a YouTube video off of it, that specific LFG. And once again, just like we had a good time raiding together.
And then I think Bangs introduced us to Warren because they both went to school.
Yeah, we went to school together. I got my Xbox and he was like, I'll introduce you to my group. And then I joined and it was like, I swear to God, it felt like there were 30 people in a call. It wasn't that many, it was like 6. But
dude, there was always more than 5 people in a call, bro. That's what's crazy.
And I was like, I think I'll join later. I don't remember when I joined back, but I did.
Yeah, dude. Oh, because we had Stool Softener, Blaze MC. Oh, dude, there was
Bird with Clock won. My goal main loss, bro. Shiv won. Shiv got a W off that. That is unacceptable. Also, we are in a discussion. We're going over the history of the friend group in the call right now. I have Vapor and Warren in a call right now, and we started talking about, like, we were talking about Destiny and what happened with it, because I'm in the streaming channel, and then we just started talking about how the friend group met. That's where we're at right now. I don't know how it got to this, but I like this conversation.
true.
What happened with Johnny Phillips, it was a good thing to weed him out.
Oh yeah, it was
Okay.
very good. It was good to get rid of that guy. That was Epstein too.
Yep.
I can't remember where where Lilac came in. I can't remember that.
I was friends with Lilac in from elementary school, actually, pretty much. So
Damn.
I introduced them to the friend group.
Damn.
Yeah. I've known Lilac for a long time. I remember they got really close with my cousin, Sophia.
Yeah. I remember Sophia.
And then that shit with Davis happened. I still don't know what happened with Davis.
Oh wow. Yeah, there was Davis too. I can't remember. I knew there was a big part of like something I did, but I can't remember what it was.
Dude, I remember that because I was moving at that exact time. And I literally was like, hey guys, I'm going to be off for a week, but like when I'm back, we're going to be playing, right? I was like, yeah, sweet. I move, I come back, everything's fucked. Everything's broken. Everything's broken. It's like, oh my gosh, you missed out. I'm like, what happened? I was gone for 1 week, dude. Oh my goodness.
Well, those were some crazy times. I remember Axel, I think, telling me what happened with Davis, like the whole thing. But yeah, no, he was there.
Yeah, Davis was there in that LFG. As I remember. I remember Sonia, Davis, and Axel in that LFG. That very first LFG. And that's why I was like, I think that's why I ever joined the friend group, because like from that first LFG, Davis thought it was funny that I was using Jade Rabbit, but kind of like getting mad in like a funny way. Like you're not actually mad, but you're just like, you know, trolling a bit. Sonya thought it was hilarious though, and I think instantly from there I was like, all right, I like these guys. And that random that was in that LFG that had no, just did not enjoy it at all, just rage quit and bounced. It was awesome. It was just a good time, man. Great times.
Where is it? I can't find it.
Yo, let's fucking go, Bird.
Yo, Bird, yo.
Let's fucking go, Bird.
Okay, but now,
Bird.
but now the
fuck
creeps.
Bird. Now it's creeps. Now it's
Yeah.
creeps just because of Yamato and I know Idorian.
Man, my Gorish King Idorian.
Yes, yes.
And John 69. He's pretty good too.
Yes, John 69.
Who the fuck?
Sorry, in the stream, watching the tournament, the next match is about to start, and there's a new team that came up. Idorian is like, what would be the right? I'm trying to think a comparison of like League.
Not that Faker, bro.
No one could be Faker. No one could be Faker. I don't know. It's like kind of in the spot that Faker's in for League, but like not, because the game is so early and no one's that good yet. Yeah. But like just a good entertaining face to the game, you know.
Mm-hmm. Just wait for DionHyper. Give him like 2 weeks. Like Faker.
Give me time to lock in, bro.
Event incoming. Distortion breach.
Ooh. Can I join you? I'm kind of just dicking around right now.
Yeah, sure. I need to do public events, so.
Yeah. Dude, it's so sad. One thing as well with this update is that Bungie leadership is stupid and dumb, and they're part of the reason. Well, I mean, they are the reason, because like, you know, the guy from Pete Parsons, the Microsoft guy, is the reason the game died. And like a lot of the leadership is just as bad, because like this update came out and they put in amazing changes for a final update, and people were realizing that, okay, all these amazing changes the developers wanted to put in the game, but they can't because the people up top were like making them drip feed it throughout the updates and seasons and stuff. But now that the game's over, they're like, all right, well, we'll just put all that into this final update. So all the great and amazing changes they made was all supposed to come like over the next 1.5 to 2 years, which sucks, but wow.
So who would BRB? And they would BRB.
Bam. I'm glad it's here, because it's like, dude, man, I was there since day one, bro. I got the game. I had it plugged in my PlayStation while the servers were still going live. If I go back up to, I think my cabin is where all my PS4 games, I still have the original physical case for Destiny 2.
Mm.
They talk behind your back.
Gonna fire gift.
Hey, Axel, what did you think of that image I sent you last night? Relatable, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, yeah.
I forget what the even text behind that is.
Dog.
Do you ever genuinely feel like this after drinking just one too many cans of root beer?
Hold up. Yo.
Yo.
Keep this shit real quick, right?
I was gonna break everything if I tuned into this.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay. So, wait, you're not showing this shit on stream, right?
No. My stream is only on the actual.
Okay.
Stuff.
Right. So we're chilling in Whiterun, yeah, the market.
Yep.
low in HP. And also
Things
Archer's
vibe.
already under pressure when it comes to the mid lane. Being chased out
Everybody's
by John,
here.
looking for this early
Happy.
kill and almost had it as well. Not
Nothing out of the ordinary.
If John especially gets going and feels confident.
It's also fucking raining.
Well, how much did they add? There's like the little like well in the middle. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, like everything is just so fucking authentic. Like,
Where's you get to the cloud district often.
where's that?
You should kill him and hide his body.
Loki, I have to go. He's. Do you see him?
Yeah. Why is he staring at you?
Yeah, where the fuck are his glows? Is my question.
Did we do it?
Not quite. Well, we kind of beat it. Actually, I think we beat it. We need to do enough waves. We might not have done it. We don't have the full thing.
Damn, I got 2 tier 5 weapons in a row.
Oh. Man, I like the way this works because with distortions, you get the unique weapons for doing the distortion stuff, and you get the weapons from the actual like destinations. Those get upgraded too.
Dion.
What's up?
Dion. Peep the fit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let me inspect. Let me inspect the character. Let me inspect the character. Ooh, I kind of like the. I like the like the winter look of the chest plate, but then it's like the arms are.
Oh wow! Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Dion.
Yeah, I have the one I have on my look right now. I just wanted to flaunt that I have the Solstice armor from 2019. I think you can earn it. I think you can re-earn it now. I don't know if it's just like in the silver store or something like that. Yeah. What's up, Beck? Grandpa. What's up, Axel? You said my name.
Check it up.
Where is he? Why is the horse so small?
Because there's miniatures. This is the actual horse.
Oh, it's like a bait. It's like a pony. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a baby horse. Also, Yamato is on fire right now, and Yamato got picked on melee creeps. It's just oh my gosh.
Did it just end? It did just end. Fuck.
Oh, did you miss a public event?
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Yeah, it's objectively womp womp. I can't be mad.
Ooh, taking the view. Oh, what a pretty sight, man. Man, it actually kind of sucks because like with the way it works with like the war and stuff. They kind of had like these sending off points for the war, but I think they put in these lore books everywhere to explain where the story was gonna go. And it's like, man, it would have been so cool. Like the story of Destiny was always cool. It was just like like I just said before, it's just like the live service stuff that I didn't like. Why is there a big goblin up here? What? There's like a big strong goblin up here. He didn't drop anything, he was just chilling up here. I just killed him. I don't know what he's doing up here. He was like a boss. Like boss health. We see those guys down there?
That is a wild roster change after 1 day of play with the new Leviathan roster.
Wait, what happened?
Because now, how do you fill an OC's spot? Where does M1 in EU?
Yeah, where did it go? That is, I'm sure that's going to develop over the course of the week. Also, spicy little.
Yeah, that's why I like Patroin, because there was a guy I found who was like, I guess like newer, like he just got in the game, and then he would like follow me around, and so I went on a Sparrow, and then we just drove around on Sparrows, just like ramming enemies and stuff. That's all we did. We would just go around and be like, all right, let's go find some enemies.
Speaking of Sparrow Racing League,
dude, I love. No, wait, is that just on Steam? No way!
No way.
Oh my gosh, you are instantly getting an invite to the fire team. If you want.
Is he on? Straight Vapor is now online.
There's always a spot for you on the fire team. It's warm. I warmed it for you, Daddy. Oh, over here. Look, it's over here. Let's ram him. Oh, that's a big guy. We can't ram that guy. The little guys. That's all we do. We're just driving around, just ramming enemies.
oh,
Like, dude, so much stuff in this that like they added is like. Oh, Warren, come here. I have something important to show you.
Wait, look. Watch this.
Yo, deal.
Oh, yo. Hey, check this out, Warren. Check this out. Very important. Ready?
What? How do you do that?
It's the horns. You get those from doing the Sparrow Racing League. This is the one I got. Bum. Whoa, I was able to double it up.
Do a backflip.
You can do like back and right to do like a corkscrew.
Oh! What the fuck is that? Whoa!
Oh wait! They did it so you can do tricks just while in patrolling. It's not just doing the race. Ready? Go off and jump and do the arrow keys.
Oh, sick. Hey!
Yo! You could you could shift to do the tricks and stuff in the actual Sparrow Racing. I think shift is just brake when you're doing that. But no, dude, racing is so fun. I think it's the most fun when you have a full fire team of people. Because just doing it last night was fun.
That was cool. Did you see that? That was cool. Watch this.
Oh! Wait, how do you do the spin? I can't do the spin like just vertically.
I'm just turning around. I'm spinning
oh. Yeah, you get boost for it, so it counts as doing a trick.
Yo, what's up? National Geographic shit. I'm like...
National Geographic.
Look at this shit.
Wait, spin and do a backflip.
Oh!
Oh!
I did a backflip. It's so hard doing the arrow keys on it.
I know. Where's my Sparrow going? Oh.
Oh! Nope.
I messed it up. I was almost there.
Oh, wait. Public event. Sure, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Alright, so I do this public event, you just gotta stand on these plates. That's all you do.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay, so no. Okay, so you stand on the plates, do the public event, the hero one.
Yeah.
All right, so you see that plate on the ground? Yeah, you see that plate on the ground? If you stand on it, it'll actually make a hero public event.
Yeah.
Also, melee creeps are up by 7k. That's my goat Idorian, my gorgeous king.
Fucking go.
Yamato's still on fire.
Oh my.
And it's Du, who is, I think, consistently rank 1 in the game.
Du?
Yeah. He's consistently a rank 1 player. And my gorgeous king Idorian is often rank 1 in the game too.
Wait, how much are they up right now?
Oh, oh my gosh, they just wiped the team and they got the urn. Oh my goodness, they are now up 14k. Jeez. What the? Thunder Crash? Okay.
I'm joining.
I invited you. Let me tell you now, invite.
Bro, what's the button for the join?
More.
Press U, and it's like the social button. And then you can, I don't know if you'll see me on your friends list or Dion, but you can click on us and then you'll see Join Fire Team.
Wait, you for sure? No, you were on my friends list. There we go.
Hi, yo, friend.
My bad, I blocked you. Oh! The GG's. Skitty! Press tab, hold E. Ooh, I got the strange signal. Ooh, tier 5.
Oh my god.
What do you have to do now?
I don't want to do Crucible. It had me do all that for a Crucible quest.
What does it say? What does it say? Does he have to see it?
First chaperone, it's I need precision damage and target kills in Gambit or Crucible.
Oh, at least you do Gambit. You just kill like the enemies and stuff. Also, where's Vapor?
Look at that word. Why does he look like AJ? It was good.
Wait, you got some good some good gear, bro.
Yeah.
I like your fit too.
Bro, I used to grind.
Well, I know, I can tell.
I used to grind.
Ooh, Vapor, check this out.
Yeah,
Check this out. Press F.
Oh, what?
They added
You got
horns.
the cool horn. Bro, what?
Yeah, to earn the horns, you have to do the, they added racing. Sparrow racing with this update.
What? Oh, hell yeah. Damn, Warren. You got a nice fucking sparrow there.
Oh, thank you. He's gonna pick me up. He's taking me. Oh!
I want your sparrow.
Help!
No!
Ow! Ow!
They used to kill people, I swear.
I know.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so sad. They got rid of what my favorite thing used to be was I don't know if you remember this, but you used to be able to do when you do the public events when that chest would drop, you could shoulder charge it and send the chest flying, and you could send it flying at people and kill them. It was like my favorite thing to do. And they got rid of it because they hate fun.
Whoa! Holy shit! Peter or whatever the fuck that guy's name is.
Huh?
Peter or whatever the fuck his name is, the guy that ruined Destiny.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Peter Parsons.
Yeah.
You gonna do it to this guy?
I forgot what all the key finds here.
Oh no, he destroyed my bike.
My bike.
My bike. He destroyed my bike. Where's this last thing? We gotta find it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see it there. Nice. We have 2 more waves, and then I think there's one final boss, and then that's how we clear it. Defeat the store in some way to end the breach. Okay, we got. Where's the guy? Big guy in the middle. Did I miss him? I might have missed him. Yes, sir! See ya, weenie.
See ya, weenie.
Oh, this is a really good piece of. This is a pretty good helmet.
See a weenie. Like a fucking bully, bro.
Maybe the next reju comes up, or maybe the next urn. I feel like
You know, combat from our direction.
decent control of that position.
Oh, I fucking knew someone else was fucking shooting at me.
Any objectives to take in a side lanes? It's all about the mid lane walker, which you can rotate to very
Ooh.
quickly when it comes to an urn turn in.
Wait, that seems like a really good set bonus.
A lull by design. Smelly Creeps just tending to some of the neutral
Huh?
cards. The chance gold here in the inventory for Stride. Survivability is definitely been an issue for the Shiv at this point in the game, but right now, pretty darn tanky. The issue is that your Venator and Yamato are extremely fed.
I'm doing it all.
Is ready to absolutely dominate you. Melee Creeps have correct soul allocations.
Alright, update. They are up 26k now.
26k. Oh, they're winning. Who do they play after this if they win?
This is the last. It's just the best of 3.
Oh, this is the last one. All right.
Also, I got a text message. Someone in the public chat said, "Ha, gay."
Don't worry, man. I don't think they were talking about you.
Good. That's good.
Good. Yep. No, Rem died. Boo boo down.
A boo boo down.
The little boo boo's down.
Melee Creeps instead just going to posture a tad more aggressively in mid, but all the while
Rest in peace, Rem.
here being put together by Stride.
Yeah, you see the emphasis of melee creeps here. Make sure to keep that mid lane pushed, even as like
Her
a
body
full
clipped
5-man
through the
squad,
fucking
just so-
ground.
Because they know that's the only objective that could be taken. Their side lanes realistically.
No, who
the
else?
Fucker are gonna look to push base lanes by themselves, so they can always go back, clean up the side lanes.
So right now I'm just kind of saving all my tier 5 gear. My weapon's not as much because there's like some things I'm like, I don't think I like using fusion rifles. But like the armor, I'm keeping all my tier 5 stuff I've earned.
Situational control to BWC here.
And I think as well, if you can use, there's websites for like builds, for making builds, where if you link, if like you sign into your account, it will go through all of your gear that's in your vault and stuff. And you'll be like, oh, I want to make this build and do this stuff. And then it'll tell you like what gear you need and if you have it. I don't know if I'll end up using it because I think I'll have more fun just doing it on my own. But it is something. Maybe I can wait into the game. I'll think about. I also have I think I have a Christmas horn. I think this was. Oh wait. Wait. There we go.
Christmas time.
Christmas. Christmas. I mean, the fact there's even a Christmas like a jingle like Christmas is like horn in the game makes me think they were gonna add this in like the next big update and then sell this as like a microtransaction in the store. Luckily, all the horns are free. You just have to earn them through doing the racing.
Hey, put it. Hey. Bozo. Oh. Wait. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
What? Well, spin attack.
I like flung him off the edge earlier. Damn, I got that.
When your spear's so long, you can just like hit people. Wait, wait. You'll be the baseball bat. I'll be the ball. Send me into him.
You be the baseball bat. I'll be the ball.
I can't. I just go right over you.
Oh. 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 Can't wait until he gets off his inventory and realizes he's like 5 million meters away from where he was before. Oh, I picked him up!
Oh, you got him, you got him!
I figured I'm gone.
Yeah, you're coming with us, buddy.
Yeah. No, I dropped him! No!
What are you doing with me? Oh, wow, hello.
Hey.
Oh, let me get him, let me get. Oh, I got him!
Yo, did you catch him?
Yeah, I got him! Yeah, let's go.
Yo.
Oh, damn it.
Damn, that was cool, bro. It's like riding the bus.
I'm gonna go! Yeah, no, we should do racing. It's pretty fun. We had it yesterday where we had a 5 person group, and there's only 6 people in these races. So we just tried to figure out who the random was and made sure they lost at all costs.
How do we get to that?
What do you mean? How do we get to that?
Yeah, how do we do that?
The race?
Yeah, racing. How do we do that?
It's in the Crucible mode. I think you can see it if you were there. So go to destinations. Go to the director on the bottom.
Earlier.
On the bottom by the Crucible tab. Well, it's like a Crucible mode, but on the Crucible tab you click it, and then it'll be the bottom right option. Sparrow Racing League.
Sparrow Racing League.
Oh, that's you. Yeah, that's you, bro. Seismic slam for ya, boosh. Guy just said in the dead auction. Yep, no, they for sure won.
The dude's fucking friend hopping on Siege, bro.
I was like, wait, I've seen that a few times now. I didn't even know that.
I thought that was your notification.
No, I want them to bring it up again so I can see it just in the top left. Somebody is now playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege.
And Jason, as I look at what transpired, you see a GT with no stats.
No.
Just a miserable time over the course of the game. And this feels like the dark side of when you go for a GT.
Ooh, this weapon is fucking...
Things go really well. The downside...
This weapon is fucking... I mean, Heckin's fine.
Man, you gotta get more character.
Oh, wait! Oh, it's not on yet.
for famine.
Oh, way.
That's kind of how it feels like.
Sorry.
I was getting bullied in his own stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
This game mode would have been cool as shit like 6 years ago.
That's what I mean. It was supposed to be in the
bro.
game. It wasn't allowed in the game though.
It's just like Tower
What,
Unite.
what do you mean? What do you mean it wasn't allowed in the game?
Bro,
Because thanks to management, they wanted to make this. That's why we got it now. It's because they wanted to like save it so they could get people on whenever they put out expansion. Like, hey guys, check out the expansion, $50.
Damn, they really just hate fun, don't they?
Yeah, that's why I'm glad they added it at least now and it's free, which is nice.
dude, they're so cheap. All the expansion.
Yeah, that's why I do like. Oh! Guess who's in first? Guess who's in first? Uh-oh, I hit a wall.
Guess who's in first?
Lord have mercy.
Reminds me of the Star Wars fucking shit.
Pod racing.
Yeah, the pod racing, bro. It's cool. I'm in fourth. About to overtake. Come here, bitch. Yep.
Catching up, bitches. Be ready.
Bro, holy shit, there's 4 people here. Oh, there's 5 now. What's up, y'all? Oh, no.
I can't figure out how to take that corner.
There's some intense shit right here.
Where did everyone come from? I was just in first and now I'm in fourth, bro.
Dude, everyone's here.
I know.
Wall in front of us.
Oh my gosh, bro. Get out of the way.
There's a break,
Back in third, baby. Back in third.
Dude, I wasn't first. I lost it all.
Oh!
Another one.
Sharp corner. Sharp
Down.
turn.
Right, left. Through the waterfall.
I'm trying, Shax. I'm
Move,
trying.
bitches.
Move, bitches.
Oh, get me in
Oh,
there.
let's go, Warren, let's go. No! Fucking Talladega Nights shit right there.
We're all here. Get out of the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no!
Yeah, bitch. No, this guy's catching up on me. How? Get out of here, dude. No, I hit the wall. I hit the wall.
Oh, no! Who bumped me into the map?
Oh, one more lap.
Gosh. Oh, I'm first. No.
Oh my god, everyone's here, bro.
No, I'm losing momentum as I land, bro.
Holy, this is cool.
Oh, my God!
Get out of the way.
Matt, drift this bitch up here. Yeah, no!
No.
You're flying, no way. Get out the way. Oh, it's Warren, never mind. Stay in the way.
I'm going.
Dude, that's such a harsh landing that I lose momentum. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm in sixth. We're all just one collective unit, dude. I'm like in first. I'm in first. I hit one bump and now I'm in last.
Let's go. Right.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
it's
they're
over,
so
it's over.
fast! Come on, come on, I'm so close, man.
This is it. No way, the landing stunts me, bro. What the hell?
No, I hit the wall!
Oh, 6th place. What the hell?
Dude,
Oh, what
oh
a-
my
what a
goodness.
race.
Holy shit.
Wait, we tied for third. Look at that, bro. Oh, I got a horn.
I got a spider in my way.
That's Spider.
I feel like has been dormant. The reason why dormant has been banned
Bro,
so
what the
often,
fuck?
along with Pocket. And I don't know. To me,
What horn did I get? Where is it?
Commendation? How do I do that?
feel like the GT for dormant trade
I like the horn I just got.
worked out with the different set of circumstances, a better snowball, but Arctic, you know, there was
No
snowball,
commendation
there was a
to
heat
give,
wave.
bro. Where is everyone?
Yeah, I can't give recommendations. I don't know.
Well, Bro, there was 3 people in 3rd place that could have finished, bro. What the fuck?
I think it's like like they have like chunks of like segments of time to count what time you get, and so like in that small time frame, everyone made it.
Because now 2 games in a row in NA, we've seen great talent unfortunately just
Damn.
fail to measure up.
And also, you know, found on that scoreboard, the KD was
Bro, that was
a
some
little bit
intense
down
ass
between
shit,
both
bro.
teams.
Everyone kept coming in.
Not getting the stacks, but that was
Everyone was all grouped together, dude. I didn't know.
I know. There's a good chunk of time that I was in 1st place, and then I hit one wall, and then everyone is past me. Now I'm in last.
I saw there was one guy, bro. He had the micro mini. He was driving.
That was me.
That was
That was me.
big ass guardian on there, bro.
Oh wait, they didn't want me equip. It didn't want me change my my horn. I don't think. No, dude.
Who
I
has
wanna put on
the
my new
spider one? Bro, what?
Why is it here to duck? Quack, quack.
What? Yeah, what the hell is that?
Get out the way, bro. Honk, honk.
I missed that? Excuse me? What was that horn? Bam!
We got the train horn. What the hell?
Yeah.
The little fucking wall, bro. We go faster.
Watch out, those things
God,
could
you're
kill
right,
you.
Claptrap. Oh, I almost fell off. What the fuck is going on, bro? Everyone's ramming each other. Chill. It don't have to be this way. That horn.
Shut the fuck up! Oh my god! Oh my! I'm gonna hear that in my sleep tonight.
we gotta go to orbit. I got a really good horn. I put on.
So are the triumphs when I'm getting like horns?
No, I think after like every race you have a chance of getting a new horn. There might be some walk behind horns, but I don't think there are.
No!
Oh my! Oh, I saw that! I saw that!
I tried to cut it, bro. I thought I was
It's like
Uh-oh.
Me and this guy had the same horn.
That's what I'm hearing in the distance. Wonderful.
Oh! Oh, I got thrown off! I got the wave river!
No, 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 no. Don't wish that on me. No, don't wish that on me. Forward. Shake it big.
Careful. Your enemy is closing the gap.
No!
No, dude, I hit
You
the wall!
behind me.
Hit the wall right at the end, dude.
Oh!
No, dude, I was so far ahead. Now I'm last, bro.
Flash.
I better get in. For the DNS. Damn. I know we can win this. Let's try. I got the duck horn.
I know we can. Here, take a storm so we can put the new ones on. Yeah, I'll just give a spoiler alert. I got the little like what would you call like it's like the nerd sound effect, like the that's what I got.
The mighty match continues on here in North America for Night Shift. Melee Creeps taking the first map. Bird with
Oh, you guys are gonna like this
a
one.
little bit lacking. ZP here with Uber and Jason and Mitch. The question we have to ask now, does Bird with Clock change things up for the next round? Because strategy last time around, it just simply did not pan out.
Again, I think that the power picks got
What
a
are
bit more
you yapping
distributed
about
across
over
both
there?
teams this time around. It's another game where we just don't
Alright.
have great talent, even though they're high.
Here comes Melee Creeps for the twofer.
We understand that, like, what the premise is that they have a
Back-to-back win, end of show.
take over the game, especially in the later phases where you have like this amazing poke engine, which didn't really come online. I also think that they're contending with Melee Creeps just being very, very solid in the macro game, making sure that everything lines up perfectly. They get both buffs. They run an successful earn fight into a mid boss. Time
You guys
playing
ready?
it. It's been difficult.
No.
To contend with them, I think outside
No,
of the
hurry
first
it, hurry it
14
up.
to 16 minutes.
I was just joking. You can go.
For
Jason,
real,
you
bro.
are currently coaching Bird with
Oh.
Clock. What do you
Yeah,
got
we're in the race
going
now.
into this game, yo? Do you have any
Oh.
ideas
God.
like, to go around Melee Creeps? You do have like one of the deeper pools in NA, you know. Where do you try and get a different
See,
field
look,
of battle here for matchup?
look, the game knows me. No clan affiliation, bro. I'm neutral.
You can join.
I don't know. Do you
This
let
one, I
people
think.
through
Yeah,
the
join
format,
my clan.
and then they'll either ban silver
No.
Join the fucking
Join my
clan,
clan. Join my clan.
No.
Join my clan.
play?
pussy.
Join my clan. Join
my
clan.
I would rather. The thing is, GT was not successful enough for them to warrant first pick.
I can report the clan.
No, please don't do that, dude. Please don't do that.
I don't know. It was so odd to me to not just like grab Doorman then right away, because you know
I'm in the clan.
you're gonna deny a big pick for Melee Creeps. Instead, you bank all your money on
Hey.
GT, which just wasn't successful, whether it was Arctic or not. I think maybe silver pickup.
The draft is underway, Mitch, and the question is, do they close the door?
Ooh.
No, they take down the pocket, so it's going to be up to Melee Creeps to potentially take
Modifiers.
down Doorman or take down Silver. Bird with Clock engineered a
Modifiers.
scenario, Mitch, where they're going to get one of the
How is the gun being sponsored if we're doing sparrow
I
racing?
wonder if your Melee Creeps like what Bird
Yeah.
can do.
That's violent.
Doorman. It's gonna, okay, they're gonna leave it open. So Silver is gonna be banned away here. I think just too broadly effective over the course of the game. Actually fits right into the front lines. It's like another really durable threat.
Hey, quit that.
Has, like, gap
Sorry.
covers and obviously has that health steroid.
I didn't mean
that
to.
shit, bro.
I didn't mean to.
I wouldn't want to deal with her either.
You gotta start spreading that shit, bro.
Run it
Sorry.
back.
I had faith, Jason, that
Sorry.
it would actually be a change up.
Sorry, bro.
I did not think we'd be going down
You win?
It was an
the same
accident.
path yet again.
Really?
Maybe this is a case where Birth Clock looked at the last draft and said, look, we low rolled this time around, we're gonna get stacks, but if you're Melee Creeps, you don't change a thing. You go in,
Bro,
you
look at
grab
the
Doorman,
straightaway
and
at the
you back it
end.
up with an Abrams pick, because why would you change what worked so well in the last game?
Oh, we already done this one.
Bruh,
Bruh, give us
Did we
another
do this one?
map. Yeah. Give us another. What the fuck? Y'all got surfboard? Silver Surfer.
Yeah. But if you have a surfboard, you don't get
Yo.
horns.
Wait, what?
Well, music goes crazy.
It does, but if you were close to me, you could hear the. Meow, meow.
Do you hear the? Oh, whoa.
No, I got you.
I hear whoop whoop.
Oh, yeah, I did this one.
The fuck out the way, Beatrice Gaming.
Get out the way. Dude, get the fuck out of my way, bitch! I hit the falling thing, dude! Oh, I'm in third now.
Yeah, I also did. Perhaps you could there.
You hear that, Paper?
Yeah.
I hear the quack, quack.
Dude, you pushed me into the wall.
Oops.
We're all like pushing each other into the wall.
I went from second to sixth. So what is that? Oh, fire to claim. So far back, and all I hear is.
I'm right next to Warden, so I can just play that next to him.
Right on you, Warren.
Get off me.
But you have
Get away from
grenades? What in the Mario Kart shit is that? Oh no! We both spin out there. Holy shit, right out.
We're a pro gamer.
Oh, that guy got fucked. Oh, that guy got fucked, bro. I pushed him into the wall.
Where's my boost, bro? My boost just was gone.
How, bro? I'm in Pull up, over. Round and about. Let's go, Warren. Let's go, Warren.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We're on my ass.
How are you so fast? You and your little fucking your little scooter.
He stole that shit from Walmart.
Dude, my shit!
I think I'm afraid it might be Jover for me.
It's Jover for me right now, because Scarf, I'm gonna get out of my way.
I'm hitting walls and shit.
Oh, my thing is on fire. No, 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 no. Oh, it's over. That's it. No, dude. Oh, Vapor retired.
Bro. That's some intense shit, bro.
I got a new horn.
I think the only way this comp gets any better is if there's a pocket here for melee creeps, but
I don't know what sound that's supposed to be.
have to give up the Abrams. I think this is about as good as it gets. They've banned or picked all the premium tank tanks. And Clock left the system of making use of.
I know.
If they
Better the Gambit, bro. They should have just had this instead of Gambit.
No, I think this was supposed to be the game a long time ago, but they just couldn't put it in. And you can tell it because, like, they wouldn't have, in between them hearing the game got canceled and this update, they wouldn't have had time to make it. So it was already planned to come out. Also, I gotta go to the tower.
Was my contribution to that afterwards.
Now, bro.
Y'all can't do nothing.
Jason, your thoughts here that may be occurring as we've let this draft marinate a little bit. To me, as I look at it, I think it's a story as it is with any GT draft that there's ways that Bird with Clock wins this game, but most of them probably come from Arctic having a vastly different game than what happened last time. And again, not saying it was all Arctic's fault in the last time. It has to be a team effort, but one way or another, stacks need to happen. And if you're gonna prioritize GT to the extent that you give up Doorman, your GT
you do real good.
Actually be running a lot of the early to mid game.
You do real
I can
good
save the
there.
response because we're about to get it.
Congratulations.
GT is necessarily. I mean, I can't say it's not first pick worthy because we've seen it done with Loki W quite a bit, but I think Loki
Grab a
W
drink.
and Melee Creeps are quite different in how.
Yeah, no,
sorry,
you're
and
not.
BWC are quite different on how.
Yeah, no, get back here. Get back here. Now.
No, we're going to the tower.
Group leader said no.
You're not even the leader.
you
I know. I'm
Yeah, he
just
is.
I'm just the
Look at
messenger.
no, yeah, he is. Look at the crown next to his name.
again, lacking like a ranged M1 where like guys need to be a little bit closer so you can use the drain light.
All right, fine.
Does worry me a little bit, but they do have a hefty front line, and I would get.
No, I'm just the messenger. Group leader changes mind. He said you can go. Make it snappy, or else you'll get
Alright,
angry.
well, who is this guy? So I need to have a chat with him.
Make it snappy.
Sir, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Ooga.
All right, we're gonna be on the
We don't got all
side-
day.
briefly on the left side to start with. We saw it be Paradox Yamato look there, which is pretty terrifying. Doorman and Venator. It's John and Saya.
I have all the sweet business ornaments.
They are here to cause no shortage of issues. Up against the Geist Grey Talon lane. So curious to see how that one eventuates. And yeah, it will be this pool noodle-esque combo of Ido and Ranger on the right.
Pool noodle-esque.
Yeah, like you know, what I mean? Like they don't do a ton of damage, but they
Huckleberry.
kill type beats.
Do I need this memento? Do I need this?
I'm actually asking
What?
myself, can you switch?
Awoken memento.
Yeah.
Awoken. Oh, that's for the Wish Ender.
No, I can.
It's for a quest. I think you can just get rid of it, but you just pick up the quest later.
Taught to swim.
It's just for an exotic called Wish Ender.
No one is not taught to swim there. Yeah, we're big on water safety. You know what I'm saying? And I have pretty good in board chores. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know. I'm certain of it, bro. I don't want to say. I'm certain I've seen you in pool attire. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep it family friendly.
messages.
Surely, bro.
I think Z-Peak is actually probably like a little.
Oh, not enough glimmer. Oh no.
Yeah, I bet bro's like a marlin in the water. You know what I mean?
Like
Well,
Mike.
well,
He
hey
does.
now.
Honestly, he does.
What
wear
the
glasses.
hell?
I think he wears the glasses to hide the fact that he's actually perfectly hydrodynamically designed. That bro cuts through like a swordfish.
I mean, I have at least somewhat of an advantage when I can swim because my nose cuts through the water.
Yeah, it's true. You would make for an intrepid seafarer. Like you got the prow of the boat. You know what I mean? You're
Like
you know,
the-
you
act
got
like a
the
shark.
yeah,
Use my nose as a fin.
I'll keep some mystery to this, but what I will say, as people know from events, is that you can usually find me at the hotel hot tub if the schedule permits.
Yo, surely at a BlizzCon, boys, we've gotten the rig out for each other. Surely, those spa runs were where it was at. Anyway, we're gonna fight here on this.
Yamato's on bird with clock.
Flying Strike was looking to
That's bad.
on that ship. You can see
Also, my Glorious King Idorian on
shot as well being
Abrams.
so definitely wants to play the
Let's see what this dick can do.
Yeah, I get an extra sustain in lane here. Would be quite important. I think they have like a good amount of poke here with a power slash paired along with the kinetic carbine. It can be a lot of damage, especially it's like to shiv early on.
But Fish Cake is on Lash. Oh yeah.
Obviously, Fish Cake probably gonna flog max.
Here's the grand finale.
Here for the extra sustain in lane. The wet noodle lane, not really doing much on the right hand side. I think maybe we gotta turn our attention towards mid though, especially towards Arctic as we were talking about, like the big linchpin for the team. Like this, I think the success.
Ooh, I should put that on the soundboard.
Falls and rises with him here on the GT, and if he can have a successful early game.
Hopefully more the latter than the former this time around. So far, a bit more of a placid early game, at least it seems that way. Pressure here from Tanner. This time, once again on the Viscous. Yeah, high sustain lane right hand side, but despite that, Clock have been able to put pressure down on the Guardian to the tune of about a quarter of its health. Not too shabby.
I've got the server goblin drum as you see.
Stride really fancies it. Pops the move speed.
It comes in VCs every now and then.
He's trying to get Tanner out of danger.
I'm trying to use that jump start to kind of help him out. As Tanner, actually, you know,
Damn,
interesting enough,
fuck.
it's normally like Gibbs we see playing the Viscous
Back.
for Bird with
What the
Claw.
fuck?
So quite a big switch up because Tanner's usually used to playing like
What
the
a-
front
thank
line,
you.
like an Abrams in particular, or
You're welcome.
obviously like a Victor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that actually correct on our
Thank
UI?
you.
Not to question myself because Tanner would be playing
Thank you.
in this normally.
Oh, it's the gunsmith gear.
Oh, okay. Well, we haven't seen it before.
Oh.
Slam comes on in.
My game just crashed.
Why did you lie? Make that noise.
Oh, so we do have confirmation.
Oh my goodness.
Gonna be showing the Victor. So, I mean, we talk about like hero pools and
like
talking
that?
about
My bad.
teams who really are.
No, I did like it. I just wouldn't know why. I liked it though.
Kind of swap around is super important. But as we saw, obviously with the Shiv last game, as ZP mentioned, our take on Shiv or Shred on Shiv, it definitely seems to be a clear winner for our team. Now it comes to
I'm now the leader. Hold on now.
Congratulations.
These adaptations.
Hold on now.
Congratulations.
Wait, I got him joined.
Congratulations.
And that's the part that's going to worry me here. We need to see some sort of life out of Bourbon Clock if we wanted to have them have the potential to take it to a third game here in the series. But at least the cast buff has been picked up.
All right.
Buff right here for melee creeps this time over.
Yeah, no, that's a good look, frankly. Okay, airdrop coming in.
I gotta verify content, so this might take me a second.
Verify? What happened?
My game crashed, I think.
Like Orange King, I don't just got a kill off on the Victor.
Rather low. Now the pressure's being aimed at the Shiv instead. It's gonna be
Dude.
This is a winning lane. Now this Yamato paradox look is
That made it like, oh, is that? Well, that might be me. That might be. It lagged for me. It's like, dude.
It's really difficult to fight against this because if you get aggressive into a time wall,
I glitched. Dude.
to be fair, I feel like Flash just isn't really that strong really until you get the ultimate.
Guys.
He does have it now, but with the guard already down,
Guys.
Also with the fact that they had a poke.
I would still love to know what we were talking about.
Towards middle, as rotations come on through, Gibbs is rotated in towards mid to look for.
It was vile enough for me.
I know it was. I know it was vile. I just had no good. Guys.
finding success on that left-hand side. It might just be that the rotate in the mid was good for melee creep.
Ooh, rank 7. I guess I'm enhancement person. That's good enough for me.
Fishcake is looking to do some damage. Again, tougher early game for melee creeps across much of the map. They've lost the left side guardian, the mid guardian is down.
And I actually kind of want to play Crucible.
Yeah, I'm down for some Crucible or Gambit.
I'll be down for Gambit. One of the achievements I have to get is I have to get kills with hand cannons in Gambit, and if I use the Malfeasance, I get more progress, which is great because I actually was just using the Malfeasance and I like it a lot.
Nice. I gotta do Gambit to get Malfeasance, ain't I?
That is true. That is true. Thank you.
Damn.
You're welcome. Ooh, a special pulse. Oh wait, this was from the Sparrow Racing League. I got a tier 5 weapon. Wait, is it it changes color? Dude, it changes color. It's like a mastery camo.
It changes colors.
I got a tier 5 weapon.
Oh, it's so sad. Like, Paper, in your absence, I've been trying to do that mocking. I can't do it. I'm like, I can't do it as good as you, bro. I gotta do play weapon. Oh my gosh.
Why is it only me?
Item bonus weapon grant bonus damage for improved duration. The strength and duration of the bonus increases to one more powerful speed. Ooh. Man.
Ooh.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. It's like an evil witch concocting a new brew. Oh, his perks suck, but whatever.
Thorns as well on the ground. It's gonna be interesting to see how this is all gonna break down here. And here at the Bourbon Clock, they did bounce things back here, particularly with Gibbs. It's a good death sign.
I like that one.
Who just leveled up? I heard that.
Damn.
Group leader wants to know who leveled up.
Who leveled up? I heard that.
Ooh, wait. The SOR unique perk is that when you get kills with a weapon, you get speed bonus.
Oh, I can get the marathon armor set guy.
Oh yeah. There's I told you about there's a free bundle in the store. If you go to like It was just for like you get like a ornament, you get an emo and something else.
Oh, you can you can also get the UESC themed ship and Sparrow.
No, Lash Des.
They look terrible. They look like trash, but you can get them.
What do you mean? You don't like the Lego guns?
The Lego guns?
The guns
no,
that
no,
look like
I need
Legos?
the marathon stuff.
That's what I mean.
They don't look like Legos.
Like the blocky, like toy Lego look. Talking about.
It's been like a minute, dude. We're talking about the marathon stuff in Destiny.
No, we're not.
We aren't?
No.
What are we talking about?
Let's move on.
Okay.
More. Weapons barrel.
This fucking guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, what the hell, bro?
I said I'm sorry.
I said I'm sorry. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Stability. Oh, stability is not what I
You know
want.
what?
This.
I'm making you leader again. Warren.
Fuck.
All right, Warren, you're leader again.
All right.
You wanna play Gambit?
Yeah, I do want to do Gambit. I got a cool shell though, so I have to customize it.
We want my vault, 'cause I think I just put Malfeasance in my vault. I just call in an airdrop.
Dude, I got so many enhancement cores. I don't know if you guys are getting a ton, but I have so many.
How many?
I have 390 something. Is that a lot or is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good amount. You can upgrade a lot of stuff with that. Are you upgrading your gear?
No, I was maxing out this shell. No, I just was saying I get a ton of them from like dismantling and quests and orders and shit.
Mm.
I've gotten like 200 since I've started playing again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. For me, I kind of hover around like having 100, but like I usually I spend a bunch of them upgrading stuff, and then I am out of them, and then I just do stuff, and I get up again, and it goes back.
Are we ready for Gambit though?
I'm ready.
Give me just a second.
Oh, you know what? I don't really have PvP build.
Quickly, Gibbs is trying to speed back into the fight, but he doesn't have a paradoxical swap either. Can Stride be a difference maker? It is go time. Obviously, you get a little bit more notice now to contest this earned location. But there's Iridomini, and Gibbs simply vaporizes. That is disgusting burst coming down from John. Who's supposed to contest this? Okay, so Yamato is in the vicinity now, and they are very, very deep. Outfire thrown down, and yep, Circle Lock is well and truly at play.
Oh, Ranger's dead. No, John's dead. No. No.
Good.
They kill Yamato? Yamato? Victor's dead? No, he got parried? No. Oh, wait, he's dead. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yo! Pushed him out the zone. Oh my gosh, what a play. Holy, what a play.
Also, somehow dodged the owl coming through out of Arctic, which probably would have been enough to actually finish.
Jeez, where's the chat? I want to see the chat.
12 to 5.
Into an urn taker for melee creeps. That was, I don't even know who.
Cinema, dude. Oh my gosh.
He pulled off, I think, a quad.
This is why we deadlock.
Souls, but Sai comes out the real MVP and melee creeps. They come out
using primal words. Where do you get that from?
But it seems like the fight is not done just yet.
Primal words?
Calm early game that's exploded into a bloodbath.
This is where melee creeps look at their best though now. Things have started to break down to a volatile
Oh, exotic engram.
Mistakes can be exposed and capitalized on. Matt is the front running here for Berber Clock in terms of that fight impact, but it has gone down, picked off now. Another 15 seconds with no Yamato on the field. Nobody's safe, not even Stride here. Fitchgate more than happy to duel with him up here. Needs some cooldowns though. Connection, immobilization, Q's
Game
gonna
needs
use
to
that, and
stop
now it's a
giving
nice
me
stone
shit.
idle timing to flatten Stride and take Victor out of the equation.
You and your enemy, your allies can shoot through your towering barricade.
Ooh,
It's actually not bad.
that's pretty good. Yeah. Like a one-way defensive wall. That's pretty good.
Yeah, again, it's one fight that ends up being close, and that's not really where the big lead sort of originates from. It's after the fact. Oh no, flaws.
Can't hurt to give it a shot,
Not
really.
able to quite get out of the Baroness in time. And the chase is on. Obviously, gives the one.
They're up 11K.
Needs to give for much of this game.
My beautiful melee creeps are gonna be winning.
Serrated blades, man, doing some serious work. We had 3 stacks on the Gibbs, and the thing is, I don't even know if you can afford to spell magics right now for Burwood Clock with the current economy. And
I don't know. I don't really have.
counter out what Dude's
What's a
trying to do.
good? I don't know. Void is still good for.
Is he really gonna go escalating exposure on this one?
Maybe
Making his
shield
knives do
bash?
even more damage.
Yeah, as time goes on, he is sitting pretty right now. I mean, just the way the melee creeps are able to draft tanks in this game is crazy, and we can just see like Paradox is legitimately terrifying right now. Imagine if even one more tank was given over to Berber Clock. Here's how this fight broke down, Jason. Why don't you take me through it, mate, as I got to pull the action.
I mean, just absolute domination coming on through, as you can see. Also, I think that was a stun onto Do from Shocker Animation out of Stride, which netted him into a 2nd kill. He puts out a lot of work, and he actually almost gets death stunned on through as well, as we saw Fishcake use the only catch onto Stride later on in that fight. I mean, Matt...
And the Lash is on a kill streak.
would have exploded even further than it currently is at, and this fight is...
You guys good?
Walker, but honestly,
I'm good.
they don't have enough players.
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good now.
Yeah, I think there was a window where John goes pretty deep on this defense attempt, or maybe honestly gets called out because the Paradox
Private match.
swap is off cooldown.
No, not private match.
All right, nice little slam.
No, I was just saying I didn't know you could do private matches with this.
I've never done it. Well, actually, no, we did it once because I had the tram for it.
And all of a sudden, Berber Clock are back in this game. It's still a 10k soul difference. Finally, a pressure relief valve activated.
I'm just looking for Ido, man. I see these double buffs. I see you, Ido. Survival and casting. And I see you wanted to pin someone up against the wall, and I think Uber was going to volunteer himself if you can't find anyone. They might have caught in Tanner here. I mean, it's not really
Wait, rank A.
anyone ever get double buffs. This is why it's kind of so
Oh,
interesting
nice.
to me, because it just makes you so much stronger that I would think you'd almost want to fight with this one. I don't know if Ido has like Warpstone yet.
Sorry, the indicator at the stack area of the owl ability, Jason, demonstrated that there were in fact none. Here's a mid-boss
What
take by
indicator?
Belly Creeps.
I don't see anything there.
The cojones on these guys to go after mid-boss after a bit of an ill-fated encounter with Berber Clock, but they clearly feel like they have the edge. They've honestly got some big ultimates ready to that effect. No shadow transformation for Matt. I wonder if they crack that at all. And
Now the attunement you could do as well.
Stride was very quickly stuffed into the closet. Off to Narnia with you. Cube had to be used on Tanner. He got burst down so quickly, and after the fact will be picked off pretty comfortably.
Spare rations. Oh, we get 9 hunger. That's a really good auto rifle.
But I don't know if there's much to play off here. Is mid looks like
Thank you.
but look at this.
Thanks, man.
Oh, a nice fart, bitch.
It looks like they might have what they came for here. Oh, Floss tried to throw himself in. John reaches for the Iridomini to find the burst damage to take the
Next time you should do it in your microphone.
Next time you should do it. Never mind.
Shoving out the left-hand side to make sure this urn contestant.
Yeah, you should save it for the meetup.
Yeah.
For Bird with Clock in the airdrop on Ido to get him in a position to cut off this urn, and Bird with Clock, they don't feel confident to go.
No.
They're still down quite a bit of souls here.
But they're giving map
And now here's the
control.
problem. John,
Like they've got-
he's pushing the right-hand side.
They've got no map control at all. They've got Neo, that's fine, but they are going to have multiple walkers pressured simultaneously here.
Who's ready to
The
make
solo
out?
for John is well and
Some
truly
sweet love.
alive. And I think maybe gives us a little bit too close for comfort. It's the inevitable shoulder charge connection there from
Dude, was so peak, bro. Gambit back in the day. There he is, the drifter.
Oh my god, he's drifting. He's drifting it. Oh, oh, he pulled it out of his ear.
I can tell they changed the, I don't know when they changed the character models.
Go out there with
Guys are down for this one. Surely, finally, the get the kill onto Do, but it's just his first life. They have the rejuve available, and the first one being popped here.
Oh, this
Oh,
map.
let's
That makes
move.
sense. Why am I amping?
I got bad juju.
Bad juju.
Alright, that's right. I need shotgun precision kills. Hey. Bro, I'm gonna miss all my shotgun shots.
On different parts of the map. They get a kill on a Flaws, they get a kill on Arctic on the right hand side, they finish them off on the left as well. They're gonna get the last walker of the game on top of this, and melee creeps 30k lead, 20 and a half.
I got 15 for a large blocker.
Nice.
Grab those motes. We gotta bank them. Strategy sometimes is to wait to bank them until. There we go. Uh oh. Oh, they're. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're. Oh, they're banking all of them. Oh, we gotta put these back. We gotta put these in now. We gotta put these in now. We gotta put these in now. Kill it. Kill that blocker. Kill the blocker.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go?
Make it. I just heard him. I don't know where I heard him from, but I heard him.
What the fuck? Oh, he's right here.
Oh no!
Where's he going, bro? I just punched him. The punch doesn't go through. No, it's fine. We banked our modes. We're good. We're good. We don't do anything. And our teammate just invaded and made them lose modes. So that was good. If we didn't get our modes banked in time, it would have been bad. But look, we did. I don't understand my punches when I was punching him right there. I hit him once and then my next punch just completely whipped both times. Portal's prime. I'm not going. I'm not invading.
Oh, I got 15.
You don't have to save the 15. It's just nice.
I gotta bank mine. Banking.
There's so many motes over here on me.
I'm going.
I grab all those motes.
Cool sword. Make me go quick.
Alright, come back. Just bank them. We have enough.
I'm going.
Wait, I'm gonna try to.
No!
They invaded. Invader.
Where's his ass?
Bang.
Where's his ass at?
Got him.
He's dead.
Where you at? Without with you know.
We got him.
Bang him.
What? 3 months. Thank you, Sonia. I really do appreciate that. Guess what? Melee Creeps, Glorious King Idorian is currently winning. Very good. That's very good to know.
What do we do?
We have to kill the primals.
I will say my goat will main lost. Round 1. Very upset.
Invader.
Oh, no,
Does it show where he comes from?
Oh, he's over here on the beach. He's up by the beach. He's by the beach. Dude, why are my guns doing no damage? Thank you, WT man. He's gone. Just fight the guy. Shoot the guy in the middle. Shoot boss. There we go. Beach.
It's nice being able to play this game at like 200 frames. Oh my goodness.
Boss.
Where's he?
Alright, he's over here. He's by the forest. Oh, by the forest. He's sniping. He's got a sniper. He's back to the right in the forest.
Oh, he killed me. Damn it.
Oh, fuck.
He's got a sniper, bro. This little
dead,
special pulse rifle, I thought was gonna be even way more. I'm playing Destiny while watching the tournament.
Okay, he's pretty low.
And I'm also teaching them. I'm trying to coach these guys on why they're bad at deadlock. I'm trying to explain. Hey, don't do that.
We get him. Nice.
Pass. No. We won! Yo!
Let's go.
Oh my goodness, bro. Then I'm down for Woody whenever. And no Copper Liquid, we are watching DNS, the Wednesday tournament. This is the final match. I think it's over. Melee Creeps is up 40,000 points. Just 40,000, so I think they win. You can watch it. You can watch it live. If you don't want to watch it on my stream, you can go watch it at Deadlock Night Shift on Twitch. I think they're on YouTube as well. Just look up Deadlock Night Shift. That's the tournament. Every single Wednesday they do a tournament. Best players in the game, and my glorious king Idorian. You can see on top of the screen he's playing Abrams today.
I know he's just on the chase. He's on the hunt. He can smell the blood in the water.
Bad W. I bet. Listen, Discord homies, I'm gonna deafen and finish watching this tournament because it's almost over.
There is no coming back from this bar.
I'll be back in a bit.
Ido's internet striking again.
Yeah, he's looking pretty in.
I bet we are finishing. We are finishing and watching the rest of this tournament. It's pretty much over. They just wiped the entire team. It's just mid boss now. I mean, they're up so much. Like, they're up so much. They get a free mid boss. I think it's all over.
Around that earned fish cake, who honestly has turned around some fights.
He just gets himself. Yep, that's all he needs.
Looking to try and
like, geez, yeah.
Away this lash when it all.
They're just gonna get this, bro.
Only one base guardian remains for Boba Clock.
Yeah, it's Deadlock Night Shift tourney. I'm just watch partying it.
Necessarily Fish Cake's lash is winning the game. I think it's just. I think there's like comp difference, and I think there's. You know, don't hate me if I say it. I think there's just a bit of skill difference right now in the teams.
Go again.
Like everyone's looking very good on melee creeps. Like John, have we even talked about John other than like an occasional Iridomity? Because it's all been about like Sayadu, Ido, Fish Cake, and even Ranger mixed in there has had a fantastic Ivy game so far. Maybe it's a comp difference.
I mean, we can continue to beat the Grey Talon horse if you should choose. But
the Grey Talon horse.
The early laning wasn't spectacular at all. It was like a Venator.
But I said this could be a quick turn unless they somehow lose.
The Paradox Yamato, if I'm not mistaken.
But this should be it. This literally should be it.
Clock, obviously, like getting off to a good start. There's just like a couple of decisions and then a fall apart in the mid game. And honestly, that is dirty.
I was playing Destiny in the background while I was doing this. Oh, yep, that's GG's. Yep, that's GG's, bro.
Slam on in, gives the first down. Unfortunately, that has been a commonality of the course of this game. They are squishing.
It's over. It's over, bro. It's over. It's over.
Have that ultimate pop now, and it's on for young and old. He'll be burst down instantly after the fact. Do is going to be virtually untouchable. Floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. And a hotel stay once more for those who will take the penalty.
Yeah.
Be flattened the instant that they emerge.
Don't it? It's getting shrines, bro.
It's basically wrapped.
That was a dirty vortex web. I mean, door, but also the
they could. I mean, they have so many regions. They should just end, bro.
Nice, catchy, multiple.
I'm down for them to end because then I'm gonna play Destiny with some homies.
Back to base, they're just trying to heal up so they can put up some sort of defense. But down 3 players down the.
I'll crush them. They have one chance. They have one chance, but I think it's gonna stay. Yeah, it's gonna stay finish.
Stack actually for Arctic. He's plus 10. Okay. But he's gonna need to be a plus 1,000 at this point to get back in the game.
Yeah. No. Definitely not where he needs to be.
Oh, one last contest, maybe.
Briefly. Unfortunately, when Stride pops out of it, there won't be much to look at either. Still buying, unrespected. Stride taken down, and now, of course, one more phase left for this Patreon.
Yeah.
Start to get some looks. Melee Creeps more than happy to throw
you did
this fight. A little bit of a victory lap, if you will, as they know that they have once again secured.
Yep, and he saw his ethereal shift. Yeah. Yep, kills him. Yep.
Night shift number 42. Beautiful showing here. The GT's showing
yep.
Going to be forthcoming now. It's Melee Creeps who will ascend to their rightful throne. The one that, frankly, has been quite warm from their keister over the last few weeks.
GG's.
And the lockup.
GG's.
Dumb in NA.
Is the dynasty back, bro? Melee Creeps won like 14 Dead Knock night shifts in a row. It's been a while since they've been back. They might be back, bro. They might be back.
Didn't have to really alter too much in map 2, and
they might be back.
Just a better read on the meta coming from Melee Creeps. But Jason, you were talking about it mid-match. Also, I think execution difference on top. But Melee Creeps, they've broken their slump and now remain on top of NA.
Yep, I think that's it, bro.
Yeah, and honestly, they looked extremely strong. The funny thing is that they indirectly become stronger because of
my glorious king, Dorian, is back on top of the Deadlock world. Oh my goodness, dude.
kind of
He's finally back. They're finally back.
What was their streak? Like 16 wins in a row? They can maybe put that to test.
16 wins, yeah.
To beat up on that. And maybe force us to do a bonus pay once again, so we finally have a team to be able to take him out of the top.
I mean, look, I thought this second game was like really quite close. I was impressed with it. I thought, you know, the laning from Berber Clock looked
the grab,
solid.
the throw, the slam.
This was
yes, sir.
Brilliant. Almost escaped, by the way. The splatter was very well played by Hannah, who managed to deal.
He would have dashed the other way. He would have survived.
Iridomini be quite effective. Yeah, the gut shot there, and the airdrop on out was pretty nice. Obviously, John doesn't. Dude,
this urn steal from Doorman was so nutty. This urn steal was so broken.
In Deadlock. My God, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Yamato goes out and gets one. I think it was a 4K. Like that Crimson Slash should be studied, frankly. You know, and in the end, it comes down to this moment from Saya, who, you know, is lower on health than his Paradox opponent. Gibbs comes into that fight like really healthy. Saya is able to.
Yeah, at one point it was a 1v1.
And basically secure it at 99.
Yeah, but it's the 1v1.
Crazy. Like you don't imagine winning out here. I think if you're you know, in Saya's position, but boy, he put this together.
And then just carts him away. Carts him away.
The baggage cart that shook the world.
That's it. They get the urn off that. That's insane.
And stunned him long enough for the kill to have happened too. I don't know how he dodged that out, how the out does not connect, but that single-handedly wins him that urn for sure.
I think the clear takeaway there is that if not for Saya vastly
wow.
outperforming what you can expect from a doorman in that situation, there was a world.
That's it, man. That's all she wrote.
To start taking over this game.
Melee Creeps won.
Maybe not everything was working out well for Bird with Clock, but Matt was having a phenomenal game on Yamato before the entire building collapsed all around him. And so you have to give Matt his flowers for what was really good Yamato play throughout, you know, the early to mid part of the game. But Melee Creeps were just far more complete as a team, and especially, I mean, what we saw from Saya in maps 1 and 2, you know, yeah, it's easy to say, oh, Doorman's a powerful pick, but you still have to perform on your top tier picks, and as we've seen over the course of the day, you don't necessarily get this level of performance just because you're picking the top priority in the maps. But in this case, Saya, whether it be maps 1 or map 2, basically got max output out of the Doorman.
And that's it, man. That's it. And that's all for me. We sat here for the entire DNS, a 6-hour stream watching the entire DNS, bro. That's it. That's it. That's all there is to it, man. That's all there is to it. So, in conclusion, my glorious King Idorian is back on top. Rank 1 NA. DNS champion. But my GOAT will main. I mean, that's... He just needs a better team, bro. I'm gonna say what no one else is willing to say. Well, May needs a better team. Not even like the players, but more of like the composition and the way their team like plays. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the players themselves are bad. It's just the characters they're picking, the composition, the roles. You know, just they got to do something. They got to do something. That's it. Anyways, that's it for me. It was a great DNS. Sat here for 6 hours. Enjoyed my time watching it. A pretty short one, actually. Usually these can go like quite longer if it's not just a 2 and over. But it was 2 and over for both those matches. And the matches really didn't go on too long. Usually they go into like the 40 minutes. That was just 30 minutes. But great games all around. Great plays by the teams all around. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing Deadlock again because, you know, it's been a bit. I've been playing so much Destiny because of this update. But yeah, tomorrow will be Deadlock because I got to get back into it. I'm still pretty even. I'm just kind of at Oracle 5 right now, and I'm kind of not moving, which is kind of scary. I want to be moving out of Oracle 5. If I have to lose to do that, that'd be unfortunate. But I would like to get into Phantom sometime soon. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. Anyways, great stream. I had a great time. I'm gonna end stream now. Go off, go enjoy some time, and then go play, and then go video gaming. So tomorrow, I gotta get an actual video down. I haven't really been playing. Saya was MVP. True. Oh, whoops. That card play right there.
The urn, I don't think is the game-changing moment, but you see the collapse straight after that from Berwick Clock. I think that card to save the urn. So nutty, man. So nutty. But yeah, be back tomorrow. More Deadlock. Probably not more Destiny. We'll see. We'll see how much I want to play Destiny. But more Deadlock, more Lash gameplay, and more hopefully ranking up out of Oracle 5 that has been stuck. I've been just having a 50% win ratio, and I can't move it all tomorrow. Peace. Have a great one. Take it easy. Enjoy the night. I'm going to go enjoy the night. And just... You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?